Make sure to check out the video version of this podcast at youtube.com/gameofmicrophones. See everything you're missing. If you've been enjoying Game of Microphones during our coverage of the entire series, now is a great time to show your appreciation by considering making a donation to support the show. As an incentive for you to donate, all donations will be matched 3 times by one of our generous backers. Just go to paypal.me/GOMpodcast or patreon.com/GOMpodcast to support the show today. Thanks.
Be with me. Build the new world with me. This is our reason. It has been from the beginning, since you were a little boy with a bastard's name, and I was a little girl who couldn't count to 20. We do it together. We break the wheel together.
You are my queen. Now and always.
When you play the game of microphones, you win or you die. From within the House of Black and White, it's Sir Duncan and Lady Rachel.
Good morrow, sorrowful dragons and seekers of justice, and welcome to Game of Microphones. I'm Lord Sterling, Sir Duncan, King in the East.
And I'm Lady Rachel of House Fox, Queen of the West.
And I'm Princess Sarah of House Von Daltron, fangirl of Ghost.
Yes.
And this is episode 120. Welcome back to the show, Princess Sarah. Good to have you on.
I'm so excited that Rachel's here this time.
I know, right?
I'm so excited too. I'm glad you got to come on.
Yeah, it's awesome.
On this episode, we are covering the series finale of Game of Thrones, Season 8, Episode 6, The Iron Throne.
And in case you're not already aware, this is from the perspective of someone who's current on the show. That means you've seen the entire series. If not, there's still time to be stabbed in the heart by your love as you embrace and your body carried away beyond the skies by a dragon, so you don't have to hear these spoilers.
Warning.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
Holy shit.
Damn Targaryens knocking down my shitty wall.
I saw that earlier.
Oh, I can't believe that the series is over. How you ladies
It's
feeling
over,
about that?
you guys.
Yeah.
It's not processed yet at all.
I know, right? Oh my
I think
God.
it'll process in 595 days when we're expecting another series or season to come out, and it just doesn't.
Yeah, I think in about 595 days we'll have a new series, though. To look
Wouldn't that be
at the
lovely?
upside. Blood Moon, the working title.
The
for
Bloody
For the
Moon.
long, yeah, Moon's Blood. Oh, God, yeah. Poor choice of words, Batman, you know. Jeez, Moon's Blood.
I'm not sure about that. I would prefer a different title, HBO, please.
Totally. Okay, so oh my God, how do we even start this? We have a top 3.
I'm satisfied.
Yes,
I'm satisfied with this episode. I think, as confusing as maybe this season was for a lot of our fans and the fans of the show, I'm hoping that this tied it up as nicely as it could be tied up for everybody out there.
What did you think, Princess Sarah?
I completely agree. I'm very happy with what they left us with. They left us open to interpretation. They left us open for the future of what happens to the characters. I'm good.
Yes.
Yeah, I am really happy as well. I thought that they wrapped everything up really neatly, very nicely, very appropriately. It was crazy, like so many crazy things to break down. Who wants to start with your number 3?
I say Sarah start since she's our honored guest today.
Right. Putting you on the spot,
Yes.
Princess Sarah. What do you got?
Okay. So my number 3 is Tyrion finding out the demise of Cersei and Jaime.
Oh,
Ooh.
man. I know, it was so
And
sad.
that whole scene, which was beautiful, as sad as it was.
Totally.
Mhm. Very, very well performed by Peter Dinklage, I would say.
The way they approached it, I think, was perfect. Everything about it just seemed appropriate, not too brutal, not too, sappy. It was just like, I love the Rains of Castamere playing in the background. Everything just seemed, I just loved it.
I know.
That violin was stunning with that song.
It was actually, when it started out, the first couple notes of it were the notes that usually get played on piano in The Light of the Seven.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Dun, dun.
All right. I'm ready.
I noticed those started out the music this time on violin strings, the first time we've heard that progression. And then it went into the Rains of Castamere, which was, always good and fit this scene perfectly.
Even better. I like it better now.
This is my favorite score of Rains of Castamere by far in the entire series.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Something about that violin, I know I've talked about it before, but I have a major emotional response to the violin.
You've said that about the Stark theme before.
Yes, it's the actual physical instrument of the violin.
True.
I mean,
so it's even more effective, you're saying, with the Rains of Castamere. I gotcha.
Yeah,
that's badass.
Because it was new. But anytime I hear a violin playing, I get that same kind of emotional, like goosebumps and tears well into my eyes. I'm a freak. What can I say?
Hey, if you find something that hits you like that, it's a good thing,
It's good to know how you feel about music.
Yeah.
Important.
Yeah. If I'm feeling sad, I'll just throw on some violin and I'll cry my bloody eyes out.
Work it out.
Yeah.
Well, and the way he played it with pulling the bricks apart, it was like a slow reveal, and we just sat there waiting. Like, I was just sitting there like, okay, when are we going to see their faces?
Yeah.
When are we going to see what happened? And they were just coddling each other, and I just felt like it was pretty beautiful.
It was really beautiful. And the way that the
lighting.
Yeah, the lighting was brutal. It was, the way he sees like the golden hand gleaming, sticking out of the rubble. And it's like, oh, fuck. And then you can see he removes one stone and you can see there's an arm attached to it. And I was like, no. Oh, man. So sad.
They seemed pretty intact, in my opinion.
Yeah, they were really intact.
That's true.
Really intact, for sure. I guess that's the effect they wanted to go with. They didn't want to have a bunch of mangled up corpses, like brains splattered out everywhere and stuff.
Oh, because that's what I would kind of imagine.
I'm glad they gave us that, though. That felt
Me
like a
too.
little bit of closure.
True.
I totally agree.
That whole scene, just the way that he performed it too was so special, and the way he hit the brick down, and he was just so upset.
I think was it Johnny Stitches was saying, "Smash him," when he was on
the Beatles.
Yeah, his wife was like, "Really, right now?" It's hilarious. Why don't we start at the beginning of the scene and talk about it from there when Tyrion starts walking through the ashes of the burnt city.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So this episode starts out much like the episode after the loot train battle, right? With Tyrion walking through the rubble. So you could say that was a foreshadow of this, and his trepidation and his nervousness that was all over his face after the loot train battle, like something doesn't feel right, walking through that field of ash and just roasted corpses and horses and carts and everything like that. So he's basically reliving that here. And instead of Lannister troops out on the road this time, it's Lannister troops and civilians and, young children and mothers and holding their babes scorched in the streets of King's Landing.
Did you see the horse this time, Duncan, in the little girl's hands?
No, I missed it again.
No.
Yeah, I'm an idiot, I guess. That's so funny.
It was the same mom and daughter couple that Arya tried to save, and Tyrion
that's where he stopped and looked at him. I
noticed the horses.
I saw that it was that mom and daughter again and everything. I just missed the horse somehow.
They zoom right in on it.
I guess I was looking at everything else. So yeah,
that's okay.
Speaking of the loot train thanks. Speaking of the loot train battle, Brienne called it the Battle of the Gold Road.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, in her
note,
her white page or white book page for Jaime.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of interesting. So yeah, he's walking through the streets. Some guy with a burnt up back stumbles past, and he looks backward, and we see that Jon and Davos are following him into the city. And this is when
that was an intense moment. Hit that burned guy walking.
Yeah,
he was just in shock. I mean, he wasn't even in pain. It didn't look like he was just wandering.
Totally shell shocked, just stumbling along.
Well, that reminded me, Rachel, you were talking about how it was reminiscent of 9/11, where it was just everyone was just shocked about everything that just happened and
kind of wandering around afterwards,
covered in dust,
and ash.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Don't even know how to process what just happened.
Right, and the ash falling was evocative of the scene at Pompeii after Vesuvius exploded and all the bodies were buried in ash, like we talked about before. So again, it just impactful. And now we've seen that the Iron Throne, as we witnessed in Dany's vision, we weren't sure if it was going to be ash or snow, but it seems like it's ash.
You called it, though, Duncan. You thought it was ash.
Yeah, you kept leading toward it.
Yeah, it had to be, I mean, winter was sure to hit the lower of the Seven Kingdoms, but I figured with all the destruction of the throne room, that was probably ash. So Tyrion decides that he's going to go to the Red Keep to try to find Jaime and Cersei, or to see if they escaped. And Jon is just trying to send some people with him to help him out because it's fucking dangerous. They don't know what's out there, basically, right? But Tyrion's like, I'm going alone and won't accept any help. And they're both just looking really defeated as he walks off alone, looking like the burnt guy, just kind of stumbling along in a daze, sort of. And so he passes some familiar sights, like that room where the bell tower collapsed and the bell got jammed against the wall, where Arya was hiding, where she linked up with that mother and daughter for the second or third time. And he makes his way to the Red Keep, and he's walking through the Cersei's map room, which is just trashed and there's stuff all over everywhere. And I'm surprised that any of this is still intact after the madness of last week.
The way it looked, it was heartbreaking. It was sort of significant of how the whole series is ending. Like, these things that are so familiar to us, everything is smashing and falling apart.
Yeah, good point.
the way certain parts of the castle were intact and certain parts were just completely decimated, and there wasn't really like much of a rhyme or reason for it. And the map, I love that there was a split down the map, like it cracked, and we get at the end of this series, I'll say, not this episode.
Oh, the splitting of the Seven Kingdoms.
That they split.
The North.
So it's the North is independent, and so
good call.
It was just a symbolic splitting of the Seven Kingdoms for me personally.
Cool. I like that.
Nice.
Yeah, great interpretation. So Tyrion's walking through, and there's through this whole sequence as he's in the Red Keep in the upper area, it's pretty much silent. Like you can't even hear his footsteps, basically. And he's just going through this destroyed area, and eventually he walks up and picks up a torch. And it's at that scene where we start getting a little sound back in. And he decides to head down the stairs. And he approaches this arched entryway to the chambers beneath where the dragon skulls are and where Cersei and Jaime were when the collapse occurred. And the rubble is stacked so high that he has to climb up and pull a few stones away to squeeze through to the other side. Ballsy. Like this whole area is so unstable potentially. Like just the fact that he's willing to...
I wouldn't be going down there.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's kind of crazy. So he crawls through, and he is now in this arched chamber area where they were crushed. And it's interesting. He takes a second and pauses to look at the skull of Balerion the Dread and reflect. And I just have to guess that he's imagining just how huge Balerion would have been, dwarfing Drogon, and just how much damage he could have done. You know, it's no wonder that everyone either bent the knee to Aegon or burned. And now it's like the second coming of Aegon as he's witnessed the horror of Drogon destroying King's Landing. So I thought that was just a poignant, tiny moment that may have gone unnoticed, where he is sitting there just looking at Balerion's skull. Pretty intense. And this is when he spots the golden hand and the music kicks in and everything. And it's just so sad. Like you said, they died embracing, and they're just together. They entered the world together, and now they're like in another like stone womb of the bowels of the Red Keep.
That's exactly what it looked like. Exactly what it looked like.
Right?
Looked like them in the womb.
Twins in another womb. Yeah. So crazy.
Oh. Yeah.
And super emotional scene, really well orchestrated, and Dinklage's performances were just off the charts, like as he starts like whimpering and wailing and smashing the stones.
He better win an award for this.
For something. Like these past two episodes, he's had such great performances. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been amazing. I feel like, honestly, this whole season, but like you said, Duncan, the past two episodes, he's had some really, really solid acting scenes.
Mm-hmm. Like when he said goodbye to Jaime. I guess that was...
Oh, yeah. That was last episode.
That was last episode. Yeah, I'm losing track. Yeah. Oh, man. Crazy. So...
Well, it feels so honest. Like, it doesn't feel acted at all. It just feels like these two people, like, as actors, are even saying goodbye to each other through the script.
Right, yeah.
And I love that.
So it must just help the actor when it's, like, the end of everything, and you really are going to, like, stop seeing these people as much, and, you know, things like that. Pretty crazy.
It has to be emotional for them on a personal level to be ending, whether or not that was their last scene that they ever shot together, because I know that they don't shoot them in sequence.
Right. Just knowing you're getting there.
But yeah, knowing that this is the end of it all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and they love these characters. They're saying goodbye to these characters one page at a time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So,
yeah.
I'm sure it's so fast for them already.
Definitely. Is anything else you guys want to add about your number 5, Princess Sarah? Or number 3, sorry.
Number 3? No, I think that was it. I just think it was beautifully done. And I'm so glad that they gave us a little bit of closure by seeing Jaime and Cersei. Like, we know that they're dead.
Yeah.
Our fans are like,
dead,
they could be alive.
And they can have an open casket funeral, you know, with the quality of their bodies.
Cersei didn't look
even
too
though
bad.
they got buried alive.
Yeah. By falling stone. Yeah. It's a miracle. So, yeah. Okay. Rachel, how about your number 3?
Let's see. Oh, my number 3 is the Starks say goodbye to the Targaryen.
Oh, man. All right.
They send Jon up to the wall. So my number 3 actually starts where Jon is kind of walking with the Night's Watch, and he meets them, and they have their hoods up. And I think he has not seen a Night's Watchman since, aside from Dolorous Ed.
Yeah, at the Battle of Winterfell, right.
But like just other brothers of the Night's Watch.
I wonder if he knew these two from Castle Black, if they're like,
I don't know.
Welcome back, Lord Commander.
That way.
Yeah, it didn't seem that way to me either.
I loved seeing Jon back in his kind of black gear. And so he walks in front of them and they're walking behind him, and he comes up to the boat, and he passes Grey Worm, and they kind of exchange glances.
Ooh,
and
he's so mad
the
still.
Music, the music kind of turns ominous for like half a second. And I think one of Grey Worm's, soldiers goes up to him and says, all of us or everyone has boarded the boat. And I thought to myself, like, oh my God, like, what if they're going to try to like assassinate Jon on the way up to the wall?
I had the same thought right off the bat, like,
That's
oh my
exactly
God.
what I thought.
I was like, oh no,
Honestly.
like, oh my God. But then we find out that they're sailing to the island of Noth.
To Noth.
And I loved that they're going there. And so Jon kind of turns the corner and sees his cousin siblings.
Hey, it's better than Joffrey with his uncle daddy.
That's true. That's so true. I think what Tyrion said is like, no one's very happy about sending you to the wall, which I guess is like the best
means it's a good compromise when no parties are happy.
So Sansa genuinely is like, I wish that there was another way, and please forgive me. And Jon is like, girl, the North is free thanks to you. Like, you freed the North doing what you did. And I love that she gives him the respect that he's due here. It's like, but they lost their king.
Yeah.
And I found that very weighted for this ending of the series, because he wasn't just the king in the North. He should have been the king of the Seven Kingdoms.
Yeah.
Right.
And so they lost their king. Like, everybody kind of lost the king at that point.
Yeah, like she didn't specify the Northmen,
Yeah, so I thought that was very weighted and, ambiguous, if you will. Like, you could have interpreted a few different ways.
Jon was looking very sullen as he exited the keep as well, exited the dungeons. Like, as he comes walking down the stairs, it's playing the Jon and Dany theme, sadly, showing that he's...
I noticed that.
Yeah, he's still carrying it with him every step. I think it's like really weighing on him as he's struggling to cope with, duty being the death of love, as Tyrion so poignantly said. But and
he says, did I do the right thing?
Yeah.
It was what I did right?
Exactly. It's so rough, man. Really rough. So the first kind of smile that we get to see from him is when he says the North is free thanks to you, and like he sort of has a big smile at that moment, and it shows you that he's not fully broken. There's still hope for him, which is nice.
And I think he's really proud of Sansa because she's really stuck to her guns. And I mean, like, I know you and me, Duncan, we've kind of maybe unfairly bashed Sansa a little bit this season for being so stubborn, and she was trusting her gut, and her gut ended up being right.
Right. And she wants freedom, that's what we all want. So you got to be able to understand that perspective as well.
Yeah. So I love when Jon says to her, Ned Stark's daughter will speak for them. Like, he doesn't say father, he doesn't say your father, he says Ned Stark's daughter.
Right, it almost wouldn't be right for Jon to be king in the North. Because he's a Targaryen, not a Stark. You know what I mean? Like, it makes sense to have a Stark ruler.
Blood.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
But no, you're right. He's a Targaryen by, the father's side.
By right.
So that's why I loved that other line that, they lost their king. It's like, Seven Kingdoms lost their king here.
Yeah, definitely.
And, I just love their big hug goodbye. I love Sansa's outfit here. I mean, talk about bondage. Oh my God.
I'll have to look again at hers. I noticed Arya had a really cool outfit.
They both did, for sure. Yeah.
Sansa's dress, though, was pretty incredible. It was like leather straps on top of leather straps, and her figure, and she's so tall, and her
hair just looks so red, and just so, like, everything was amplified.
Yeah, her skin very white.
Gosh. Yeah, perfect. She's so beautiful.
Like, I want to be her for Halloween.
Right? Maybe we can, like, get red wigs and rock it out together.
I'm in. I'm totally in.
You guys can do that. I'll, do something else.
You can be somebody else. Who could you be?
I'll have to be the Joker again because I spent way too much money on my Joker outfit. It's got to get used more. Or Darth Vader. I spent a good amount on that too.
You could be the bird guy that walks through King's Landing.
Oh, I thought you said the bird guy. The bird is the bird. The bird guy. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Kind of funny. So then they say their goodbye, and then he pans over to Arya. And as you guys were talking about, like, the characters saying goodbye to each other, I think Maisie Williams, those are like real life tears.
Yeah.
You have your needle?
Right here. I wrote the same thing down. I was like, those are not acting tears. That was her.
Those are real tears.
I mean, they were bloodshot. Everything.
Yes. And they just embrace each other.
You can come see me, at Castle Black.
Can't.
Ain't gonna be there.
Yeah. He's like, you killed the Night King. You think anyone's gonna tell you that women aren't allowed?
She drops kind of this major bomb on him, like, well, I'm not going north.
Sansa too, she didn't know. She's like, where are you going?
Where are you going? And I love this. What's west of Westeros?
Yeah, it's not the first time she's asked that, right?
No. Duncan, help me remember. Who did she say that to the first time? I was trying to remember. Was it Jaqen Hagar?
Maybe the playwright, the woman, the actress. Was it her?
Oh, maybe. What's her face? The one that gets her neck split open by the way.
Yeah.
Lady
Crane.
Lady Crane.
I think it was Lady Crane.
Where will you go? Essos is east and Westeros is west. But what's west of Westeros?
I don't know.
Nobody does. It's where all the maps stop.
The edge of the world, maybe.
I'd like to see that.
That makes sense.
Talking about, because she's like, what's west of Westeros? I want to sail west. And she's like, just travel with us and come join the play. But this is cool, though, because, ever since Arya was a child, what did she name her direwolf?
Nymeria.
Right, and Nymeria was a character in history that she looked up to. Nymeria, the ancient princess of the Rhoyne, who left and sailed west with a giant host of people and landed at Dorne and founded the royal Dornish family. Yeah. So this figure that Arya has idolized basically did this, sailed west, set up shop in a new continent and founded a royal family. Like, I could see Arya, aside from founding a royal family, potentially doing the same thing. Like, it's just so cool that this is something that she's always dreamed of doing, basically, and now she has the means and the opportunity and the time to see it happen. So people, I'm sure, were like, what the hell is she talking about? Unless they were like,
I love that.
Yeah.
I already liked it, but now I love it so much more.
Oh, now that you know the Nymeria thing?
Yeah, that's amazing. I also thought it was great, like, full circle for her character, because as, like, a kid, she was always, like, exploring and getting lost. Like, she got lost down in the catacombs of King's Landing and chasing cats and finding her way outside the city and having to get back in and traveling to Bravos. And she's been the most, like, exploratory of the Stark children. So
for sure,
I thought it was an extremely fitting ending for her.
Definitely.
And she always went against the grain. She always wanted to do
her own
what
thing.
Everyone else wasn't doing.
And that's what Nymeria the wolf did too. She went and did her own thing, and now just like Nymeria did, Arya's leaving to go do her own thing.
Yes, Arya.
Definitely. And so Jon asks her, "You have your needle?" And that's when the tears start
Oh my gosh.
pouring out of her eyes.
I could tear right now thinking about it. 'Cause she did it so well.
Yeah, that was a great performance. I really think they did some great justice to all these characters with their parting farewells and everything like this. Like, I'm satisfied with this.
Me too. I really am. I mean, I felt conflicted last night because I loved it so much, but I was so sad when it was over,
right?
Because it's over forever. And I just wanted to watch it again, but I had told you about my day, Duncan.
Yeah.
I had flown back in from Las Vegas, hence my hoarse voice. I'm so sorry if I sound a little different today, you guys, but I ended up having to watch it again on my lunch break today because I just didn't have it in me to watch it again and get all those emotions again last night.
It was not an easy feat to rewatch this episode. It was like I had to prepare myself as well.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
I'm very happy that last night, I thought I was going to be like more upset that it's over, that everything is ended. I thought I was going to be more upset about it. I thought I was going to have to call that like Skype number to
Game
do
of
therapy
phones.
or whatever. But I was so comfortable with what happened that I was almost strangely okay. Like I was like, okay,
yeah,
I'm good.
You managed to reach that place of serenity where like you felt like everything was where it needed to be.
It made sense to me.
That's awesome.
I couldn't agree more, Sarah. You hit it right on the head with that. It's like they tied up enough, but they left enough loose ends to not make it feel perfect. And I loved that. Like, we don't see what happens to Drogon. We didn't even hear, in the meeting with the hand, like Bronn cuts it off. Like he's as far away as possible.
Because he has kind of beef with Drogon. Drogon is not a Bronn fan. So the farther away that Drogon is, the better for Lord Bronn of High Garden, Lord Protector of the Reach.
So we get Arya and Jon's final hug goodbye, and Jon's face, he has to take like this, to let her go. Like he has to release the energy to let her go because their relationship was just so special. I know it's more
in the books.
Yeah, developed in the books, but we get it enough in the show to realize that they were bonded. Right.
Like it was learning of Jon being at Winterfell that made Arya turn away from trying to kill Cersei after having killed Walder Frey and return to Winterfell in the first place. And he
gave her that special gift. Yeah. He gave her needle, and he didn't give any of his other siblings anything.
Right.
And
we know there's a special bond between those two. And did you notice what she said too when Sansa says, she says, "What's west of Westeros?" And someone, maybe Jon says, "I don't know." And she says, "No one knows. No one."
Oh, maybe she knows.
Maybe she knows.
Maybe she knows.
Maybe she has some kind of idea from the House of Black and White.
And that's why it's a great ending. It's leaving it open to interpretation.
Right.
We can still talk about it and kind of decide in our own heads what happens next.
Right.
That's what I like.
Yeah, it's so good. And like
totally.
Maybe no one knows, like the faceless men know, or maybe no one actually knows.
Just no one knows.
But soon no one will know. You know what I mean? Because she's no one.
Because she is no one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so that was really cool.
He goes over to Bran and kneels in front of him. Your Grace.
And he holds his gaze down, averted from Bran for a good couple seconds before looking up at him.
He's showing the respect because I think he's making that clear definition because Bran knows that he, from a lineage perspective, he's the rightful heir to the throne. And so I think Jon is making it absolutely clear to Bran.
Right.
That I respect this decision, that you will make a good just ruler.
Yeah, it's like if you're at a pull up to a stop sign and there's a cop watching, you stop for 3 full seconds before you continue to drive. Here, it's like John wants to make sure that Bran, the cop, knows that he's not going to be pulling any shifty, throne usurping stuff. So he shows the proper deference for 3 seconds, holding his eyes down, his gaze averted.
That's awesome. That's hilarious.
Classic.
So I was wondering what he meant, and maybe I'm just totally missing something. He said, "I'm sorry I wasn't there when you needed me." And I was trying to was he talking about when he was really little and was left for the night's watch, or was he talking about
when he was
something
fighting
recent?
Viserion, maybe?
Oh God, it could be so many things. It could be that he wasn't there to protect him from Jaime. It could be that he wasn't there in the garden or in the Godswood when the Night King was about to kill him. It could be a whole number of things, but I loved Bran's response here. You were exactly where you were supposed to be, and it's like he did everything that he was supposed to do. He was there with Viserion distracting him so Arya could get past and kill the Night King.
That's what I was thinking that he was talking about.
Probably. I mean, that would make perfect sense. And that sort of gives credence to our, theory that he was, he distracting Viserion so Arya could get past. Because, I mean, there's no reason Jon wouldn't be climbing with him to be protecting him when, when Jaime pushed him. I guess he could be referring to, he could have been at Winterfell when Theon, pulled the wool out from underneath Bran and took over the castle and he had to escape. But I mean,
well, that's why we have to do a rewatch. We're going to figure all this out.
But I mean,
again, though, to Sarah's point, though, it's open ended.
Yeah.
And I love that. We can speculate.
We can theorize. And that's the best part about this. The whole time has been theorizing and trying to interpret and everything. But think about it too. Bran had the chance to intercede at one point and reach out to Jon at Craster's Keep. And Jon could have been there to protect him from that point out. But it was Bran's decision to let Jon go and to go north further beyond the wall himself alone. Mm-hmm. So it's like, Bran had the opportunity to have Jon as a protector throughout at least part of his journey, and he chose to go it alone himself. So he doesn't have any grievances against Jon or against Jaime or against anybody, which is, it's everybody did exactly what they needed to do for things to pan out with him on the throne, which has been his goal apparently the whole series.
Yeah,
I'm joking. I'm joking, but I mean, apparently that's what his destiny is, right? Like the three-eyed raven was waiting 1,000 years.
As far as we know from what he... But that's the hard part is, do we know that he knew or do we know that he just put pieces? I don't know.
Well, who knows? But we know that him being the leader, since he didn't kill the Night King and since he didn't have any major thing that he did before this that would justify why he was so important to the three-eyed raven, I'm guessing that him being Bran the Broken, first of his name, is his major reason for being so important, that he's going to usher in a era of peace in Westeros or something like that. Who knows?
But yeah, that was my number 3. So Duncan, what is your number 3?
Oh, my number 3. It's a terrible thing, I'm asking. It's also the right thing.
So good.
Oh man, this was just such an amazing scene between Tyrion and Jon here after Dany's big speech that she gives to the Dothraki and unsullied forces. And she walks away. We'll talk about that in a little bit, I guess. But Dany goes walking off and Jon goes to see Tyrion, apparently. It seems like immediately almost. Mm. And he had just had this conversation with Arya, which sort of put him on edge. And I think he needed to talk to Tyrion to get Tyrion's opinion as well, it seemed like to me. So he goes to visit Tyrion in his cell. And just the fact that he was allowed to do this at all tells me that in Dany's mind, nothing has changed. It's like she doesn't realize that she's become a monster all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like the Mad King, the more that he burned his enemies, the more righteous he felt and the more he felt right. And I feel like Dany has been blinded to what she's become. And if she, really understood what she did and how other people may have perceived it, there's no way that she'd be letting her higher ups in her organization go and meet with somebody who's like an open traitor and have their thoughts tainted against her potentially. You know what I mean?
That was like that was almost on my list, was like Danny's denial.
Yeah,
she's in total denial, straight up denial,
half like just madness.
Yeah, it's just like
and
oblivious.
That's a terrible combination.
Yeah, it's really, really crazy. I agree.
She's delusional.
Yeah,
is what she is.
Really is.
I mean,
talking to John. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, in the throne room.
Go ahead, Sarah.
I was just saying. I know it's not we're talking about Tyrion, but when she was talking to John, that was a whole nother situation where it was like just denial.
Yeah,
like she had to tell herself that she was doing right. It was.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah, that's my number 2, actually.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. So yeah, it's crazy. She doesn't seem to get it and realize the way that people could perceive it. She's just like, this is just what I had to do, you know? And so he gets in there with Tyrion. And of course, the first thing Tyrion asks is if he brought any wine, because Tyrion is a person who drinks.
I am a person who drinks.
And he needs his wine, you know.
I love that.
Every time he's imprisoned, he's always asking for wine.
Who are you?
Your captor.
Do you have wine?
No.
Did you bring any wine?
No.
So,
when's the last time we saw Tyrion drink some wine, man?
Yeah, I guess at the party.
At the
Winterfell?
time before the Winterfell battle, I think.
After the battle, after the battle, yeah.
Oh, and after the battle too, he was drinking.
Their drinking game. So he's at least, you know, thankful that Jon came to visit him, and it's like this is like just something that there must have just been this force just dragging Jon, just telling him, like, you need to talk to Tyrion. You need to talk to Tyrion, because he doesn't want to betray Dany, but he's still there. And he knows that going to talk to Tyrion is going to make him change his mind about Dany. It's like the way that Stannis, when Davos was prisoner after having gone to execute Melisandre, and they have Gendry in custody, Stannis goes to Davos because he knows Davos will convince him not to kill Gendry, right? And just to take some blood with leeches, which is what they ended up doing, right? But I feel like Jon is doing the same thing here, except it's the opposite.
Because he knows it's wrong.
Yeah,
he knows something's wrong.
Yeah, and he knows that like Tyrion is going to convince him to do the right thing, which it's like love versus duty. He loves Tyrion. He loves Dany, but his duty is telling him like he needs to stop her, you know. And he knows Tyrion will push him in the right direction. I feel like so. Interesting parallel between Jon and Stannis there, which is kind of cool.
Definitely.
Well done, yeah.
I just thought of that right now on the spot too. So
it's true.
Tyrion's like, oh, you know, like this is not good. Like our queen doesn't keep prisoners for long. In other words, I'm going to be executed soon. But he remarks that there may be some kind of crude justice hidden in this because he betrayed his closest friend, Varys, and watched him burn. And I love the delivery of this line.
Now Varys' ashes can tell my ashes. See? I told you.
You know? So good. And he has an epiphany. He realizes Jon is the only person alive who has been dead before. And he asks him, like, you know, is there life after death? Just point blank asks him. And you can tell that Jon is traumatized as he's reminded of dying, of it, the fact that he's died, because it shows Jon as Tyrion says it, and he sort of like, you know, like exhales and sighs and like cringes a little bit. You can tell he's traumatized by that experience. And so he divulges, just like he did to the Red Woman, that there's nothing, you know, not that he's seen. It's so sad to see Tyrion. He feels like such a failure and so worthless that he doesn't even feel like he deserves, you know, a heaven. He says oblivion is the best I could hope for. And we see that this is really the way he feels as he tells Bran the Broken later on that he doesn't deserve to be Hand of the King. So Tyrion is kind of a broken man at this point. I think the death of Jaime really hurt him. And I think also that, I forgot to mention this when we were talking about it, but it was the fact that Tyrion told Jaime to try to escape with Cersei through the tunnels that resulted
so maybe
in
he
their
feels
death.
a little guilt.
Yeah, I mean, if they had still been
yeah.
upstairs, they may have been taken prisoner, held for trial. But the fact that they were down in that room at that exact moment, standing in that exact place, because not the whole room got filled with rubble. It was the fact that Tyrion told them to go down
that
there.
one tunnel.
Yeah.
That one place.
Yeah. So
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I'm sure he's feeling some type of guilt, like I was the one who told them to be there, which is super sad because he already feels guilt over like the death of his mother and his father, and the children, and
yeah, like he killed all of them now. At this point.
He's killed more Lannisters than any man living, times 2.
I am the greatest Lannister killer of our time.
So I should welcome you into my service because you murdered members of your own family.
Into your service? Your Grace, we have only just met. It's too soon to know if you deserve my service.
Yeah, so that was pretty rough when I was rewatching and realizing that he may be feeling guilt for the deaths of Jaime and Cersei.
Call. I didn't even think about that.
Sucks.
I like that.
You like that? You're twisted, Rachel.
No, I like that thought.
She likes that you made that connection.
Yes. I don't like that he feels guilty. Come on, give me some credit.
No, I'm just messing with you. I'm the playful antagonist when I can be.
It's true.
So,
yes, you are.
So he's like, Tyrion is just running himself through the ringer here. He's like, oblivion is the best I could hope for. I strangled my lover. I shot my own father with a crossbow. I betrayed my queen. And when he says that, is he referring to telling Varys the truth? Is that his betrayal?
So. That's how I took it.
And also, I guess, letting Jaime free. Two betrayals in a very short period of time. And Jon tries to console him. You didn't, but he's like, I did. And I'd do it again now that I've seen what I've seen, which is fucked, like he would have been the one trying to poison Dany, for sure. And he's like, I chose my fate. The people of King's Landing did not, and it's just so fucked up. Like, Dany tells Jon in the next scene. It's very poignant, her line, because Tyrion says, I chose my fate. The people of King's Landing did not. And then in the next scene, Jon's like, you think you know what's good? I think I know what's good. But what about the people who think they all know what's good? And Dany tells him they don't get to choose. And that's exactly what Tyrion says here. The people of King's Landing didn't get to choose their fate. And I think that Jon is, when Dany says that, it just solidifies to him like they need to be able to choose, It probably reminded him of Tyrion pointing this out to him here.
I chose my fate. The people of King's Landing did not.
What about everyone else? All the other people who think they know what's good.
They don't get to choose.
Well, you get a lot of Jon denial, too.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Like Dany was in denial. Jon is in complete denial.
Complete denial.
Totally.
Although Tyrion brings him around and just like he, subconsciously expected him to do, puts him back on the right path, like Theon said, So he's saying that, Jon is like, doesn't even try to deny it. He's like, I can't justify what happened. I won't try. But the war's over now, and clearly Jon doesn't speak High Valyrian.
Did you hear what she was saying to her soldiers?
That she's going to liberate the people at Winterfell, from Winterfell to Dorne, specifically Winterfell.
Did you notice that she was saying that she liberated the people from King's Landing?
Yeah.
Is liberating killing them in her mind?
Like, I guess they were
it that way.
In death, they were released from the bondage of Cersei's tyranny.
A tyrant.
That's what I took it as, is
horrifying.
Like, she's going to basically kill everybody.
Right. I think
to
that
liberate
the line is intentionally blurred. As Tyrion says, she liberated the people of Slaver's Bay, which is true. But then she also liberated, quote unquote, the people of King's Landing, and she'll go on liberating until the people of the world are all free and she rules them all.
Yeah, she thinks she's doing the right thing.
Substituting liberated for kill,
for
murder,
slaughter,
die.
as Tyrion tells her. Yeah, it's so insane.
She was justifying it in her own mind because she's flown off the handle and is fucking delusional. I mean, she had no remorse this episode.
But there would be no end to what she wants.
Right. Yeah.
Even if she had the throne, even if she had everything, it's a means to no end.
Endless conquest. It's like the war on terror or like the war on drugs. It's just not something that can end. It's designed to go on forever and to, basically.
She's bloodthirsty right now. Right. She just wants to continue this war path.
Totally.
And the way that Emilia Clarke played it too was perfect. Like the look in her eyes,
just like
the way
mad
that she
on power,
delivered the lines,
drunk on power.
Yep.
It's difficult for people to see what they can't see, or whatever she said. It's like, what are you talking about?
Right. A future, she's so like wrapped in madness. It's difficult to see a future that hasn't been yet. You can only imagine it. She's like crazed talking to Jon.
John's like, what?
Yeah, we'll get there.
What are you talking about?
I know, sorry.
Oh, it's all good. So, he points out, when you heard her talking to her soldiers, did she sound like someone who's done fighting? And it's like, no, she did not. She sounded straight up like Hitler, or like General Hux. We'll get to that. Sorry, now I'm getting out of myself too. So Jon's like, and you've been by her side, counseling her until today. And Tyrion's like, yep, and until today. And this made me think of that famous interaction between Syrio Forel and Arya back in King's Landing also, when he says to her, what do we say to the god of death?
Not today.
Not today. So in a way, as Dany has slaughtered 1 million innocent people at King's Landing, she's sort of become a goddess of death herself, right? And once that's the case, you got to tell her, not today, bitch. I quit. So I thought that was kind of funny. It just made me think of that. Tyrion's telling the goddess of death, not today, when he throws that pin of the hand down the stairs. So
that's true.
Yeah. So he's like, oh, Varys was right. I was wrong. It was vanity to think I could guide her. I'm like, damn, that's some good self-actualization right there. It was vanity, thinking that you could control or manipulate someone who has dragons, who's like convinced that they're born to rule. It's like the way that it parallels when, his father was her father's hand, and Tywin thought that he could sort of manipulate Aerys in a similar way, to the point where he thought he could influence who his son would marry by trying to pawn him off to Cersei, trying to hook them up. And Aerys was like, nope, like, you're not controlling me, basically. Like, you need to learn your place, and made Jaime part of the Kingsguard to make his point. So there's parallels there with Tywin and Tyrion both feeling like they could have more of an influence than they were capable of on their Targaryen king and queen. Mm-hmm. Funny how history repeats itself,
Funny old life.
I like that.
That's it makes sense.
Just thought of that on the spot too.
You're just thinking about it on the spot today, aren't you?
Apparently.
Hello.
Yeah, I mean, there's, it's the series finale. There's got to be 1 million things that connect with other parts of the series, right? That's like the whole point of this, is to have every payoff, and all of these things are paying off in ways that make sense. And anybody who wants to say otherwise, I will debate you. Basically.
We will do it all day.
Yeah.
He will do it in a duel.
Yeah, I'll challenge you to a duel. File, sir.
A trial by combat.
I choose Tyrion.
I have these swords surrounding me, so consider it carefully if you want a trial by combat.
I would choose Bronn still to this day. Trial by combat.
Oh,
Bronn.
yeah, totally. Yeah, if you have Bronn as an option, it's hard to not pick Bronn. So talking about Tywin, Tyrion brings him up. He's like, he's like, listen, our queen's nature, Dany's nature, is fire and blood. And Jon argues like, well, then, if that's the case, like if our words are stamped on our bodies when we're born, then I would be too, right? But but she's not the Mad King, no more than you're Tywin, your father. And Tyrion's like, my father was an evil man, my sister was an evil woman, but it puts it in perspective. Pile up all the bodies in their wake, all the people they've ever killed, there still won't be a fraction of as many as...
Isn't that a horrible thought to think about?
Yeah.
I love that, though.
As our beautiful queen slaughtered in a single day. Horrifying thought, like you were saying, Rachel. What did you say, Sarah?
I love that, though. It put it into like the perfect amount of perspective.
Yeah, it crystallizes it like perfectly. Yeah.
This is what she did. For any people who are saying,
right,
you know, she didn't go fully mad. I don't know.
Yeah.
We've heard so many things, but
she's not her father. It's like, oh yeah, tally up all the men that the Mad King killed, and I'm sure that what the amount of people that she killed just in that single day dwarfed that as well.
Or that he wanted to kill.
Right? Yeah. He all of his designs, he wasn't capable of killing as many people as Danny killed in a single day, couple hours, you know, on that day, which is crazy. This is when John starts having his denial. Cersei left her no choice. Bullshit, dude. Like, you are trying to just rationalize this. Like, the bells were ringing. They had given up and surrendered. She didn't have to do what she did. Like, that's nonsense.
Not at
all. You can see it all all over his face, too.
Right, he knows it.
Like,
he knows it.
He closes his eyes. I love when Jon Snow closes his eyes. He, like, closes them, like, extra tight.
Yeah, it's so true. He does it so many times too. It's great. And so, you know, Tyrion's like, that's bullshit, dude. The moment the gates fell, the battle was over. You know it. And he's still trying to rationalize it. She saw her friend beheaded. She saw her dragon shot out of the sky. And Tyrion's like, and she's killed 1 million innocent people for payback. They had nothing to do with it, man. You know, and John's like, it's easy to judge when you're standing far from the battlefield. So Tyrion's like, okay, well, you were right in the middle of the battlefield. Would you have done it?
I love that he calls his bluff on this.
Yeah, and John's like taken aback. What? He's like, you've been up there on a dragon's back. You've had that power. Would you have burned the city down? And John's like, I don't know. And Tyrion's like,
I know nothing.
Yeah. And Tyrion scoffs. He's like, yes, you do. You damn well know, you know, and it's true. And Jon knows it's true. And he does know it, you know, and he's like, you won't say it because you don't want to betray her, but you know. And there's a very, very slight nod here by Jon. You can see just an ounce of a nod. He like, his chin just drops ever so slightly, like he's acknowledging to Tyrion, like, you're right, I do know, but he's doing it so slightly that the guards can't tell. You know what I mean? Like Bran, he's got the popo watching him at the stop sign here. So he's got to act kind of carefully.
You won't say because you don't want to betray her. But you know.
Acknowledging that Tyrion's right, that he knows that he would not have done it. And he's like, well, what's it matter what I do anyway, you know? And Tyrion's like, dude, you're Aegon Targaryen. It matters more than anything what you, of all people, do at this moment, you know? And it's so true. Like, you're the rightful king. If anybody can do something, it's you, man. Like, it does matter.
You're pretty much the only one at this point.
Right. Ned.
That can.
Yeah. Ned Stark sacrificed so much to save you. And it's all led to this moment. You know, this is the moment where you have your opportunity to use your blood right to end the horrible oppression that's been inflicted on the Seven Kingdoms by your family repeatedly. And Jon, being a Targaryen, but being raised as a Stark, has the unique capability to see his family from an outside perspective and to see how the Targaryens must be stopped. And in that way, it sort of reminds me of Aegon V, the Egg from the Duncan Egg novellas, who grows up essentially as a squire to a hedge knight, not with all the pomp and circumstance, like the pomp of the royal
Well, he was traveling with Dunk.
Yeah, he was traveling with Dunk for most of his childhood, growing up with the people, like growing up as like a low
tournaments, being a squire.
Yeah, so Jon has a similar type experience, being a bastard, growing up on the lower end of the spectrum, seeing royalty for what they are. He has like an outside perspective in a way that made the Egg sort of unique as well, with his sort of outside perspective. And this is when it starts to get real intense. Tyrion here starts giving a speech about about, he said, like, obviously it matters what you do it, but like he has to explain why it's so important, right? So he goes on a speech here about Danny, and the first 3 stanzas, I'm calling them, of this speech are an amazing homage, which we'll talk about after I read the stanzas. He says, "When she murdered the slavers of Astapor, I'm sure no one but the slavers complained. After all, they were evil men. When she crucified hundreds of Milanese nobles, who could argue? They were evil men. The Dothraki Khals she burned alive, they would have done worse to her." And these 3 statements remind me so much. They made me think of the famous poem written by Martin Niemöller during World War II. I have a passage from Wikipedia to explain who he is and what this poem is, but it's the perfect place for it here, and it was very impactful for me, picking up on this parallel. So from Wikipedia, "First They Came" is the name of the poem. It's the poetic form of a prose post-war confession, first made in German in 1946 by the German Lutheran pastor Martin Niemöller, who was alive from 1892 to 1984, interestingly, 1984. It's about the cowardice of German intellectuals and the certain clergy, including, by his own repeated admissions, Niemöller himself, following the Nazis' rise to power and their subsequent and incremental purging of their chosen targets, group by group by group. Many variations and adaptations in the spirit of the original have been published in the English language. The poem deals with themes of persecution, guilt, repentance, and responsibility, all of the things that Jon is dealing with here in Tyrion. And so there are a few different versions in English that are edited versions that began circulating in the 50s, but the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum quotes the following text as one of the versions of the speech. "First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me." So Tyrion is saying, first she burned the slavers of Astapor, and no one complained. First they came for the socialists, and I didn't speak out. Then she crucified hundreds of Milanese nobles. Who could argue they were evil? Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I wasn't a trade unionist. Then the Dothraki Khals she burned alive, but they would have done worse to her. Then they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a Jew. He just doesn't say the 4th stanza, that they came for him and there was no one left to speak out, because we see that he's in prison and captured at this point. So it's kind
still
of
alive at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of implied, right? So
that's powerful.
Yeah, exactly. So I was blown away watching the script while I'm reading the script while I was watching the episode earlier, and noting this connection to Martin Niemöller and the Nazis and their incremental purging of targets, enemies of their organization. So damn, that was just really powerful, intense.
Well, that whole scene feels like there's so many parallels to so many things in our real life history, which we know George is good good at doing.
Yeah, exactly. This whole episode is full of stuff like that, which is amazing. So he goes on to basically say what everybody had said about the Mad King before her. She says, "Everywhere she goes, evil men die, and we cheer her for it. And she grows more powerful and more sure that she's good and right. She believes her destiny is to build a better world for everyone. If you believed that, if you truly believed it, wouldn't you kill whoever stood between you and paradise?" And at this point, Jon can't even. He needs to sit down. He's legit freaking out, man. Like, you are freaking out, man.
I'm freaking out, man. You are freaking out, man.
You know what I mean?
You are freaking out, Super Troopers.
Yeah. The snozberries taste like snozberries. So Jon is freaking out, and Tyrion has a big confession here, and this is important because, you know, one of the parts of persuasion is to relate to the person who you're trying to convince of something. And so here he relates to Jon by pointing out that he knows that Jon loves Daenerys, you know, and he loves her too, he admits, although not as successfully as you, which was a hilarious line. But,
well put, though. It made sense.
Like, you know, we're both.
I actually laughed out loud when he said that.
I did too.
My first watch through, I was like, oh.
Yeah, my comment is just
Truth.
LOL, laugh out loud.
Hashtag truth.
Yeah. So, and the next line is so heartbreaking for Tyrion because it's also true. He's like, I believed in her with all my heart, you know, and we just know like that he's so sad that he loved this person and believed in her, and he's just been let down in such a monumental and explosive way. It's just unbelievable, right? And he continues on saying, you know, that he was basically blinded by his love for her and he'd missed the red flags, which is something we've all experienced, I'm sure. But he has a beautiful way of saying it where he says, love is more powerful than reason. And he sort of like sniffles a little bit and says, we all know that. Look at my brother. And he starts to talk, but Jon cuts him off with our quote that we love to bring up because it's been one of the most consistent themes throughout the whole series here. Love is the death of duty.
Love is the death of duty.
Yeah. And Tyrion is shocked by this because, you know, he loves a good quote.
Did you just come up with that?
Yeah. Someone, a wise man once said. Wait,
and Jon can't lie, so he's like,
well, Maester Aemon told me that a long time ago.
Actually, my great uncle, Maester Aemon, said it a long time ago.
Great uncle.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I always forget about that.
Crazy, right? So, and then Tyrion, you're just showing how sharp he is. Like he just heard love is the death of duty, and he's so smart and so like just on point here that he's able to turn it around into a profound inversion and truth, an inversion of the saying. And he says, sometimes duty is the death of love. You know, just like, oh my God. Just
is this where Jon closes his eyes?
I don't know.
I think he closes his eyes here and he's just like,
it's like, oh God,
I know what I have to do.
Right. Yeah.
Like,
it's so profound and just so powerful that he was so quickly able to take this saying.
He had to like take it in.
Yeah. And take it in and turn it around and, you know, show that he understands it, but also that he understands how it can work the opposite way as well. Like he reveals this truth as just a piece of a larger truth, which is that love can be the death of duty, but duty can also be the death of love, you know? And it's like the two halves of the puzzle are combined now for the greater truth.
Well, and it was like challenging him. Which are you?
Right.
What version are you?
Right.
Yeah, that's true. He had to contemplate it for a minute. He's like, oh, God damn it, Tyrion.
Right. Yeah.
Now you're making it all sorts of kind of confusing on me.
It's true because duty can be the death of love too. Like when responsibility draws you back in from flights of fancy or whimsy, and you like when you just have to do what you have to do when you just know it, right? Or in this case, when it means the literal death of love, like the one that Jon loves in this case, when duty requires him to kill that person. And Tyrion continues to make it even more relatable to Jon here in a brilliant stroke of manipulation, calling back his Night's Watch vows, saying, "You are the shield that guards the realms of men, and you've always tried to do the right thing. No matter the cost, you've tried to protect people." You know, and he knows it's true because he protected the wildlings and took a knife in the heart for it. You know what I mean? Like, he's paid the ultimate cost just trying to protect people, and now they're all in danger. As Tyrion points out, who is the greatest threat to the people now? And in a continuance of poignancy, it says, it's a terrible thing I'm asking. It's also the right thing. You know,
and Jon knows.
Yeah.
He totally knows
you
here.
Can
He's
see
just,
it
God damn it.
God damn it. Like, he doesn't want to betray Dany. He doesn't want to have to do it. But it's like Jon he's always put in this position. You know, he puts everything on the line and gets killed for it and gets brought back from death, like dragged back into life by Melisandre, when he wanted none of it, like he was over it, he's like, should have left me dead, and then he quits and he wants nothing to do with the Night's Watch or anything, but Sansa drags him back into the fight as he realizes he has to continue trudging forward to retake Winterfell, and then continues to fight after that when he has to fight for life and in the Great War, and it's just like no matter what he does and how he tries to get out, it's like that moment in Godfather 3, they pull me back in, and so he and
he can't fake it. Like he can't fake it till he makes it. He's so honorable and so
honest and
true. He just has to do the right thing, and he won't function unless he does what he knows is right.
Every step you took was always the right step, as Theon told him, and he knows here that the right step is his duty, which is sadly resulting in the death of the potential love that he has on the other hand, and he has to choose duty because he always has to choose duty. That's just who Jon is, He chose duty over love before with Ygritte when he left her and rode back for the Night's Watch and took 3 arrows for it. This is just like a trope in his character that it was inevitable. You know what I mean?
And his character partially is still him being Ned Stark's son. He still follows all those ideals.
Right.
He still follows everything about him, even if it's not the blood that he thought it was. He always goes that route.
Yeah. It's just the right.
Totally.
He tries to do the right thing,
And he does have that Stark blood running through his veins too.
Yeah.
So he has that juxtaposition and that balance, if you will.
Right. Totally. The tempering of the fire with the ice, which is that's how you temper a blade. You heat it up and then you plunge it into the cold to temper the steel. So that's
well put.
It's a combination of the ice and fire, the Targaryen temperament with the Stark influence to temper the temperament,
The temperament.
Yeah, tempering your temperament.
Nice play on words there, Duncan.
So he makes the moral case here and urges Jon to do the right thing, and then he moves on making it personal. Do you think I'm the last man shall execute? Who's more dangerous than the rightful heir to the Iron Throne? And Tyrion's becoming more frantic here as he's trying to convince Jon, and Jon is he's still trying to fight against it. That's her decision. She's the queen, and he stands up and he's going to leave, and he touches him on the shoulder. I think he's like, I'm sorry it came to this, to Tyrion. And he goes to leave and knocks on the door. And this is the scene this is what convinces Jon, I think. And it's the same thing, the same motivation that convinced Ned Stark to do something that he was not comfortable with, something that he wasn't sure was honorable, to save his daughters, in this case, to save his cousins, Jon's cousins, Sansa and Arya. Tyrion says, and your sisters, do you see them bending the knee? And just like Arya had told Jon a couple minutes beforehand, try telling Sansa that, Sansa's not going to accept Dany. And Dany had said in her speech, although Jon and Tyrion didn't understand it, that they're going to liberate the people from Winterfell. So,
liberate.
Yeah. So much.
Air quotes there.
Yeah. Much as Ned was swayed to do something that would go against his honor when he realized that it wasn't just his life on the line, that it was Arya and Sansa who were in danger. I think this is the final piece of convincing that Jon needed here. He realizes that Arya and Sansa are in danger, and he knows that he has to act. So he it stops him in his tracks, and he's not 100% sure. He tells Tyrion, my sisters will be loyal to the throne. And Tyrion's like, you don't believe that, man.
Why do you think Sansa told me about you?
Yeah, because she doesn't want Dany to be queen. And Jon's like, she doesn't get to choose. But Tyrion is like, no, but you do. You are Aegon Targaryen. You know what I mean?
I wrote down that Jon was always going to have to choose between the Starks and the Targaryens.
Oh, it sucks.
I got that feeling from the beginning that he was always going to have to choose between Starks, Targaryens, family, Dany, basically.
It sucks, too, because he tells Theon, you don't have to choose. You're a Greyjoy and a Stark.
I wrote that down, too. I was like, he was going to have to make this choice that didn't make sense, but ultimately, that's what it was. Who was he going
to back? Yeah.
Who was he going to be?
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's intense. So he's like, she doesn't get to choose. No, but you do. And right now the door is opening as the Unsullied is unlocking it. And he puts the last, spur into John's side and says, and you have to choose now. Right now, literally. And it just made me...
The next move you make has to be to go do this.
It's one of these moments in history. I mean, Ned Stark was placed in the same position when Robert died, and he was thrust in this position where he had to make a choice. He had to join forces with Renly, which would give him enough power to make it okay for Littlefinger to actually bring the Gold Cloaks to his side, because he had a good chance to win, and he needed to, put himself on the Iron Throne to make sure that the rightful heir got the throne. And he refused to take action and join with Renly and do what he needed to do. And Ned's inaction is what led to Cersei taking over the throne, basically, and led to all of this chaos. And so in a moment of truth where Jon is put in the same position, he decides to choose differently than Ned did, and to act in it, and to be decisive in a moment where it's required. And he goes directly from Tyrion to Jon to Dany, and makes his move.
He did. I mean, instantly.
Yeah,
instantly.
He had to choose.
He made that decision
now.
right there.
Yeah, like it's just the urgency of that scene and that moment is just like, it can't be overstated. You know what I mean? This is just one of those epic moments in history where a choice could be the difference between everything, and the fate of the realm, and the fate of the innocent people of the Seven Kingdoms.
I think if he would have waited if he would have contemplated his choices, he knew internally that he wasn't going to do it. So he needed to build the courage up right then and there and just go do it. Because if he thought about it at all, I don't think he would have been able to.
Right. And he's even feeling her out in the conversation that they end up having. But we'll get to that in a minute.
I think if he waited, more people could die.
Yeah, exactly.
If he waited too long, who knows who would die next?
Totally.
Who knows who the next victims would be?
It could very easily be Sansa. She could fly straight to Winterfell.
Absolutely. She could just take a dragon up there real fast.
Yeah, just roast it all and come back.
Fry it up.
Knows they don't have
did you see that look that she had with him? She had a really deep look. Like when they're on top of that staircase, they had a look where she was...
Oh, yeah.
We'll
talk about that. There was a whole host of emotions that came across her face when we get there. Yeah, I noticed that too. There was a very deep look. But yeah.
I was going to send that to you earlier, Duncan. I was going to be like, I recorded on my phone and I was like, what does this mean? There's so many things.
Yeah, I have it down. I think I know exactly.
All right, I'm excited for that.
So yeah, I think it's at this moment where he says you have to choose now that Jon realizes he knows what he needs to do, and he's going to take the right steps. And he does, I think he does, although he's not sure about it later on.
I think he does.
Anything else you guys want to add about the terrible, what he's asking, the terrible favor he's asking, terrible task, the terrible thing?
No,
I don't think so.
Not me. I'm good.
Man.
Nice. So I think we're on Princess Sarah's number 2.
Yes.
All right. So my number 2 is Drogon's powerful reaction when Dany died, which I don't think they could have possibly done better.
Oh, right? Epic.
Every detail that they put into his face, from his eyebrows to his eyeballs to even his tongue, everything was so detailed and perfect, and I felt every moment of it like he was a real life human character.
Yeah, totally.
It broke my heart.
And the way
when he stands up, even his chest tightens as he starts screaming. You can see the muscles tense up into his body.
Yeah, and the way that he wrenches his neck as he his head writhes in anguish, as he screeches to the sky.
His fins or whatever burl out and they shake, and everything was just not fins, but
amazing. Yeah, it was amazing.
Was just so intense, and I couldn't have like, I don't know if even a real person could have given that reaction the same way, because it was so beautiful.
Yeah, it was so crazy.
That was when I really cried, was when I saw him.
Yeah, nudging her body.
Pining. Oh,
trying to wake her up, you know, it's like, it's so brutal to watch that.
Like, what the hell just happened here, dude?
Yeah, that was a really, really sad moment. It was interesting too, Rachel. You've talked about how Danny and Drogon seem to have like a mental bond. And the second that she dies, Drogon stirs outside and knows immediately.
Right there.
There's something wrong.
Yeah, so that, I think, definitively tells us that, yes, there was a mental bond between the two. He knows immediately when she dies, right?
Oh, man. That's so sad. That was so sad when he smelled her and, you know, like started nudging her body, and he's like cooing and making these noises. It's like, wake up, wake up.
Yeah, sad music is playing too, just making it even worse to watch.
So sad. It makes
but
me
he
so
made
sad.
sense of it all, like in his own mind. He looked at Jon, he looked at the throne, he looked at everything that was happening.
Saw the knife sticking out of Danny.
Yeah. And I don't think they could have done that better. I
don't think so either.
Yeah,
appreciated
the
it.
more I think about it, the more I like it. I think that Drogon, you know, he knew that Jon was pure in heart. You know, he could smell the Targaryen blood. He can sense that he's pure and has good intentions. And he saw the dagger in Danny, and he saw the throne made of blades. And I feel like he just instinctively knew that it was the throne that was really the death of Danny, you know? Her rise and downfall are both due to motivations derived from that throne and what it symbolizes and how it came to be. And I thought it was really just intense that Drogon recognized that the throne was the danger and what it stood for. And he took out his anger on the throne instead of Jon. Just
God damn,
so
did he
amazing.
ever? What a beautiful...
And the way he looked at it, it was just so... He looked at it with so much hate. Like, how can you get a CGI character to look at it so well? It was just perfect.
I thought he was trying to get... Like, I thought Jon was going to hop on his back for a second there. After,
I thought he was going to burn Jon, and we would find out, like, Jon was unburnt.
Fireproof. Like,
oh, shit.
Yeah.
That would be crazy. Oh,
I like this better, honestly. That throne needed to be...
Yeah, it was so good,
It was
man.
ugly anyways.
It took a dragon to destroy what a dragon made. Full circle, baby.
Truth.
Do you know? Oh my God, it was so good. And then Drogon flies off with Danny's body, maybe to Valyria.
That's where I thought maybe he was going.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah, who knows? But either way, it's sad as fuck, you know. And how about that shot where he reaches his little claw underneath Daenerys and scoops her up, and
so
she's
sad.
lying there limp, and oh my God, dude, that was ultra intense. And the music that's playing as Drogon soars off into the distance and the screen fades to black. There's a beautiful resolution, a major resolution of the music as it all coalesces together on the end on a major chord, a happy note, a major resolution as it fades to black, and that's the last we'll get.
They went in so many directions with the music just in that one little scene.
I know, it was insane.
Like, it was sad to happy to what?
Yeah, and it ends on a happy note. It ended on a happy note. I think that's worth noting.
Did you guys feel okay with how she died? You think,
yeah, I thought it was perfect.
I do too.
I thought it was poetic, and I know that we had kind of last week, Duncan talked about the Valonqar theory, how it didn't play out the way the prophecy, it didn't play out the way we thought it would, but in like kind of a strange way, like his hands were around her neck as they died.
Right.
I kind of feel this way about the Azor Ahai theory because Jon sacrificed his love for Danny in order to bring about the
Peace.
dawn, and I'm using air quote here.
Yeah, peace in the seven
to
kingdoms.
bring about peace in the seven kingdoms.
Right.
And we do get, when he goes north of the wall, I don't know if you guys noticed, there is a sprout of green grass.
Oh yeah, that he steps through.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
So he's like
There's
bringing
one little
the
teeny.
new season.
Oh.
So he's not the Lord of Light, and he's not Azor Ahai, and he doesn't like wield Lightbringer, but he sacrificed something
Yeah.
that he loves
Well,
to
it's
bring
exactly
about
the
peace
same
to
as Azor Ahai. Azor Ahai sacrificed his love, his wife, Nissa Nissa,
yeah.
by stabbing her through the
Yeah.
heart in order
Except
to
didn't
create
she
the...
voluntarily do it though?
Yeah, that's true. But he said, "Bare your breast." You know, like it was his idea. She just did it willingly.
Bare them boobies.
Yeah, and forgive me for this terrible thing I must do.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's pretty damn close.
Yeah, let's look it up. Actually,
I just thought it was really perfectly parallel, but not spot on, and I appreciated that.
I mean, every picture that everyone's been sharing and everything about what, you know, could happen for Azor Ahai, it was Jon stabbing Dany.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mhm.
You got it.
yeah, and it resulted in the end of the her reign of
The
terror.
tyranny.
It broke the wheel, essentially.
Yeah.
It actually broke the wheel because then, you know, the next king was an appointed king. And from here on out in Westeros, when a king dies, a council of lords and ladies will elect a new ruler instead of it being a lineage.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah. So interestingly, it's like the original Azor Ahai ended a reign of darkness and ice, and Jon ended a reign of fire and you know,
blood.
Yeah, fire and blood. There you
Yeah.
go. So I guess it's pretty interesting.
I was just thinking of like this one picture that I saw a bunch of times of, I don't know, it was like fan art.
Oh, the drawing.
Oh, there's the one that I posted on Game of Microphones of Jon stabbing Dany through the heart.
Dany, right?
And it's like a perfect mirror. I was going to bring that up when we actually talk about the death scene, because it's like it's side by side. They're like spot on of each other.
Yeah, I noted that too.
Nissa Nissa, he said to her, for that was her name, bare your breast and know that I love you best of all that is in this world. She did this thing, why I cannot say, and Azor Ahai thrust the smoking sword through her living heart. It is said that her cry of anguish and ecstasy left a crack across the face of the moon, but her blood and her soul and her strength and her courage all went into the steel. So it doesn't say terrible thing, but it says this thing, which is mindful of Tyrion saying, this is a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing I ask you to do. But, you know.
It's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, definitely. Anything else you guys want to add about?
I was going to say, that's the part of paying attention. There's so many things that I don't know, they did pay attention to the fans.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe not the way that the fans thought they would, but.
And I'm glad they didn't do it, because to Duncan's point last episode, or maybe it was even the episode before that, they're all running together for me. There was already an Azor Ahai. Why should there be another one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly.
And I loved that when you said that, Duncan, because it's true. And I thought that this was a very poetic, if the watchers read into it, you know, it's poetic enough and it's close enough and it's mirrored enough that in a weird way, the prophecy was fulfilled. Not verbatim, but
yeah, no, you're right.
What prophecy ever really has been filled verbatim in Westeros, or Planet Toast world and our own world?
Yeah,
exactly.
And the place where I found that quote is a Business Insider article that says that the devastating Game of Thrones finale death of Daenerys was an imperfect fulfillment of the show's biggest prophecy,
fabulous.
the Azor Ahai prophecy. So, yeah, I guess Business Insider realized it before we did.
Business Insider, what up? Me and you, we're on the same page.
Well done.
Yeah. Anything else you guys want to add about this, or should we move on to your numero dos, Lady Rachel?
I'm good. I think that was a great number 2 from Lady Sarah.
Definitely.
Oh, thanks.
Let's see. My number 2 is the small council meeting.
Oh, my God, that's nice. Amazing.
I loved this for so many reasons.
Yeah, that was a great scene.
There's lots of little moments in this episode that reflect back throughout great moments throughout the series. And this to me was the most well done of them all.
Nice.
So that's why I chose it as my number 2.
Perfect.
Right off the bat with the chairs.
Yes.
Exactly.
He sits down and all the chairs are fucked up. So now he's like moving them all around.
It shows you like how he takes his job seriously. You know what I mean? And as much as he said, like, I don't deserve to be king or hand of the king and all this, like, he's the man for the job because he's going to do it right. And the fact that he's changing the, neatening up the chairs and straightening them out, just kind of symbolic to me that he wants to do a good job. You know what I mean?
Well, and
he's like trying to figure out how to sit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was funny too. How he should appear.
And also that he has Braun on it. I know a lot of people are like, oh, why does he have Braun there? Master Coin. It's like, he knows what he's doing. He's doing all right.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people were like, why is Braun there? Braun sucks at Master Coin.
I loved that Braun was there.
I did too.
That was my favorite part of the whole episode is that Braun is the de facto. Braun won the Game of Thrones.
Funny.
I mean, out of everybody, he got the coolest shit of all. He gets High Garden, sickest castle, the most
and
lush
he's
region.
Master of Coin.
Yeah,
like,
Master
why
of Coin,
wouldn't he be
dopest
Master
job.
of Coin?
He's always been a fan of gold. It's perfect.
Exactly. It fits his character perfectly.
Yeah, he went from being nothing to being Master of Coin, Lord Protector of the Reach, Lord
and he
of High
still
Garden.
acts the same. He was still quippy and kind of
power hasn't gone to his head.
Kind of an asshole. I like that.
Yeah, I love it.
So they all enter and he's trying to like figure out how to sit. Like he's kind of nervous.
Yeah.
In a good way. And I instantly noticed that Samwell is in maester robes with a very small maester chain.
Grand Maester Sam.
Like, he's Grand Maester, and I loved that so much. He's reached wizard status, you guys.
Because Pycelle was Grand Maester, right? That's like the boss of all the maesters.
He's the boss of the boss.
Dude.
He's because Ebros was Archmaester.
Yeah, and
Ebros,
obviously
so Grand Maester.
he's in deep with Bran, the Broken, right? They realized Jon's destiny together, like they're like inseparable at this point. So it makes perfect sense that he's like, you're going to be my Grand Maester. I trust you. You're like on point and smart and cool and stuff. Like, I don't know. It's just funny,
Before I forget to mention this, because I'm afraid I'm going to forget, because we just are so detailed with our discussion, is I loved, aside from Bran the Broken being like the fact that he's like crippled, that Bran the Broken is the fact that like they broke the wheel and Bran is the first king in this new like cycle of life.
That's
essentially.
Cool. Because the wheel is broken.
Rachel.
Yeah, so he like Danny was a part of breaking the wheel. Jon kind of was the other part of breaking the wheel,
right. But he's
Bran
the result.
Is Bran the Broken. Yeah. He's the result of that wheel being broken.
Bran the Broken. Bran of the broken wheel. That's cool.
I love that.
Yeah, good
and
call.
It's even more like, the fact that he's in a wheelchair. I just thought Bran the Broken, and he's going to like move this whole life forward in a new and brighter way than before.
Definitely. Like I mentioned before, maybe that's his destiny. Much. That's what maybe his task was that the Three-Eyed Raven was preparing him for.
Yeah, so I that's totally like not a part of my number 2, but I just wanted to say that because it was a note in my head
that I
didn't get to write down, and
that is a great note.
Forget it.
Like that just, oh my God, that made me feel so happy.
Okay,
it makes so much sense.
Yeah, thank you. So we get Sam, good old Sam, all happy, and he plops this giant book down in front of Tyrion, and Tyrion's like, what's this?
None
A
other.
Song of Ice and Fire. And I was like, oh my God. And I was hoping Sam wrote it, but Archmaester Ebros wrote it.
Yeah.
And it's a history of the wars following the death of King Robert.
He helped him with the title a little bit. As
Yes,
we know,
he
the
sure
first one was a
did.
little rough.
I wanted to ask
You're going to write histories, Tarly. You have to do the research. If you want people to read your histories, you need a bit of style. I'm not writing a chronicle of the wars following the death of King Robert I, so it can sit on a shelf unread. What? You don't like the title? What would you call it then?
possibly something a bit more poetic.
We're not poets, Tarly.
So Tyrion's like, well, I hope I didn't get too badly criticized in this book. And Sam's like,
I wouldn't say that.
So what does he say about me? Oh, he's kind? Oh, never would have guessed. Well, wait, what are you talking about?
No, he doesn't quite say
I
that.
I don't believe that you're mentioned.
Think about that. A Song of Ice and Fire without the fan favorite, Tyrion. That's just hilarious.
I wouldn't read it.
Yeah.
Right? Totally.
I wouldn't read it. So he's like, oh, and Bronn's kind of laughing, and they're all kind of like, awkward.
Oh, yeah.
So then we get Bran entering, and everyone, instead of saying it all at once, they're like, Your Grace, Your Grace, Your Grace.
Oh, true.
Your Grace.
Oh, it's worth mentioning also that when Tyrion is all butthurt that he was not mentioned in A Song of Ice and Fire, Bronn is loving Tyrion's like frustration about not being mentioned and not being the center of
totally
attention.
laughing.
Bronn's laughing his balls off. It's so good. So funny,
He's
man.
totally laughing at it. And so Bran, in typical Robo Bran fashion, we appear to be missing a master of whispers and laws and war. And Tyrion's like, well, yeah. You know, we're going to have some prospects here in the next couple of weeks. And again, we're left with kind of an untied ending there. Like, who is going to fill those roles?
And I'm just thinking, man, you're lucky to even have this room. Yeah, you're missing a couple positions that haven't been hired yet, but how is this room still even intact that you're sitting in?
I know, right?
Oh my God. I wonder if they'll try to like repair the castle or like rebuild it or what.
I'm sure they will over time, but it's going to take decades to rebuild King's Landing.
Oh, yeah.
And so then we again get another little like loose ending here. And what about Drogon? You know, well, he was spotted flying east.
The farther away, the better.
I thought when they said east that he was going to Valyria.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't see where else.
Where else would he go?
The mountains where he had those roasted goats where the Dothraki found Dany.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? Valyria is my bet.
Yeah, I think so. Because we saw him flying over Valyria with Tyrion and Jorah.
Yep, exactly.
And Bran, he's going to try to warg into him, I think.
Oh, yeah. Or at least try to locate him. And I was wondering...
I thought maybe he was going to try to warg into him because that way they can control him.
That's what I thought.
So he's not like a threat.
That would certainly be an ultimate goal, I would say.
That's what What did you think, Sarah?
I feel like the way he said it was like, maybe we can find him. Like he'd be able to warg into him, or I don't know.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
Just the way he delivered that line, I was like, okay, he's gonna find him. He's gonna be able to
totally
take care of him.
I was wondering, in the books they talk, I mentioned this on the live show last night too, but in the books they talk about how like when you try to warg into something for the first time, it'll fight back. And Hodor was fighting Bran when he tried to warg into Hodor, and eventually Hodor gave up and was like, oh, like, you know, like his consciousness was like curled up in a ball, like just letting Bran do his thing basically. But so I was wondering, how difficult would it be to warg into a dragon, you know, like maybe extremely difficult. Like there's Varamir Sixskins, I think in the books, is talking about how every time he wargs into this cave bear, this ice bear, the bear hates it and like rages against him. And you could just tell that like if he lost control, the bear would rip him to shreds. So
oh, shit.
Yeah, who knows like how crazy it would be trying to warg into a dragon.
So then he says, you know, well, I'll find him. You need to just carry on. And we get Sir Podrick.
Sir Podrick is golden
Sir
armor.
Podrick has been knighted.
Yeah, and it looks like he's part of the Kingsguard as well.
I think he is.
So here's my question.
I think Brienne is too.
Yeah. So why is Brienne the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard for Bran and not the Lord Commander of Sansa's Queensguard?
Good question. That's a very good question.
Because she was sworn to protect the Stark girls.
That's a good question,
That's
Duncan.
a good question.
So yeah, like what happens now if Bran the Broken decides to wage war against Sansa Stark? Who does she fight for?
Fuck.
We've got some splaining to do, Bran.
Maybe, I mean, this is total speculation, obviously, but maybe Sansa gave her permission to stay with Bran because Bran may need Brienne more.
Makes
than
perfect
Sansa.
sense. And that's the type of stuff we have to sort of imagine on our own to flesh out some of these decisions that were made.
And that's what I love, that they gave us kind of these open-ended, like, avenues to do that.
Yeah.
You know, it could have just been a continuity error, but I feel like maybe she gave Brienne permission to stay to help her, you know, crippled brother, and just the more badassery around Bran, the better, just because he's a little bit more vulnerable.
Right.
And Sansa has the Northmen and the Vale, you know, well, I guess not the Vale anymore because the Vale is a part of the Six Kingdoms.
Right.
But she has, you know, the Northmen to back her, and they support her for now.
Well, that's Sansa believing that the best person to take care of Bran would be Brienne.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That would be the number one person that she could probably think of.
Definitely.
Like, you can have him.
Yeah. Makes sense to me.
So Tyrion's like, we serve at your pleasure, King Bran the Broken, ruler of the Six Kingdoms and protector of the realm.
Long may he reign.
Long may he reign.
Long may he reign.
Long may he reign. And I think they're all supposed to say it together. And Tyrion's like, that's going to improve.
I'm sure it
and
will.
And Bran kind of smiles here. He's like, I'm sure it will.
We got a couple smiles from Robo Bran this episode. That was kind of surprising.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah. This is when he, you know, brings up Sir Bronn of the Blackwater, Lord of the Highgarden, Lord Paramount of the Reach, and Master of Coin. Would you say the crown's debt to you has been paid?
It has.
Yeah, he won the Game of Thrones IMO.
Now it's time to start incurring a new
Dude,
set.
he played it so hardcore. It's not even
He
funny.
totally did.
He's OG. He's the surviving series OG, I would say.
He totally is.
So funny too. He replies, "In full, my lord hand." He's so like courteous and like
yep,
proper about it. Yeah. Good. Time to start incurring a new one.
We have hungry people. Can we expect some assistance in this regard?
Indeed, we can.
Great. Fabulous. And then we find out that Davos is the master of ships.
Yeah, that's cool.
And that they need to rebuild the armada and repair the ports. And Davos kind of starts elbowing the master of coin here. He's like, well, if this master of coin and his lord of lofty titles provides the, you know, the coin, we can get this done.
Davos was like, there's only room for one up-jumped lowborn in this small council. You know?
Totally.
Hilarious. The Master of Coin looks forward to helping the Master of Ships, but first he has to ensure that we're not wasting coin, or there won't be no more coin.
Anymore.
Yes. Love the Stannis reference, you know?
And now he's the master of grammar.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is really where I feel like they're starting to feel back to a new normal.
Yeah,
and I know
business
normal
as usual.
Yeah, it's not the best word to use because I'm sure they don't feel normal, but they're starting to get back into like a natural groove.
Yeah, this will be the new normal. You know, it's not normal yet, but it will be, you know? This is also where we learn that Sam is a Grand Maester.
Oh, yes.
I was like, holy fuck, dude.
I love it. And he only has a couple links on his chain, I just noticed.
Even though he's Grand Maester. It's hilarious.
It was kind of cute.
I bet the Maesters were pissed about that, dude.
Fuck those guys.
You know?
They didn't listen to him when
They weren't listening in the
Sam
first
needed
place.
him the most.
Yeah, I bet Ebros is not too mad about it, though. He probably is like, well, Sam was right the whole time, and because of him, the Seven Kingdoms are still intact, basically, you know? So.
Right? Totally. So, they just kind of get down to business here, and I think that's what I like so much about it is, you know, they're talking about the sewers and the clean water.
I love that. Tyrion's really smart. That's quite an astute observation to make, that, you know, healthiness of a population is relative to the water supply. It wasn't until the Great Stink of 1858 that the sewers, modern sewers, needed to be invented, and it was recognized that there was a connection between, you know, drinking water and being contaminated with like feces and stuff like that. You know, do you guys know about the Great Stink of 1858?
You've talked about this before. Wasn't it like Europe that their sewers all like got all backed up and shit, and there was like shit all over the place?
Yeah, they didn't have sewers. So in the summer of 1858, it was just such a hot, brutal summer. People were tossing their bedpans out the windows and stuff like that. And the city of London, I think it was, just stunk so bad that somebody was like, we need to, you know, and like people are getting sick and everything. And like, they're like, we need to figure something out here, you know? Sidetrack.
Oh that's so gross.
Sorry. Tangent. It's just, you know, if I have an opportunity to talk about the Great Stink of 1858, how can I refuse?
Oh yeah, they'll take it. There you go.
Definitely.
Okay, you got it out of your system.
So to speak.
My septic system.
The sewer system.
There you go.
So Bronn makes note, though, well, if we're going to talk about building anything, the brothel's all burnt down. What the fuck?
Master of Coin is willing to fund reconstruction.
Oh my God. And Sam's like, well, Archmaester isn't too enthusiastic about the salutary effects of the brothels.
It's probably because he isn't using them right.
It's just great, like, back and forth. Like, they are, starting the process of healing a little bit here.
Totally. They are. And you can tell from just a couple lines later, which we'll get to in a couple of lines.
Yeah.
So do you guys feel okay with who was on the council? I know that's another thing. I'm almost half speaking for the somewhat fans. A lot of people didn't like who was on the council, things like that.
Who else is left that could be on the council?
Exactly.
I mean, if you're going to complain about who's on the council, I would like to know who you think.
What's your plan?
Would be better on the council.
You know, what's your plan?
Yeah, who are you bringing back from the dead?
I'm personally fine. How about you, Duncan?
I think it's pretty good. I mean, the only real concern I would have it'd be Bronn, just because who knows what he'll be doing as Master of Coin, how much he'll be embezzling for himself. But he's so rich at this point, and he does seem to have a heart, you know. It's to some extent, you know. So I think that he'll try to do a good job. You know, I feel like working with Tyrion.
He's been paid.
Yeah,
he got his castle.
He's got all the money he needs. So I feel like, you know, with working with Tyrion and like having this position of power, he's gonna do the best he can and make the most of the opportunity that he's been given. I think that he's ready for a new life. You know, his fighting days are done, as he said. Although he's still got a few killing days left, right? But he's got some coin counting days, plenty of coin counting days left.
I don't think anyone knows him better than Tyrion. Like, I think they've been through most every adventure that they can go through together, and Tyrion would not put him on that council or back him on that council unless he knew, for one, that he would be okay, two, that he wouldn't be able to watch over him.
Right. He needs people that he can trust as his masters, you know, like, so as Dany's hand.
But Tyrion knows when he's being a dick. He knows what's going on.
Right. And they actually had like a good relationship, you know what I mean? As opposed to like Bronn and his other pairings. For sure.
Exactly.
But yeah, like sorry, go ahead.
I
Rachel.
agree. I think it's a good council, and if people are complaining about it on the internet, I would like to know who they think should be there instead.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a simple question. I'm not like,
put it in the comments down there.
If you're gonna say that they're not good, then I would expect for you to have an answer of who you think should be on the council. I personally think it's great. I think Brienne is a great
she showed that she had some strategic,
leader of the Kingsguard.
You know, like sort of a strategic mind when she was talking with Jaime about their strategy and like the terrain that they had at Winterfell and everything like that. So, I mean,
and she's loyal and she's a fighter and she'll do her duty. And Bronn likes money, so he's going to be good with it.
The Brienne thing. I mean, I could spoil it now, the revelation of why it's so appropriate that she's Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, or I could wait till we get to that scene. What do you want? You want me to tell you now or tell you in a little bit?
I think we're going to be there very soon.
Okay, so I'll wait.
Yeah. Hold off.
Cool.
Are you talking about when she writes in the book?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it there, because that's an important scene.
I have like the whole thing printed out right here.
Nice.
Oh. And so, and then
it was
Davos
like so special.
naturally should be the master of ships.
Naturally.
Duh.
Perfect sense.
And then Sam, he's like the best maester there is. I mean, he cured Jorah and
he figured out the whole
the dragon glass thing. Like the kingdoms are in his debt. The
dragon glass thing. He figured out Jon's lineage. I mean,
yeah. He's like Septon Barth, kind of. You know what I mean? Like, except a maester version. Septon Barth was Jaehaerys the Conciliator's hand, but he was this dude, a Septon, who's just like a book smart guy who knew everything. And he's in the books. Pay attention for Septon Barth. I've said it before because what he says is usually canon. You know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And then we finally get the last line of the scene is, I once brought a jackass and honeycomb into a brothel.
Yeah, they're talking about what's more important, brothels or ships, you know, and they're kind of arguing about it. And Bran's like, I think we can all agree that ships take precedence over brothels. And Bronn's like, I think that's a very presumptuous statement. And Tyrion has to like add in his joke, and this is how you know it's like business as usual. They're getting back to like joking around, and you know it's true when Tyrion, he brings this joke out when he feels comfortable with the people around him. You know what I mean? And
is it the third time that we've heard this joke?
I believe so. And aside from us getting cut off, there's nothing to indicate that this got cut off in the actual, you know, telling of the joke. I bet he got to actually finish the joke this time. We just didn't get to hear it. Those bastards.
I know. I love that we've never heard the ending to that.
You guys heard the ending though on that dude posted, right? That he created.
Yes.
So good. We should read it.
So funny.
Damn.
I don't think I heard that.
Oh, hold on. Give me a second to look it up. It's on our Facebook page because it's just so funny, man.
You have to read it in Tyrion's accent though.
All right. Okay, so we got a great effort to complete Tyrion's infamous joke by EM_Hayes on Reddit, I believe. And thank you to Sir Patrick of Hindsight for sharing it with us. I once walked into a brothel with a honeycomb and a jackass. The madam asked, "What can we do for you?" "I need a woman to lay with, for mine has left me." The madam says, "Whatever for? And what's with the honeycomb and the mule?" So I say, "My woman found a genie in a bottle, and he granted her 3 wishes. The first was for a house fit for a queen, so he gave her this damn honeycomb. The second wish was that she have the nicest ass in all the land, so he gave her this damn donkey." "And what about the third wish?" the madam asked. "Well, she asked the genie to make my cock hang down past my knee." So the madam asks, "Well, that's not so bad, eh?" "Not so bad. I used to be 6'3".
Oh my God, that's
pretty good,
right?
Wow.
Really good, really good. House fit
Really
for a
good.
queen. You know, the honeycomb. It's just like something that somebody would ask
makes
for
sense
3
for
wishes.
Tyrion.
Yeah, all of these things fit so perfectly. So I guess what's the gist of the punchline is that instead of making his dick longer, she just made his body shorter.
Shorter.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, that's so sad. But it's a great way to you know, come up with an answer for that joke that connects everything together. I was just like blown away that somebody was clever enough to do that. It's something that we've speculated about for a long time. Like, is there an answer? Was there ever an answer? Is there an answer that could ever make sense to this weird beginning of a riddle.
Jackass and a honeycomb.
Yeah, I once brought a jackass and a honeycomb into a brothel. It's so random, you know? So I love it, yeah.
I love
Used
that
to be
it's so
6'3".
random.
Totally. All right. Anything else you guys want to add about that, or where are we?
I think we're on year number 2.
Okay, my number 2 is John killing Danny.
Oh, this is my number 1.
All right, let's collaborate. So, as we talked about, John went to visit Tyrion, and he leaves Tyrion, and immediately, it seems, approaches the castle. And as he starts to walk up, there's these heaping mounds of ash and rubble. But one of them starts to move and to stir. And lo and behold, Drogon is lurking underneath the ash. And
isn't that crazy?
That was so amazing.
Yes, maybe.
I was like, oh my God. I thought it was just like debris crumbling.
Yeah, maybe the most badass shot in the entire series. Drogon emerging out from there.
No, I disagree. I think the most badass shot was when the dragon wings came up behind Danny.
Yes.
Metal album cover.
I'm so with you on that.
Oh my God, I had goosebumps. It was, ooh.
Yeah, that was gnarly.
I reached over and grabbed my husband's arm. I was like, oh my God.
It's like the contrast between like the white wings of an angel and the black wings of the angel of death. You know what I mean?
And they were flapping, like so powerful. Like,
and then
so cool.
Drogon like launches just like vertically above her, like it's leaving her body.
Oh man, yeah, that was nuts. Totally cool way to look at
like
that.
The devil is like leaving her body.
But he didn't.
Not particularly.
So Drogon emerges from underneath the ash. Perfect place for a dragon to hide under the ash from the destruction it had created. You know what I mean? So awesome.
And that just shows how much ash is in the air.
Yeah, just crazy amounts of ash. And so Drogon like lurches over and goes face to face with Jon, extending his neck down towards him. And apparently Jon passes the sniff test because he moves aside and curls up again, letting Jon pass.
It's like, what's up, bro?
It's like, oh, it's you. You're cool.
He's tired from burning the shit out of a million people.
Yeah, apparently.
So he's going to keep taking his nap.
His ash nap. So we get Danny, who's walking through the throne room, approaching the throne. Yeah, I thought that was really cool how she had the vision in the House of the Undying all those seasons ago where she walks up to the throne and the ash is falling from the sky and the room is destroyed and she's just about to touch it, but something prevents her from sitting on the throne, and she instead walks out through the door and finds the tent and Khal Drogo and her child are there waiting for her. And it's a beautiful parallel to what actually happened. People are saying that they think that it would be nice if that's what really did happen. You know, as she goes up to touch the throne, and before she sits, she's distracted by Jon, who ends up killing her. And in a way, the vision from the House of the Undying is true, that she gets to the throne, but then she, instead of sitting, ends up being reunited with her one true love, her real true love, Drogo.
I played those scenes from season 2 and the new one side by side, and it almost mirrors completely. It follows the same shots from behind her, looking at the throne.
So
it's almost
awesome.
Perfectly mirrored. I encourage the fans to watch it because in the first one, there's no music. In the second one, it has the music that's very eerie. So if you watch it together.
Yeah, I'll put them both on the screen side by side.
Yeah, you'll see, Duncan. It's like almost perfect.
I can't
wait. It goes
wait.
around her head, and then it looks at the throne. It's like the same thing. It was really
So
cool.
sick.
And you had mentioned it in the live show. That's the only reason I even looked at it.
Yeah, someone from our chat mentioned it, I think, and blew my mind. I was like, oh my God.
Oh, I thought it was you that mentioned it.
No, someone else. I'm definitely not taking credit for it.
Oh yeah, go look back and see who mentioned it because it was like a perfect parallel for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward.
And it literally goes around her head, looks at the throne, and then goes back around. I mean, almost
cuts
shot
down
for
to
shot.
by her that shot looking from the side of her hand as she's about to touch it too, like same shot.
Yeah. Yep, same exact shot. It's almost like perfect.
And we get this shot from behind the throne as she steps up the steps, and she's looking a bit crazed in her eyes. Like I was like, "Oh man,
a bit."
Yeah,
she's fucking lost it.
Yeah.
She's gone.
She's all bugged out and everything, and crazy amounts of tension.
She smoked way too much crack that morning.
Way too much, yeah.
Too much ash.
Too much ash.
Too
Yeah.
much ash.
So she like reaches out to touch the throne, and we get a shot mirroring the shot of her reaching out to touch it in her vision, close up of one of the handles of the throne of one of the swords on like the arm of it or something, and she reaches out, and the music is so intense. It's like a woman singing the theme song, like
I know,
slowly,
so echoey and hollow
super
sounding.
eerie. It reminded me of the introduction of like the intro music for the video game Lords of the Fallen, which actually uses the same chord progression as the Game of Thrones theme song. I've actually put them side by side on another occasion, just to hear them synced up to each other, and they perfectly line up. It's pretty crazy, yeah. So the way the orchestration of this scene reminded me of Lords of the Fallen theme song. So maybe I'll put those two together and see if I can get them to line up. Although this is much slower.
I also noted that in the vision at the House of the Undying, the throne room actually like looked a little bit different. It was more intact.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Like
in this scene,
because that's one of the things I was saying at the in our episode for last week. I was like, it looks like she fucked up the throne room way worse than it was in the vision. And I guess I was right.
You were, but it didn't get disintegrated.
Not completely.
It still exists.
Yep. So crazy tension as she reaches out to touch the throne, and she does, and she touches it, and right after she touches it, we get this swell of bass like a cello. Swelling and an orchestral swell, rounding it all out, and it cuts to this side shot of her touching the throne and looking at the throne as ash rains down around her. And I was like, damn, if this is not Queen of the Ashes personified, like, I don't know what is, you know what I mean? The image of her with the throne, like, enthralled with it, and the ash just dumping all around her is just super creepy. And she smiles, and she turns as John appears in the doorway across the hall.
Oh, that was so eerie.
So eerie. The whole time that she was sitting there, like, at the throne, the gape of the doorway was in the background. And I was just looking at that, just waiting for John to come through it. I was like, any second he's going to come through that door. The darkness of that.
I can't believe they left her alone. Like, she has no guards around her at all.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, they're in the Red Keep at this moment. So obviously the Unsullied have been through it here and secured it entirely.
That's true.
So this
That's
area,
supposed to be the safest place.
Yeah, this area is secure, and she's got Drogon outside the entrance. Anybody other than John would never have been able to get to her, which is why it's so important that he's a Targaryen. The fact that Ned saved him is the only thing that enabled Dany to be stopped here. The fact that he's a Targaryen. Yeah, his blood is what enabled him to prevent his blood from continuing its reign of fire and blood.
I found it really interesting, too, that she is ascending the throne all by herself, though. Like, she doesn't have her people around her as she goes to touch the throne for the first time.
It's interesting.
Unlike Cersei, that it was like all the people had gathered. I mean, I know there's not very many people left in King's Landing, but
also, how long had it taken her to get from Drogon to the throne? Was she just like looking at every piece of art on the way there or something? Because Drogon was like buried completely in ash by the time John got there. He had been sitting there for a while. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's pretty funny.
I think she was probably wandering around.
Yeah. So maybe just trying to find the throne room. She has no idea where it is. So she talks to John, and she's just so like geeked out on the power that she doesn't even perceive the dark tone of this encounter. She's in another world, like totally oblivious to everything around her. When I was a girl, my brother told me it was made with 1,000 swords from Aegon's fallen enemies. And she's just like completely delusional, like in her own little world.
She has almost like a smile on her face.
Total smile. She's just elated in ecstasy with the power that she's managed to achieve here. It's insane, and what do 1,000 swords look like in the mind of a little girl who can't even count to 20? I imagined a mountain of swords too high to climb. So many fallen enemies. You could only see the soles of Aegon's feet. So creepy. And Jon is just like not having any of this. He is here for a reason. And before he fulfills his duty, he's just going to confirm that she's a force truly evil.
She's truly gone dark side.
Yeah. So he gets straight down to business, and he's like, I saw them executing Lannister prisoners in the street. They said they were acting on your orders. And she's like, it was necessary. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Necessary?
Have you even been down there? Have you seen the little children that you've burned?
The babies burned up?
Children. Little children burned. And he like really yells.
They said they were acting on your orders.
It was necessary.
Necessary? Have you been down there? Have you seen children, little children burned?
Burned. Like if you go back and listen to it, he yells it.
Oh, totally.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And I was like, wow, like he is about to lose his shit here. And she's like trying to rationalize it. I tried to make peace. She used their innocence as a weapon against me, thought it would cripple me. And Jon like brings up Tyrion. And she's like, he conspired behind my back with enemies. How have you treated people who've done the same to you, even when it broke your heart? Oh, foreshadowing like how he's about to have to do that same thing with you.
I noted that too.
Yep.
But also, like, it's true, like, you know, Janis Slint and these people conspired behind his back and everything. And he like executed Janis Slint on the spot, you know what I mean? And like executed Ollie and everything like that. Even though he loved Ollie, you know, it's not the only time I'm going to bring up Ollie in this episode, interestingly. So, he urges her to forgive Tyrion, but she's just not having any of it. And this is when Jon, like, everything is going wrong here. You know what I mean? She's saying all the wrong things. She looks like a maniac, completely ignoring the gravity of what she's just done, killing 1 million people and all of this. And she's just reveling in her power. And things are not going the way Jon wanted them to, which is that she would convince him that she doesn't deserve to die, you know? He went to Tyrion knowing that Tyrion would push him to do the right thing, and he goes to Dany hoping that she can make him see that it's not the right thing, but she's unable to do that, you know? And he starts begging, like, you can forgive all of them, you know? Make them see they've made a mistake. Make them understand. Please, Dany, you know, he's like freaking out here.
She's like, we can't hide behind small mercies. He's like, oh my God, I'm going to have to kill this bitch.
Yeah, like, what is wrong with you?
She's like literally saying the world that she needs. And the world that she needs sounds crazy.
Yeah, the world we need.
Like the world that we need.
Yeah.
What it's built on is something that she created, but it's not real. It's
all fabricated in her mind, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she says that, like, to build what they need, we can't have it being built by men who are loyal to what we already have. You know, that's to defeat the purpose. And
so she's going to kill everybody.
Basically, yeah. And Jon's like, the world we need is a world of mercy. It has to be, you know, and she says, she tries to comfort him, it will be. It's not easy to see something that's never been before, you know, and she sounds like a lunatic, like a good world, you know, and he's like, how do you know what that is? How do you know it will be good? And she's like, because I know what is good, you know, and it's like, oh, so creepy.
And this is echoing what Tyrion said, is like, how can she think that what she does is not good when all we've ever done is like kind of feed that aspect of her and praise her for when she does this behavior.
Yeah, and this is also another crazy moment because she's like, because I know it's good, and so do you. She tells Jon. She obviously
I'm
doesn't.
not on the same page as you are, girlfriend.
Yeah, but her telling him here that he knows what is good is essentially her telling him, like convincing him that he's going to need to kill her, you know?
Oh, yes.
Which is just like the scene with Samwell telling Ollie that he knows what's good and what's right, even if other people can't see it, which is what had the effect of emboldening Ollie to kill Jon. So Dany is Sam here and Jon is Ollie, hilariously.
Oh, my God.
You know, in a total parallel to the other scene where Danny is basically convincing John to do this terrible thing, and he's like, I don't know what's good, and because in his mind what he's thinking is what's good is like having to kill her, and he's like fighting it, and she's like, you do know, you've always known, and he's like, fuck, I'm gonna have to kill you. And this is when he brings up this is the last straw, basically. What about everyone else? All the other people who think they know what's good. And this is when Danny says they don't get to choose. Just like Tyrion said, the people of King's Landing didn't get to choose their fate. Super creepy as she's like smiling as she tells John they don't get choices.
Like we get to choose their fate.
Yeah, she's like a total control freak here. And
be with me.
Yeah, freedom is the freedom to choose for yourself. You know what I mean? And that's like the goal should be giving people power and autonomy and freedom. And be with me, she says, build the new world with me. This is our reason. It's like Darth Vader.
Come with me, and we can rule the galaxy as father and son.
Except we can rule the 7 kingdoms as aunt and nephew.
And lovers.
Yeah. This is our reason. It has been since the beginning, since you were a little boy with a bastard's name and I was a little girl who couldn't count to 20. We do it together. We break the wheel together. It's true. And it's true. This is what they've both been geared for. She breaks she eliminates Cersei and that whole thing, and he finishes the job by eliminating her. And that has been their destiny since they were both little. Ned saved Jon so he could do this at this moment. She came back so she could get rid of the Mad Queen that was already there, and Jon has to get rid of her because she's even worse. So they are tied together in
fulfilling the destiny too.
Yeah, from yeah, fulfilling, 2 halves of the destiny to bring the new dawn, like you mentioned earlier. And now that the night has been defeated, now the fire is being defeated as well. And
you are my queen.
Yeah, he's like, for a brief moment there when he says, you are my queen now and always, I thought for a split second.
For half a second.
That
I was like,
love
no!
overpowered duty, and that it would have been the ultimate tragedy if he had given in to her at this moment instead of following through with what needed to be done, right? The death of duty to love. And
this really reminded me though, like when he actually starts kissing her and stabs her, it really reminded me of when Ramsay hugs Roose Bolton.
Yeah.
For half a second. Just said the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mentioned that on the live show. He totally, like, she gets Roose Boltoned.
Oh, how funny. Yeah, it's like for like half a second, you don't know who got stabbed.
If you watch it back again, it's more clear upon second watch.
The second time
you can see his. Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, Rachel. The first time I watched it, I was like, "What? Just who did what? How?" When you watch it the second time, it was like, oh, okay.
It was definitely more clear the second time, but in the first watch, I was like,
what's amazing about the first time watch is that feeling of. Who just killed who?
Just like with Roose and Ramsay. So awesome.
Yeah, like what just happened?
Yeah, well, I noticed second watch, his body opens up and faces like away from her as he's kissing her, and you can see his right shoulder cocked back as he reaches back and unsheathes his blade. And then he thrusts forward, and you can see his turns face towards her again and jams her with the thing. And it's so sad because like. And I think he really does love her, and he kisses her, and he means it in this moment. Like,
yeah,
he's like, "I love you. You'll always be my queen, like forever." But like, I have to do this. It's fucked, but it has to be done. And he kisses her and means it, and stabs her. And there's this crazy moment where like she reacts, and their kiss breaks, and she looks down, and at the moment where she looks down, where you realize that she's the one who's been stabbed.
Yeah.
And then she looks back up at him, and he kind of winces like you made me do this, you know what I mean? Like, and her eyebrows raise in response, like, oh my God, like you actually did that. And just like the nuances of this tandem performance.
I'm getting goosebumps.
Yeah, like,
I know.
oh my God.
I think I just did like everything that you just said with my face.
Yeah, it's so intense. Like, it was just a brilliant shared performance by these two actors here. Just really, really well done. The back and forth. He's like, the winds on his face and her reaction, like, you didn't have to, you know, and the second that her eyebrows raise in like a moment of realization and her face just like instantly goes blank. And so then it close-ups to her face as we start to see like Joffrey, blood spilling out of her nose and her mouth and sliding down the side of her face. And her face goes blank as she dies. And it seems like she was like struggling with a series of emotions at the end there. Anger and sadness and the realization of just what was happening. And it was crazy, like the expression on her face as she was dying. But then it cuts to an epic side shot of John holding her limp body, just like in that piece of art. Where the stabbing Longclaw vertically down through her chest. But in this image, it's not Longclaw, it's his dagger. And it also mirrors the shot of him cradling Ygritte's dead body, like perfectly.
Oh, yeah.
Except this time it was John's choice. John was Ollie in this circumstance again, you know? John is Ollie as Samwell or Danny's convincing him to do what he knows is right. And then John is Ollie as Ollie killed Ygritte. Now John is killing Danny. It was like just so brutal, man. So insane.
So I have one little thing that when I watched it through the second time that I wish they would have just done slightly differently. And it's so horrible that I'm saying this, but I wish her death was like, she was like a little bit more violent with her death in a way. Cause like when we look at all the deaths on Game of Thrones, like when people get stabbed in the gut, like a killing blow to the gut, there's a little bit more blood that comes out of the mouth.
Oh, right. Yeah, they took it pretty easy with...
I mean, it's just like this beautiful little dribble of blood. Like,
yeah, two perfect streaks.
It was too perfect for me, and it was beautiful. And don't get me wrong, I loved it. It was poetic. It was beautiful. It was done the way they felt that it needed to be done. But I felt like she should have like coughed up some blood and have like...
Sure, she was trying to fight it a little.
Yeah.
Like she
I
just
was
gave
more
in.
Wishing that she had a last word or something.
Yeah.
Like I really hope that she
that would
had
have been crazy.
One thing to say, or that was the only thing. The only thing about it that upset me was that she didn't say anything.
Oh.
She was just totally shocked.
She's like, I forgive you.
Kind of like Jorah couldn't say anything to her in his last dying moments.
Yeah.
But I just wish it was just a little bit more like realistic to the show when people get stabbed in the gut. Like,
yeah, shit flies out.
I think that he stabbed upwards from her solar plexus into her heart. And I think what he did was basically sever her aorta like instantly, which results in like,
she bled out.
Yeah, like near immediate death. That's what Dexter does, is he severs the aorta of his victims for the killing stroke, which is like near instant death. What?
I totally brought this up. Like, it's so funny that we're talking about, like, I wish she would have died more violently. It's so like awful for me to say.
Very Cersei of you.
I know. God damn. I don't want to be like Cersei. It was just one of those like.
Sure. I wish something they could have done a little differently.
I was like, I wish it was just a little bit more
visceral.
Dirty.
No, I totally get that.
Sure.
Like, I just wish he had another word. I wish, it just seems like it should have been more impactful. Like, just.
I thought it was perfect. I mean, I loved it the way it was.
That's my only thing
great.
that I kind of said too.
Sure.
I'm not upset about it, but the only thing I would have said was it was so freaking fast.
Yeah,
just so fast.
I know, and that's the other cool thing about it, is that he knew he needed to act, and he needed to act now. And every second that he delays, Grey Worm could be walking up behind him, or something could be happening. Like, he acted fast, you know?
Mm-hmm.
The second that she said that they would not have a choice, which is exactly what Tyrion said. They didn't get to choose their fate. You know, like
You're totally right.
That was what let Jon know Tyrion is right, and he had to do it. And
it has to happen now, or never.
Yeah, tonight's the night, and it has to happen.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's just my one it's a teeny tiny little like, ew, I just wish it was a little bit.
Sure. Oh man. It's so crazy though. He's holding her there and crying, and he's obviously so sad about this. Like, he loves her and doesn't want to have to do this, but he's forced to do it just because, like,
he couldn't believe it happened. I don't think he could believe he even did it.
Yeah, I agree.
The look on his face just looked like, oh my God, this just happened.
Yeah, and he's crying as the Jon and Dany theme plays sadly. And after a couple seconds, you hear Drogon stirring from outside, which reminds me.
And you see him, too.
He flies past. It's like he knows something's wrong, and he's just trying to locate exactly where it is, right? So it's crazy too, because Jon knows that Drogon is coming, but still he doesn't leave Dany's body. He holds on to her. I think he was
planning to die by Drogon.
Oh yeah,
die with Dany. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it seemed like it, you know, like in a sort of Jaime-esque way. He was ready to go out with her.
Or that would be his sacrifice. Like, I did what had to be done.
Yeah.
Take me.
So Drogon like flies by and then figures out where they are and lands and starts crawling over the rubble into the room. And Jon slowly lays Dany to rest on the floor and sort of starts backing away. And as Drogon's like whining, almost like, you know, like a low pitched sad sound that tells Jon like, get out of my way, dude, you know? And it's the fucking saddest ever as Drogon is nudging her body. But yeah, the way that he...
So horrible.
And sad music is playing, and the way he grills Jon and just like stares at him, and like he just looks so mad. Like
he goes through so many emotions in like one moment. Like he like looks at him, he like his eyebrows fur, and then they get back up, and then he smells her. I don't know how they did that.
I don't know. And then his eyes kind of like darken, like he kind of like frowns, and they kind of open up again.
Yeah, and he like cocks back his head like Viserion did just like 2 episodes ago when Jon was in danger in the courtyard at Winterfell. And he's looking down Drogon's throat as the flames are shining from within. Like, you can see them start to rise. And he's just ready for death, basically. And he like steels himself and looks down at Dany and looks like he's just ready for it. And then Drogon just fires at the throne instead. It's just, whoa.
And what a visual shot that was. Oh my God.
Yeah, the tendrils of the top of the throne, the sword points melting down to the sides. And
he was just going, like puking flames.
He was so mad.
Over and over.
That's awesome.
And he lets out such a cry of, you know, agony. And like when he realizes that she's dead, he stands up and holds his wings out and just like, like people for miles must have been like, oh shit, what happened? Because that did not sound good. You know what I mean?
No, and then again, they see like a burst of dragon fire coming out of the Red Keep.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure like the Dothraki and the Unsullied below, we didn't really get to see any of like the aftermath of that. But I mean,
you're probably like, what the fuck?
Was clearly visible from, you know, far away, considering it was high up in the tower. And I just loved watching that throne melt away. I thought it was very fitting because the image of this season is Drogon
as
kind
the
of
throne.
Staring down onto the throne.
Yeah, it's like Drogon like overlaid onto the throne with like his spikes being the throne spikes. Damn.
So I thought that was
connecting
like,
Drogon and the throne, like showing that there would be some important connection with the two.
Yeah. And
like the one thing that you could think of that would melt the throne.
Yeah. Took a dragon to make it.
Fire.
Yeah, it took a dragon to destroy what a dragon made. And it's both Jon and Drogon, you know.
It was Dany.
Yeah, I mean it
had
took
to be Dany.
Right, it took Jon to eliminate Dany, and it took Drogon to eliminate the throne.
And this is where the wheel breaks. This is the sacrifice that Jon made, you know, and the sacrifices Dany made to get herself there.
Yep.
And all the horror that, you know, kind of came about because of it. You know, the wheel is broken. And then we get Bran the Broken.
Yeah.
When you think no one else, like none of them could have taken the throne. None of them could have made it the way it should have been.
Yeah.
It had to be destroyed. It could not be a throne.
Right. That's something I've been saying for a long time. Like, the throne can't exist at the end of this. Like, it can't.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
And I was been worried about having any dragons exist as well, but at least Drogon seems to, have flown away, and maybe Bran can keep a hold on him, keep him from killing people or something.
Or at least keep an eye on him. Just make sure he's not going crazy.
So that pretty much wraps up my number 2. Anything else you guys want to add about that? John and Dany, the death of Daenerys Targaryen. Wow.
Oh, that was crazy to see that.
That was like an hour.
Yeah.
So good.
So what's your number 1, Princess Sarah?
My number 1 was how much we love Ghost and how much John loves Ghost.
Yes. Nice.
That was so important to me.
Yeah, me too. I was really happy to see that Ghost and John are finally reunited, and in good fashion this time. Like, we actually see them like nuzzle up with each other and stuff like that,
Well, I was worried they kept like doing the shots of him, up on the, the little terrace, and it just kept showing John, and I was like, where's Ghost?
Right, where's Ghost?
I kept saying that to Dave.
If they do not show Ghost, we're going to have a problem.
We're going to have a major problem.
That will be when I turn. I saw Ghost. I was like, oh, thank God. Thank you.
And we hear him whine, and I'm like, yes.
Yeah, you hear him before you see him.
Exactly. I was so happy. That made, if nothing else, that made the episode because it was so perfect, because that felt more fitting to me than a lot of the other pieces that may or may not have fallen together. That felt like, okay, we are getting this together. And they really do care about how the fans feel and how John would feel, how, the story should be ending.
Maybe it was just too hard for John to say goodbye at Winterfell. He just couldn't do it. He had to leave. Otherwise he would have cracked into a million pieces. But yeah.
I still don't like the way he left Ghost, but I'm glad that they have been reunited.
Yeah, and that they've forgiven it. He's forgiven John, apparently. If Ghost can forgive John, so can I.
Well, maybe Bran warped into Ghost and said, hey, John's coming anyway. Don't worry.
Yeah, maybe. It's entirely possible. Should we just talk about that Castle Black scene while we're there?
Sure.
Nice. We get one horn blast which is the universal signal of Rangers returning. And we get those two guys that were escorting him from the dungeon, and John looks weary as he arrives at Castle Black. And Tormund looks down from atop one of the walkways, and like the look on his face, it looks like as if he's sorry that after everything that's happened, John has been banished to the wall again. That's like kind of the look I got from it, or the vibe I got from it. Mm-hmm. Which was interesting. And John rides in and it fades to black for the second time. And I was like, damn, is that going to be the end? But nope. Comes back with a cool montage of Starks getting dressed up with the swords and braids and daggers and fancy clothing. And it reminded me of the montage at the start of season 6, episode 10, The Winds of Winter.
Winds of Winter.
Yeah.
All right, as Cersei and Marjorie and Tommen are getting prepared for the big day of court, essentially at the Sept of Baelor. And so this is mirrored here with the Stark family instead. And Arya is preparing for her journey to sail west. Jon is clad in black again. Sansa is getting dressed up and entering the Winterfell throne room and walking amongst all the people. And Arya,
her dress, oh my god,
so good. Yeah,
with the weirwood leaves and the sleeves.
Oh man, I'll have to go back and take a closer look because I didn't really notice it.
Her dress, the crown, the chair.
The chair was really cool.
Oh my god.
The direwolves on the sides and stuff, and
I saw her dress and I gasped.
Nice.
I did too. I really did. I was like,
I missed it.
It's beautiful.
It's so funny though that it shows all three of them walking through their people, you know, as Sansa walks through the Northern Lords and Arya walks through her crew on her ship, just like Salty from the Salt Pans, you know, Squab, names, you know, that she used to go by when she's been on boats at various points in the show. And Jon is walking amongst the wildlings, and that's when he hears Ghost and looks over, and Ghost is big again, and they nuzzle each other, and Ghost is so huge he kind of like knocks Jon off balance, which was funny. Like that.
That was so cute.
And finally, a good Ghost moment, and it cuts to from the close-up of Jon and Ghost to the direwolf prow of Arya's ship, which was a cool cut from direwolf to direwolf. And this is realizing that this is another season that ends with Arya sailing off into the horizon, which is kind of cool. And like the end of season 4.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about that. Sorry.
The Children, I think the episode was called.
Mm-hmm.
And so now it cuts to the gate opening at Castle Black again for Jon and Tormund to head north beyond the wall, which evokes that pilot episode scene. And then it cuts back to Sansa, who's being crowned and sits in her direwolf throne, and she gets the Queen in the North chant.
The Queen in the North!
Fist pumping their swords to the sky. The Queen in the North! So awesome.
Love it.
And then we see
that crown was like everything to me.
I loved it. It looked so good on her.
So cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool for sure. And
the two direwolves howling.
Yeah. And then it cuts to Arya's ship and zooms outwards and revealing the massive direwolf sail, which just looks beautiful, and so good to see the direwolf sigil in any circumstance after being deprived of it for so long, you know. And then it cuts to Jon, Ghost leading the way, and Jon heading up north beyond the wall, followed behind by Tormund and a whole host of wildlings. And this is super significant. Like you mentioned, there was a patch of green grass. It could be hinting that beyond the wall, there may be, you know, some summer weather. Maybe it'll be green up there to some extent. And now that this is a huge accomplishment, you know. I mean, Sansa is with her people, the Northern Lords that respect her and love her, and Jon is now beyond the wall with people who respect and love him. The people
He's got the real North in him.
Yeah, he has the real North in him. He helped free these people and helped get them past the wall so that they could be saved from joining the army of the dead with the Night King. And these are people that whose respect he has earned. You know, he paid the iron price, you could say, for this.
He doesn't need a last name for them.
Yeah, he doesn't need a last name for them. He doesn't need anything for them because they follow strength. They followed Mance Rayder, you know, and just because of his strength of character. It's sort of like the Dothraki in that way, you know what I mean? So as this monumental achievement has been undertaken and accomplished, and the Night King is gone, and the North beyond the wall is freed, at least for now, from the grips of the undead abominations. It's like a whole new area of the realm now is like safe to occupy. You know what I mean? So it's like,
or like a new realm.
Yeah, it's like a whole new realm. And I mean, if
situation out there that he's going to create and lead. And
if they're going to want anybody leading them, it would be Jon Snow or Aegon Targaryen, I guess. And you know, it's against the Night's Watch oath to leave your post and everything like that. But one, we don't know if he even swore the oath again. Once he's beyond the wall and like from being expelled from Bran's jurisdiction, in order for the king to try to get justice if Jon escaped the Night's Watch or refused to swear the oath, he'd have to go through the Northern Kingdom, which is a separate kingdom, and he'd have to cross into beyond the wall, which will probably be a new kingdom by that point.
True.
But I mean, it would be sort of dishonorable for Jon not to swear the oath. But then again, I could see, since he's already gave his life for the Night's Watch.
He's already past that whole point.
Right, exactly. They could just tell him, like, listen, you've already done this.
And I just don't think Bran or Sansa would pursue him if he were just to go beyond the wall and stay there.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I mean, they're related and they were sad that they had to do it anyways.
Yeah, totally.
You know?
It was more of like a scheme to get him to safety. And I feel like maybe...
I was going to say it's like... Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say it's kind of a quiet oath, quiet secret, quiet thing that they all kind of looked at each other and said, hey, you're in the Night's Watch.
Yeah. I feel like maybe this was even part of Bran's plan, that he, saw all this happening, that now the Westeros is divided into 3 pieces that are all ruled by Starks, potentially. Bran Stark in the southern 6 kingdoms, Sansa Stark, Queen in the north, and Jon Snow, or Aegon Targaryen, who's basically a Stark in all but name.
Yeah.
As maybe the new king beyond the wall. I feel like if they... I
think that's what it is.
I think the Starks won the game.
Yeah, like the Starks, and now we have Arya going west to begin their expansion, start colonizing a new continent.
The Starks won the game, for sure.
So funny. So now full spectrum domination from south to north by the Starks on the continent of Westeros, and Arya going west even further to expand their sphere of influence, which is hilarious.
I love it.
I wrote it down that going beyond the wall was kind of almost in a way like Jon's retirement, because he never liked being Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. He didn't like killing people and having all that political bullshit to deal with. Mm-hmm. And now that he's beyond the wall, I felt like he's home in a weird way.
Yeah, exactly. Totally.
He has his direwolf. He has one of his best friends, Tormund. He knows the wildlings. He knows their culture. He knows what type of people they are. And he can live, and I'm speculating here, of course, but maybe he could live the life that he wants to live moving forward.
Yeah,
because
I think he
doesn't have these responsibilities.
It's entirely possible, yeah.
Totally.
So I took it as almost like a sad positive, like he does get banished and expelled from the, 6-7 kingdoms.
But it opens up a whole new world of possibility for him.
Of maybe peace for him.
Yeah, like
inner they
peace.
Began. Like the first thing he wanted to do was go be in the Night's Watch.
Yep. And
he ended where he began. He already took the oath, and he
that's so funny.
Figured it out.
I want to join the Night's Watch with you, Uncle Benjen. And it's crazy, man. So the gate starts lowering, and Jon looks back as the gate covers him from view. And then he turns back forward towards the front of the group of wildlings that's all heading north and cracks just a tiny smile and starts riding forward. And it's like things are working out all right, and we get Jon just looks content in that moment. And that's from there, it shows it's just them riding out into the woods, just like at the beginning of the pilot episode. And it cuts to black.
That.
So good.
I thought it was perfect.
So good.
I really did.
Really, really great. I loved it. Yeah. I'm so happy that they pulled it together in the way that they did. I thought this was really great. All right. So moving on to my number 1. You guys already did yours?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So moving on to my number 1, which is the Perpetual Hand. Tyrion, who just can't get out of the game either, like Jon, and they keep dragging him back in. They pull him back in, and he just keeps being made a hand of the king and hand of the queen, and things around him keep falling apart, and he keeps trying to. Now he just wants nothing to do with it, but he can't escape. It's so funny. So
it's like Jon too. Jon's like, I don't want this. Tyrion's like, I don't want this.
Yeah, exactly. So
Bran's like, I don't want this.
Bran's like, yeah. Or did I? I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe.
Did he? I saw somebody posting that Bran is the most evil character of all because he knew he was going to end up king, apparently, and he just sat by and let millions of people be slaughtered without warning anybody or letting anybody know that it was going to happen, also that he could end up on the throne. I was like, damn.
I was going to ask you about that, actually.
It's so hardcore. Oh, man, it's funny.
Maybe we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
I was kind of curious about that.
Yeah, we'll get there in a couple minutes when we get to Bran's election coming up. So the scene starts with Tyrion, who's lying on the ground, imprisoned Still, as usual, again, whichever adjective you want to pick for Tyrion and being jailed. And I was sure when Grey Worm arrives here and leads him out, I thought he was walking to his execution. I thought they, Dany,
Me too.
yeah. I thought they found out Dany was dead and that they were just going to fucking off him and be done with it,
Except Dave noticed that his beard was longer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Oh.
He turned to me. He goes, check his beard. He goes, it's been some time. His beard is longer.
I noticed Jon's was longer. But yeah.
No, I noticed Tyrion's was. And that's the only thing that, the first thing I thought was, oh, he's about to die. And then I was like, wait.
Yeah.
He just said that she doesn't keep prisoners for very long.
Yeah. Oh, good point. Yeah.
And then
his long-ass beard.
Because he was dead.
Dude,
she was dead.
That's so crazy.
I also have to give a shout out to Dave. I don't know if I mentioned this last night, but he called Bran sitting on the Iron Throne at the beginning of the season.
Oh, really?
Did he really?
And I totally shut him down. I was like, there's no way.
The wheelchair was the giveaway, I guess, right?
Yeah. He goes, I just have this feeling. What's his purpose?
Chair. Yeah, that's so crazy. Good for you, Dave.
Yeah.
You nailed that one, buddy.
Well played.
That's awesome.
Well played.
Well played, good
well
friend.
Well played, good sir.
So, yeah, I started thinking, what the hell is going on when I saw Sansa and Bran at the gathering? I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Oh, time must have passed, And immediately Sansa is
and they don't do that very often. They do it where they don't talk about it, they don't make it obvious.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't. I noticed on the show they don't do voiceovers. I think they've done it maybe twice. I think didn't they do that with Tyrion? They did a whole voiceover with Tyrion.
They did, and then they did one with Jon too.
Yeah,
during the Battle of Winterfell.
Yeah, and then they don't.
Voiceover?
They don't do.
Well, if there's a voiceover, they're taking audio of another conversation or monologue that's occurring, and they'll play a montage of clips under it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we'd never get narration per se.
No.
Yeah, it's something that they don't do often. We get it when with Littlefinger's conversation about the ladder with a montage over Sansa crying as his ship goes away. We get
okay, I see what you're saying.
We get Jon having a montage or speaking about strategy a couple weeks ago over a montage. They do it occasionally,
right?
But it's not very often.
They very rarely do it, and if they do it, it's important.
Yeah, definitely.
Very important.
And they don't do 5 years later or anything.
Right, yeah.
So this was kind of whoa.
Some time has passed.
What happened?
So they get out there and we see Yara Greyjoy. We see the new Prince of Dorne. We see Robin Arryn, who looks like he's grown up 10 years, which he has, which is so crazy.
He's super tall now.
Yeah, I saw somebody posted a great meme with, it's the key, because people were saying, Robin Arryn's hot now. And the actor or whatever. So they were like, the key to growing up strong is milk, And it was a picture of Tormund, with
Tormund
milk all over him. And Robin Arryn is breast milk until he was 10.
He does look good, though.
He does look good. He turned into a pretty handsome young man.
Yeah, good for him. Good for him.
Who are the other two people sitting there? There's one guy next to Royce, and then there's one guy next to Sam.
Yeah, Not sure. Any ideas, Sarah?
No, I was going to ask the same question because I was trying to think who they would be related to, why they would be related to, that position and throne. I don't know.
It's possible one of them could be Howland Reed, just because that's still a surviving great house.
If that's Howland Reed, people were mad about that. I don't know.
Well, there ended up being no reason for Howland Reed, so it would have made sense, and it might make sense in the books when there's more time, and Dany might need more proof. But we kind of had to just, Dany just kind of had to believe Bran and Sam at this point because there just wasn't enough time to flesh everything out.
Agreed.
So, of course, immediately Sansa's like, where's Jon? We learn that Grey Worm and the Unsullied and the Dothraki basically are occupying King's Landing, and that Jon and Tyrion are their prisoners, and they will decide what they do with their prisoners because it's their city now. And Sansa's like, well, if you look outside the gates, there's thousands of Northmen who will explain to you why harming Jon Snow is not in your interest. And they're going back and forth about all this. And we learn that, Yara Greyjoy's there, and she's like, some of you are quick to forgive, but the Ironborn are not. I swore to follow Daenerys Targaryen. And I thought it was interesting that she's like so gung-ho, still backing Dany, but she didn't see what Dany did,
Exactly.
And she
she didn't see that.
Yeah, and she also was in love with Dany as well, just like Jon and Tyrion. She basically offered her hand in marriage for part of the alliance deal.
Most of them were seduced by her.
Oh yeah,
very
totally.
Easily.
That's a good point. Good way to put it. I mean, maybe she just doesn't care that much because she's Ironborn. All they do is rape and reave and pillage and and
that's true.
So maybe it's just like didn't phase Yara. She's like, good for you, Dany. Like sacking the city. That's what we would have done, So Sansa's all pissed. She's like, you swore to follow a tyrant, but Yara does point out that Dany freed them from Cersei, who was also a tyrant. And then Jon Snow put a knife in her heart, and she's all pissed off about that. Let the Unsullied give him what he deserves. It's like, oh man, I can see how people are mad about this, But Arya is not having any of that.
I love this. She looks
and
right
it's
over at
representing
Yara.
all of the fans almost. It's representing every person who's like, but I think that this was silly and I hated that. I feel like it's going from every direction in that point.
Yeah. Covering the full spectrum of commentary. Yeah, for sure. And so Arya is super pissed and she's like, say another word about killing my brother and I'll cut your throat. And Yara looks like she's about ready to go for a second there, which is kind of funny. But then Davos steps up, friends, please, and manages to calm everybody down, and everybody kind of sits back, and he does point out, we've been cutting each other's throats for long enough, like this has to end, like we've been through years of bloodshed, and it's like ridiculous. Look at what's sitting in front of us, just a city that's destroyed. This could happen to the whole continent if we don't get our shit together, you know what I mean? And so he tries to be respectful to Grey Worm and address him properly. Torgo Nudo. Am I saying that properly?
Saying that right?
And it's so funny. It cuts to Grey Worm and he's just standing there.
He's just like, no.
Torgo Nudo. Am I saying that properly?
He doesn't move a milli-inch anywhere in his body. He's just statuesque, and it's just hilarious. It's like it cuts to a still frame of Grey Worm, and Tyrion even is like, is he going to react at all? Like, wow, he's standing really still. He's like Drax in what's it called?
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
I've mastered the ability of standing so incredibly still that I've become invisible to the eye. Watch.
You didn't even see me move.
Yeah, exactly. So that's how still Torgo Nudo was at that point, which is hilarious. And Davos is trying to, get them on the team. And he's like, listen, you guys did so much to help us. We owe you a debt that can never be repaid. We totally recognize that. And we want to, do something to help, to try at least to repay it. And Sansa's like, yeah, nodding. And he mentions land in the Reach. There's land in the Reach. Good land. The people that used to live there are gone. Make it your own. And I'm like, no, that's Bronn's land. That's right? High Garden you're talking about. And although
I thought the same thing. Go.
I guess there's also the Tarleys, but then again, the Mrs. Tarley is still there, Sam's mom and everything.
Hornhill.
Yeah, Hornhill. So
she and his daughter are still there.
Yeah, and they wouldn't displace them. So they've got to be talking about a High Garden, right? And
I took it as High Garden.
Yeah, so if Davos had given them High Garden and then Tyrion had ended up free, he would have had to watch his back for Bronn. Because Bronn wouldn't have been able to get High Garden, and then he would have come for Tyrion, So luckily that didn't happen, because Tyrion would have had another death warrant on his head. So Grey Worm's like, no, we do not need payment. We need justice. Jon Snow cannot go free. And Tyrion speaks out here, surprisingly. He's just like, dude, it's not up to you, man.
Who died and made you king?
Well, it's like, Danny, you know?
I know, that's why I said
well, that's
that.
what I was going to say. Like, so what do you think happened right after Danny died? Like, how do you think everything played out that made him think, okay, we'll just take over?
I guarantee you, Drogon screamed and wailed and howled and went flying off. And people saw this and heard it from miles away. And I bet you anything that the Unsullied were like, as soon as they heard that shit, started rushing the keep. And they probably came into the throne room and found Jon standing there like, oh, you know, and probably asked him what happened. And he probably told them exactly what happened. And they were like, you're being taken into custody.
I think they've been doing a lot of cleanup too.
Oh, like cleaning up the city?
Yeah, I think, you know, like they control the city, but there's like a lot of stuff to do before they talk about, you know, conquering something else. That city is just decimated.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, totally destroyed. Totally destroyed.
And Grey Worm is pissed. He's like, you are not allowed to speak right now.
Yeah, like, what the hell? You're our prisoner. Shut the hell up. We didn't bring you here to talk. So funny.
Yeah,
everyone's heard enough.
From his perspective, he has every right to be pissed.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you look at it from his point of view, yeah, I would be pissed too. I've done everything for this one person, and he just got killed.
Right.
And we don't know why.
By your friend? Who you told to kill him? Or her?
Yep.
So, it was like, everyone has heard enough words from you. And I thought this was funny because Tyrion is known as just a talker, you know? He talks and talks and talks. Like there's that scene in Marine where he's trying to get Grey Worm and Missandei to talk and just like joke or like be human a little bit. Mm-hmm. And so he's like, God damn it. Like everyone's heard enough from you, Tyrion. Like just shut your mouth for once.
And no one is any better for it.
Yeah. Tyrion even admits it straight up. But it's not for you to decide. You know, his fate is for our king to decide, or our queen. And everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about? We don't have one. And he's like, kind of points out, here we are. You know, you guys, we're the most powerful people in Westeros all sitting right here. Like, pick one, you know?
Figure it out.
And
Let's
even
make a choice.
Yeah, and Grey Worm thinks about it. And he's like, yeah, you know, that does make sense. Make your choice then. And kind of stands down. And I was like, dude, even Grey Worm is down. That's pretty funny.
And then cue Edmure fucking Tully.
The floppy fish.
What a loser.
He thinks he's a good candidate, which is great. He goes,
You're
my lords and
the
ladies.
biggest idiot out of all of them.
I love the way they played that out, though. Like, it made it, they gave him bravado. Like, he was just like, I have my speech, and I'm so ready.
Oh, his like, yeah, like bravado,
it.
You mean?
Bravado, sorry. Yeah. Like, he was ready to go. He had a speech. Like, he was ready to do the whole thing.
Uncle.
What we decide today will reverberate through the annals of history.
You know,
I stand before you as one of the senior lords in the country, a veteran of 2 wars. And I
like he really thought it was going to happen for
him. Like he's so funny. The way
he's
he
standing
says
there all
is,
proud.
I like to think my experience has led to some small skill in statecraft and understand. Like it's like, dude, you've been imprisoned for the past number of years after failing at everything that you were told to do.
Sit down.
Yeah, Uncle, please sit.
So politely,
like,
Uncle.
Damn. I mean, it was kind of rude. It was polite but rude at the same time.
And then he like looks around and everyone's just like, oh my God.
Yeah, and he looks around, everybody's like rubbing their beards and stuff, and he goes to turn and smacks his sword against a pole, which makes him just illustrates and demonstrates how inept he is, you know, it's just total lack of awareness of his surroundings and you know, stuff like that. Like in Batman Begins.
You haven't beaten me. You have sacrificed sure footing for a killing stroke.
Just has no idea of what's going on around him. So Tyrion speaks up again,
And he's like, well, we have to choose someone. And this is where Sam has the hilarious meta commentary moment, because so many people were like, maybe they'll make a representative democracy where everybody votes, and this is the showrunners basically laughing at us like, no, we're not going to give you that.
Yeah.
That would be too good,
Sam was so great in that, and everyone just starts busting up laughing at him.
Maybe the decision about what's best for everyone should be, well, left to everyone.
I love that they he put together a whole point, and they gave him all that time to put together that point.
Yeah, and laid it out very
and then
eloquently.
The comedic timing was like, boom, no.
Nope. Maybe we should give the dogs a vote as well.
I'll ask my horse.
Yeah.
And then Edmure speaks up again to Tyrion, and he, says what a few people are probably thinking. Like, I bet you want the crown, huh? To Tyrion. And Tyrion,
he's like, no.
Yeah,
everybody hates me for one reason or another.
Yeah, it shows that he is the one with the small skill in statecraft and diplomacy. Like, he can see what the people would be thinking. The imp, the half man, the twisted monkey demon that everybody remembers and hates, who killed their king and was in exile and then came back working for the enemy with the dragon who roasted the city and killed everybody that he didn't manage to kill this first round when he was working for under Joffrey. So yeah, people would hate him, half the people hate him, half the people, hate him for
he's kind of hating himself.
Yeah, he thinks he's worthless, and that's the saddest part about him. He's lost faith in himself, as we learn, So it's like, I can't think of a worse choice. And so somebody's like, well, who then? And it's very interesting, his response. He's a thinker. He always has been. And it's amazing to me also that everybody's looking to him for answers when he's being extracted from a jail cell. And after everything that he's been through and done, and the way that people see him, like he mentions, but these lords and ladies they know him to some extent. They don't see him as a monster because they know him. So all these people are looking to him for advice, which is just kind of wild. And he's standing there in shackles, and he's laying out the new system, essentially, He basically just decides everything.
I love that they said, Grey Worm, don't talk. You don't get to talk. And he just talks.
Yeah, and Grey Worm just backs off and lets him, too. So he's like, I've had nothing to do but think these past few weeks about our bloody history, about the mistakes we've made. And this is a crazy point. It reminds people, it's remindful of that riddle of where power lies. Does it lie with the king? Does it lie with the clergy? Does it lie with the coin? Does it lie with the swords? And so he's like, what unites people? Armies, gold, flags, stories. There's nothing in the world more powerful than a good story. Nothing can stop it. No enemy can defeat it. And it reminded me of that idea from V for Vendetta. What is it? Ideas are bulletproof.
Yes.
Which was really cool.
Ideas are bulletproof.
But this is the saddest part of the entire episode for me. It's like this was supposed to be a moment about how the show brought people together and gave them something to enjoy. And instead of being interpreted and received that way, for me, this moment sort of lost its weight because of the way that the fan base has reacted to this season, in my opinion. Okay, so back to the idea of a story being something nobody can defeat. Nothing can stop it. So this was interesting. Just the idea of a story, if you're going to elect a leader, somebody with a cool story, that's not qualification for a position of leadership. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm going to look for a leader, I'm looking for somebody who has philosophies and policies that I agree with, that I find just, you know what I mean? So to just say, who has an interesting story? Brand the Broken, at its face.
This is Westeros.
What?
It's a lot. I said it's Westeros, though. It's a lot different.
Right. But at its face, it doesn't seem to make sense. But the way that he fleshes it out, it does end up sort of making sense, because it's not just about the story. He does have a fascinating story, which makes him interesting and makes him, something that people could think about and be willing to want to, have as their leader. But what is important about Bran
is not necessarily the story of how he became the Three-Eyed Raven, but the fact that he is the Three-Eyed Raven. He's our memory, the keeper of our stories, the wars, weddings, births, massacres, famines, our triumphs, our defeats, our past. Who better to lead us into the future? So it goes from being about the story to being about the knowledge. And even that in itself isn't the best, because like, yeah, he may know all the stories and all the details, but what if he sides with the leadership style of Maegor the Cruel? You know what I mean? Over like, like some other just king, like Jaehaerys the Conciliator. You know what I mean? We don't know. Yeah. Just because he knows everything doesn't mean he'll pick the side that we find to be just. Although I think they're implying that he sort of has a just nature.
They're trying to give you knowledge is power. That whole thing.
Yeah, sure. So it's kind of funny. The whole time Tyrion is pumping up Bran here and telling about his amazing story, going beyond the wall after being crippled and never being able to walk again, but learning to fly, and a crippled boy surviving beyond the wall. And Sam is like, and all these people are like, oh, this is pretty amazing, And I bet some of them are like, what the fuck's the Three-Eyed Raven? What does that even mean? What are you talking about? He knows about all the weddings and wars and So the whole time that he's going through this rant, pushing for Bran, Sansa and Arya are like, huh? Kind of looking back and forth at each other like, what is he talking about?
I think Sansa might have been a little hurt here that Tyrion didn't nominate her.
Yeah, totally.
After everything that she's been through and the fact that she wants it and Bran doesn't. I think the look on her face to Tyrion was like, what the fuck?
That look of entitlement that she
and I think that's so funny because she even says, like, Bran doesn't have any interest in ruling and he can't father children. Like,
how the fuck do you know that?
I'm a perfect fit for this.
Yeah, it's so funny. She's definitely positioning herself, like you said, for sure. That was the way I read it too, that she was like, oh, this should be me, which is kind of funny. But even Arya's like, huh, too, because from Sansa's perspective, it should be me, and from Arya's perspective, who has the most interesting story, she might, she's got a really interesting, she's learned to like transcend the laws of physics as well, and learned to transform and morph to different shape-shifting abilities and crazy skills and stuff like that, and so she's got a pretty interesting story too. She's got a good case if it was just about the story. But Bran, has a good, important knowledge base. Knowing the past will help you to build a better future by being able to pick out the things that worked and benefited the most people and employ them and improve them. And so Bran could be theoretically a good choice as long as he has that good Stark morality, which he probably does because he's a Stark,
And I love
judging everything that just happened. Did he use good Stark morality if he knew everything that just happened before?
That's the question. Yeah, if he knew this was all going to happen and allowed a million people to be slaughtered just so that he could end up on the throne. I mean, who knows? I mean,
that's why I love the show, though.
Right,
we can talk about it for days.
Yeah, and there's also the question of how much of Bran Stark really is left at all? Like, is this like...
That's a great question.
Is this like a large portion of like the Three-Eyed Raven? Is it like this figure who's been trapped under a tree and has been looking for the perfect pawn to take over, to rule the Seven Kingdoms? Like, is it even Bran Stark anymore? Did he allow all these millions of people to be slaughtered because his autonomy was overridden by the Three-Eyed Raven entity? Whoever this is,
technically, he has said, we should go back and count how many times he has said, I'm not Bran anymore.
Stark.
I'm not Bran anymore.
I remember what it's like to be him, but he may be like somebody else entirely. Like he may be the god, like the one of the old gods or something. You know what I mean? Like the Three-Eyed Raven could be like this transcendent figure, this combination of all these entities combined into one. Like, I don't know, we don't know if its intent is good or bad or what, It's just interesting. Who knows? Maybe it's Bran. Maybe it's not. But
what do you think?
yeah, let us know. Write to ravens@gameofmicrophones.com. Oh yeah, so Sansa's like you said, Bran has no interest in ruling, and he can't even father children. And Bran kind of looks over like, "What? You think you can speak for me?" You know, like, he kind of eyes her, but Tyrion's like, "Good. Sons of kings can be cruel and stupid, as you well know. You know, his will never torment us." And looks back at Grey Worm, like trying to earn a little bit of, respect and confidence back from him, and points out, "This is the wheel our queen wanted to break." And he even calls Dany our queen still, which is interesting. So he just like dictates here what it's going to be. Like, this is not a question, this is a statement. He says, "From now on, rulers will not be born. They will be chosen on this spot by the lords and ladies of Westeros to serve the realm." And he just like dictates that that's the way it's going to be now, And I was just like, epic. Like, that is the breaking the wheel. That's, instead of having a hereditary monarchy, having some form of elected leadership it's definitely the first step, So, so he turns to Bran and he's like, "I know you don't want it. I know you don't care about power, but if I ask you, if we choose you, will you wear the crown? Will you lead the 7 kingdoms to the best of your abilities from this day until your last day?" And it sort of reminded me of like a marriage vow, like, until death do you part, like, will you take this seriously and like be real, or like the oath of office or something? But and he's like, you said, why do you think I came all this way? And he sort of smiles, and I was like, "What?" Robo Bran smiles.
Creepy Bran.
Creepy
Going
Bran.
again.
Dude, he's the ultimate creeper, man.
I thought that was a weighted line. I came all this way because of Bran's journey. Like,
right.
He went beyond the wall. He became the Three-Eyed Raven, meaning like Bran came all this way to be in a
the
place,
new king.
The new king called Bran the Broken, which I mentioned a little bit earlier, that symbolized to me
the broken
the
wheel.
breaking of the wheel.
Yep.
So, I mean, he came all this way. Yeah, he came down from Winterfell, but I think there was more weight behind that statement than just,
right.
Well, yeah, I mean, I traveled 3 weeks to get here. That's why I came all this way.
I've seen all these complaints about this. It's like, well, what connection to the Night King does Arya even have? Why does it make sense for her to kill him? I'm like, well, maybe because the Night King is the greatest enemy of the many-faced god, who's literally undoing his work by resurrecting the thousands and thousands of dead people. That's like the whole purpose of the many-faced god, is to deliver death, to give the gift. And like, this dude's undoing his work. So he sends his, one of his great assassins, Arya, to be in the right place at the right time, because she's a Stark, and it makes perfect sense to eliminate the Night King on behalf of the many-faced god. Or then they're like, well, what was the purpose of Bran's whole story at all? And it's like, obviously, like Tyrion just said, to become the new king, to rule justly, to know all the past, to know history, to prevent it from repeating itself. And it's like, if they say history repeats itself, the ultimate way to break the wheel, to stop the wheel from going in the cycle and repeating itself, is to have the person who knows history the best be the ruler, who's Bran, who can stop the cycle by knowing history to prevent it from repeating itself. You know what I mean? So it makes sense, basically, is what I'm what I'm getting at here. Like,
well done. Hey.
Yeah, these criticisms that people have, like, they don't stand up to my scrutiny, at least.
People are welcome to have criticisms, but it gets so extra that it's
super extra. And
like, think about it. Just think about the story. Think about the characters.
Right.
Think about these people who we've learned about the last decade. It's there. Everything is there.
Yeah, and like, I understand how people feel hurt, like they feel like legitimately like hurt and are lashing out. But before you make your final decision, go back and rewatch the series and pay attention to all the little details and listen to our rewatch, because we'll break it all down. And if you like agree with what we've said the whole time, maybe you'll agree with, and you'll end up agreeing with us liking the ending, because we've been pointing out all the details. And
if not, then we'll talk about it.
Yeah, totally. So he's like, "Why do you think I came all this way?" and smiles. And Tyrion, it is typical, like, he's always this type of character. Like, of course he's going to be his hand. He's already serving as the hand of the kingdoms right now, just by provoking this conversation and leading the discussion in this direction and laying out the plan. He is the hand already de facto. You know what I mean? So to Brendan of House Stark, I say aye, and he would be toasting if he had a drink, but instead he's in shackles. I think he like raises him up a little bit. And Samwell enthusiastically agrees, aye, like looks at Tyrion and smiles and shakes his head. One by one. I got you. Yeah, everybody on Sam's side first says aye. It's like Sam and whoever's sitting next to him, I can't remember.
I think they kind of go like in a little circle there. It's all...
Yeah, it's everybody on his side. Then it's like the Dornish guy and I
love Davos. He's like, I'm not sure I get a vote, but I.
Yeah, he's awesome, man. You gotta love Davos.
It was so good.
And even Robin Aaron too was hilarious. The Lord Royce was like, aye, and like looks over at Robin like, you should probably agree too, and he's just kind of like whatever, like blasé, like limp wrist, like I think literally like limp wrists over to the side, like whatever, sure.
And then it gets to Sansa, and it's like she's silent, and she turns to Bran, and I loved it. She goes, "I love you, little brother. I always will. You'll be a good king." But tens of thousands of Northmen fell in the Great War, defending all of Westeros, and those who have survived had seen too much and fought too hard to ever kneel again. And it's like, I did love Sansa here. I know we ripped on her a little bit this season, but she has stuck true to her word. She is, representing her people as she should, as the, wardeness of the North at this point. And so she declares, she doesn't even ask. She's like, the North is going to remain an independent kingdom.
As it was for thousands of years.
Bran's like, I can't disagree with you.
It was funny because she says the North will remain an independent kingdom as it was for thousands of years, and it looks around the audience, and people are like, like that kind of makes sense. Like even Yara Greyjoy. So for a second here, before Bran reacts, he kind of like blank face turns to her. I thought he was going to shut her down for just for a split second, but he nods, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. But like you said, this is a great moment for Sansa where she's standing up for her people and for what they believe in and not backing down on their cause, even when it would be her brother who would be ruling all 7 of the kingdoms. She's like, it's not going to fly. Even though you're my brother and you'd have our interest at heart and you'd, work for us as opposed to a Targaryen leader or somebody working against us. Like it's not going to fly. The North has to be its own kingdom. So that was pretty cool, just knowing that Bran agreed. And Tyrion does his whole herald thing here. All hail Bran the Broken, first of his name, King of the Andals and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. And everybody stands up in unison. All hail Bran the Broken. It was just so epic, man. So, Sarah, I guess this is the reason that the Three-Eyed Raven did all this for Bran. I guess he knew that this was Bran's purpose, right? Or maybe the Three-Eyed Raven hijacked Bran to claim the throne for himself. What do you think?
Well, I think the Three-Eyed Raven knew or had visions of what the future would be, and then Bran had to make it happen.
Yeah,
he knew that,
I think you're right.
Yeah. I don't know, like one of those alternate universe kind of things, like it could either go this way or that way. And Bran had to do everything to make it happen that way, like his visions. And he knew it was coming, but he needed all the people in his game to make it happen the way he thought.
I agree. I think that it is Bran, and then I think that, he has been had been foreseen for 1,000 years that the Three-Eyed Raven was just waiting for Bran for this moment in destiny when it would take a combination of Bran and Jon and the Starks and Arya, and Sansa, these 4 critical people that were necessary to eliminate the Targaryen
Starks.
threat. Yeah, they're all Starks. Like
that was
I loved that it was all Starks. That was so cool. Even Jon, even though he's not a Stark, he's always been kind of a Stark. So he's potentially going to be like the king beyond the wall. Then you have Arya, who's like the queen of the new world. Then you have Sansa as the queen in the north, and Bran is the king of the 6 kingdoms.
Yeah. So cool.
I loved it.
full spectrum domination for anybody who was worried around
How
season
Stark.
3 or 4. Yeah, like, oh my God, how Stark is gone. And then the banners unfurl at Winterfell when they take it back. And now there's just Stark banners everywhere. North, beyond the wall, probably, the southern kingdoms, sailing west. Like, Starks really came through in the end.
Just Sansa's whole scene, her crown, everything about that. I'll say it again, was perfect.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, everything just ended so well. Like, everything just makes so much sense and ties together so perfectly.
Well, that's the thing. It makes sense. It makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I could have written that better. Everyone thinks, oh, I would have done it this way. No, I think this is best. And they told us from the beginning it was going to be bittersweet.
Yeah.
You're not going to get what you want or what you don't want. It's going to be...
They delivered.
I'm convinced that a lot of people like aren't understanding some of this stuff. Like,
yeah,
just haven't like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know, you know? So this is when Bran drops the bomb on the perpetual hand Tyrion, who just can't go without being nominated Hand of the King. You know, at every step of the journey, like, first his father makes him a hand in his stead, and then he is made a hand for real and earns it by Dany, and then here again he is nominated it. At this point, though, he doesn't want it.
Choose Sir Davos.
Yeah, the way that line, the way he said that, choose anyone else. You know, like, it was so good. His performance here is great. Again, he's so sincere and so like meek about it, like to some extent. Like, he's like, no, your Grace, I don't want it. You know?
Oh, please don't.
Yeah.
Like, really, dude.
And it's like, well, I don't want to be king, you know. And he's like, I don't deserve it. I thought I was wise, but I wasn't. I thought I knew what was right, but I didn't. Choose Sir Davos, you know, which is a good suggestion. You know, choose anyone else. You know, choose fucking Carl Tanner.
I was a fucking legend, Ginelli. A fucking legend.
Fucking Carl Tanner. And so he's like, I choose you. You know, and Grey Worm's not having it. But he's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, were you not just paying attention? I'm your king now. You know, like, but Grey Worm's like, this man is a criminal. He deserves justice. And this is such a poignant line. Just this makes me confident that Bran does understand the concept of justice and will be a good leader, because he tells Grey Worm, you know, this is justice for Tyrion Lannister. Like, he's made many terrible mistakes, as you know, but he's going to spend the rest of his life fixing them. When all he wants to do is just go and relax, and it's like,
and drink and make his vineyard and serve the Imp's Delight.
The Imp's Delight. Oh my God, I bet that's going to happen now. I bet really that will happen now that he is in a position where he's not like nobody's hunting him at this moment in time, you know?
Yeah.
I bet the Imp's Delight will be served in just a few short years.
At least 8.
At least 8?
It takes about 8 years for a vineyard to develop grapes good enough for making wine. 8 to 10 years.
Nice. Yeah, there you go. So 8 to 10 years, we can expect the Imp's Delight.
Ask me again in 10 years.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely. So I thought this was a damn good argument by Bran. You know, Tyrion, his penance will be fixing the mistakes that, you know, the damage that's been caused by the mistakes that he made by backing Dany and, you know, failing to see things as clear as he could have. So this was great. I thought this was really good. I was skeptical of the Bran idea because we don't know what he'd be like policy-wise, but, you know, this makes me feel a little confident. He'll be able to know history and prevent it from repeating itself. And he seems to have...
that's the key.
Yeah, and he also just seems to have an innate sense of justice, which seems to be common for the Starks.
He's objective, too, because he's unemotional, and he's not, like, because, as Princess Sarah said, you know, he's stated so many times that he's not Brandon Stark, that he's not Lord of Winterfell.
Yeah, he's very objective.
He doesn't have an allegiance
That's a
other
good point
than
as well. Very good point.
who he was born as, but he's not that person anymore. So he doesn't have an allegiance to one specific house over the other. And I think he'll be a just ruler.
He's the
and
perfect ruler in that sense.
And he has a good team of people supporting him. And then he also is able, like you said, Duncan, to kind of like go back into the history in his mind and see like, it did a similar decision like this. What was the outcome of that?
Right. Let's say,
what could we do different?
Yeah, let's say the Ironborn or somebody starts to rebel against the Seven Kingdoms. He can review all of the ways that this has been handled in the past and come to, find like potentially a diplomatic solution or, whatever may work best. He can review examples. Which is pretty cool. So this scene, yeah, me too. So he's going to spend the rest of his life fixing these mistakes. And Grey Worm says, "It is not enough," which then it cuts to the other final decision, which is, what's going to happen with Jon Snow. But this wraps up my number one, the perpetual hand, Tyrion, who just can't escape serving justice and serving his kingdoms.
That was a great number one. Hello.
Oh, thank you. So, should we move on to notes?
Notes, yes.
But first, Season 4 of Sirenicide, featuring me and Archmaester Stitches, gets closer every day. So let's take a quick break to check out the series trailer.
My name is Matthew Finnis, and something terrible has happened to me. An event that has sent me traveling down a road I was never meant to be on. This is my story, and the story of countless others. This is a story of what lies in the shadows of Morston, Texas.
Sirenicide is a serialized horror drama based in the wicked world woven in and around Morston, Texas. The criminal factions and dark government agencies are just the start of the malevolence that roams the streets of this macabre city. The tales in Sirenicide tap into the fear and lore that envelop what most would consider to be fiction.
How much more is out there? Is every monster real?
Most tales are based on some fact.
The production plays host to a plethora of popular personalities from other nightmarish podcasts.
Oh, it's Lena Klein.
Just a number now. That's it. 447.
I bet you believe in Yellow Eyes now, huh, boy?
Thanks to the research team here at the Laughlin Institute, we have finally found the answer to beating disease entirely.
What have I done? Keith, help me, please.
That's not me. His body is accepting death.
Evil has reigned unchecked in this city for far too long.
The main cast of Sirenicide's creepy, courageous, and curious characters evolve with the overarching story, but they also chronicle some amazing self-contained, standalone tales.
It's vile. Eddie, vile.
Reporting live, I'm Margaret Sharp. Back to you, Dave.
An operating theater. Well, more of a stage to showcase our talents to our clients.
Look at me, please. We'll climb this mountain together.
The original music serves the episode's atmosphere in a way that embraces and enhances each scene. So uncover the dark secrets, evil murders, supernatural experiences, and mysterious doctors awaiting in this modern epic. Binge the show for free right now on your favorite podcast platform or at sirenicide.com.
All right.
We talked about the Grey Worm executing the Lannister soldiers.
We did not talk about that yet.
No, we didn't go into detail about that.
Yeah, that's my first note.
So we get Jon kind of walking through the destruction, and we see all the dead bodies and the burned bodies, and we come across the Unsullied, and they have, I want to say like 6 or 7 Lannister soldiers on their knees ready to execute them.
Dude, this reminded me of the opening scene of the video game Last of Us, where you're going through.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're walking through the dystopic, tyrannical version of Boston after an outbreak of cordyceps creates zombies, and it's like under martial law, basically. And
shit.
You're walking through the area, and these troops have like a people lined up along the edge of the street like that, and they're just executing people, and it was like, oh man, totally. This just like really made me think of it, you know? Really powerful.
And so we hear Grey Worm, in the name of the one true queen, Daenerys Targaryen, I sentence you to die. And then we hear Jon, like, Jon doesn't yell too often. I mean, he's yelled before, but like during battle and stuff, but
Twice
he hardly ever raises his voice other than being in battle. And he's like, Grey Worm. And everyone like turns to look at him. He's like, it's fucking over. Like, what are you doing? These guys are prisoners.
They gave up, dude.
Yeah, they fucking rung the bells too. I mean, like, and we're still slaughtering people.
Yeah,
and
it's Grey Worm who says, these men are prisoners. It's not.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's not over until the queen's enemies are defeated.
Well, and then he's like, what are you considering defeated?
Yeah, they're on their knees already, you know?
They're breathing.
Yeah, it's like, oh, shit.
The
that was
fuck?
harsh.
And Davos, you know, steps up again with his friend rhetoric, trying to calm everybody down. Look around you, friend. We won. I obey my queen's commands, not yours, says Grey Worm. And Jon's like, well, what the fuck are the queen's commands? Like, God damn it, dude. And he'd kill all who follow Cersei Lannister. These are free men. They chose to fight for her. And Grey Worm goes to pull his dagger out. And oh man, dude, Jon grabs his arm as he moves forward. And instantly, all the Unsullied spears drop and point down towards the Northmen. And the Northmen draw their blades in terror. And they're like, oh, you know, like looking around. And Jon's like, easy. Dude. And Grey Worm and Jon are just like grilling each other, like ultimate stare down. And we all thought going into this episode that they were going to have to fight. So in my mind,
they might fight here.
Yeah, I thought this was like a prequel
I thought they
to
were
the
going to fight up until the end when they were looking at each other from the dock and the ship.
Yeah, I thought he was going to have to go through Grey Worm to get to Dany. You know, like that's what I thought the fight was going to be like. Grey Worm was going to be like like a boss battle before the big boss. You know. So yeah, like. You know, I guess they didn't end up fighting, but Davos has to remind Jon here, like, Jon, you know, we should speak with the queen. Like, you're kind of about to commit treason, dude. You know, think about what you're doing here. We're surrounded. We're outnumbered. You know, you got to relax. And Jon kind of like realizes the truth of that and backs down, I guess. And it's just like, God damn, crazy. Anything else you guys want to add about that little scene?
It was just intense and sad that I thought to myself when he said that anyone who's breathing that follows Cersei Lannister, it's like, to me, that's the whole 7 kingdoms at this point because she's their queen.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy.
She's not really giving the innocent lives a chance to decide, you know, like she did when she roasted Randall and Dickon Tarly. Mm-hmm. Like, she gave them a choice. Either bend the knee or die.
Right. And this army that they're slaughtering had already surrendered until she continued the attack, you know, so
I just felt like it was so ominous what was in store for the rest of the 7 kingdoms if she were to remain on the throne, because it seems to this point she's not giving people a choice anymore. If you followed Cersei Lannister, i.e. if you weren't a traitor, then you're going to die. And it's like most of the kingdom hated Cersei, but she was their queen, so they just kind of tolerated it. So I was very concerned at this point of the future of all of the people in the Seven Kingdoms.
For sure. So next we see Arya, who's wandering along the outskirts of the city, and she looks through this broken wall and sees the Dothraki riding around, but there's Jon walking through them, and he doesn't look too stoked because, obviously of everything that's happened, but he looks like he's on a mission, walking to something. So I was thinking maybe here she like threw on a different face, and which she may have worn until she's crept up right next to Jon and like revealed that it was her. But we do see her again with her regular face. So I was like, damn, that would have been cool. Like use, her skills to be undetected. So we get this epic giant stairway leading up to a gate. And these massive Targaryen sail is like hanging over this ruined arched doorway wall thing that's just destroyed. Oh my God, just wrecked, right? It's so cool looking. Looks like right out of Dark Souls. And Jon starts walking up the stairway, and we see like all of the Targaryen forces, the Unsullied and the Dothraki. Mostly the Unsullied are just like lined up in their typical fashion of just like an endless sea of order and discipline, and they're lined up along the edges of this staircase leading up to this doorway. And Jon is walking up and stops and makes eye contact with Grey Worm again for the second epic Grey Worm and Jon stare down of the episode. And I was like, they're gonna have to fight, like again, thinking that they're gonna fight.
That's how I felt the whole time.
Yeah,
I thought, like, definitely.
Yeah, totally. So this is the moment where they're staring at each other, and all of a sudden, and Drogon comes flying overhead, and like his wings are making this epic sound.
I can't do it. My voice is still hoarse.
Yeah,
be careful.
The Dothraki are all screeching and shrieking, I should say. The shriekers is it?
Screamers.
There you go. Screaming.
Which I can't emanate right now, sadly, because I lost my voice in Vegas.
And so Jon continues to walk up the stairs as Drogon lands beyond the wall here. And right as his line of sight crosses the barrier at the last step, we see Dany is approaching, and it's this epic shot of Drogon's black bat-like wings unfurling around behind Dany and flapping and rising up behind her.
God, that was amazing.
Yeah, like the black wings of the Angel of Death or something. Super metal. Like the Honest trailer was talking about how, like Game of Thrones is like a compilation of epic album art, basically, and. This is one of those moments where it looks like a metal album art with like the wings coming from behind Dany and stuff like that. So cool.
Nice.
And so she comes out to give her speech, and Jon takes his place like sort of off to the side. So I've heard people online comparing this speech to the General Hux speech from Star Wars. What was it? The Force Awakens, I think it was.
Totally. Yeah.
With like the Nazi looking guy.
Yes. The younger guy that looks like...
Yeah, he's like blonde, I think. He's giving a big speech. It looks like a Nazi rally, basically.
Yeah, it looked almost exactly like this one.
Yeah,
this whole setup.
Yeah, and it reminded me of General Hux in Star Wars, or reminded somebody else. It reminded me of Hitler and The Dictator with Charlie Chaplin, which was like basically about... where Charlie Chaplin essentially plays Hitler. I'm going to put all four of them on screen next to each other. Pretty crazy. So Dany walks forward and starts giving her speech. And she first addresses all of her Dothraki. Blood of my blood. You kept your promises to me. And she's talking about how they killed her enemies in their iron suits and tore down their stone houses. And isn't this basically what Khal Drogo's speech was?
And her speech when she was on top of Drogon to them, when she asked them to like go across the narrow sea with her. And I love that they put this in here because I feel like it reminded the audience, like, this is what she said like seasons ago. Like, tear down their stone houses, basically kill everybody in the iron suits.
She's always been about this.
Yeah.
This
So it's like
new.
About it.
For people that were absolutely blindsided and shocked about last episode, that this is a good reminder. This is what Drogo promised her. This is what she promised all of her blood riders.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what she kind of came to Westeros to do and was talked kind of out of it with, her counsel. But this is Dany talking. And then she did what she said she was going to do. So,
right. Nobody to hold her back.
As horrible as it was, the writing was on the wall.
Yeah. And it sort of epitomizes with this speech that Dothraki, where she says, "You gave me the 7 kingdoms." And at this moment, Drogon climbs up onto the top of the right side of the archway, opposite of the side that the flag's on, and just... Is
that like a big sail?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sail, sorry.
Okay. No, I was wondering if it was like a banner or a sail or what it was. It looked like a sail to me.
Yeah, it's got to be a sail, right? Only thing that could be that big.
I know. That's what I was thinking too.
Okay. So she then addresses Grey Worm, "Torgo Nudo," and says, "You have walked beside me since the Plaza of Pride." And I was like, oh my God, this all now sounds so Orwellian, like doublespeak-ish, war is peace, freedom is slavery type stuff. The Plaza of Pride, which at the time was a fitting name for a good occasion. But since it's led to this, now it's got, a whole nother connotation to that whole event, which is really sad. So she names him the Master of War because he's the bravest of men and most loyal of soldiers. And he looks legit honored by this. He's still fully on Team Dany, obviously. And then she begins to address the Unsullied. And speaks to their history as being
Geddes.
Yeah. They were all born as slaves and torn from their mother's arms, and now she says they're liberators, which they had been until this, more like stormtroopers at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But she says, "You've freed the people of King's Landing from the grip of a tyrant." And I'm thinking, what people? Are there any people left from King's Landing?
There's nobody left.
Yeah, you may, like we said, you may have freed them from the grip, right into death's grip, Which would they prefer? And then she continues to basically...
never gave him a choice.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So she continues basically saying that war is not done. Our spears stay up until we have liberated all the people of the world, And I was like, oh shit, that's fucked up. From Winterfell to Dorne, and the way she said that, it sort of sounded German.
En Winterfell var Dornat.
So this speech definitely has Nazi tones to it to some extent.
Oh yeah, the inflections of every word that she said was like da-da-da, and it was just it was creepy, it was eerie.
Yeah,
it was very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Definitely had a Hitler vibe going.
Yeah, from Lannisport to Karth, from the Summer Isles to the Jade Sea, and this next line is the one that really sounded like Hitler to me. She says, "Women, men, and children have suffered too long beneath the wheel," but she's rolling her R's and doing that Hitler stuff so hard, shaking her face a little bit. And I was like, oh my God, this is just so crazy.
Avar, Ballad, Rinjar,
Anhänger,
Very Hitlerian delivery of that line, in my opinion. And I was just thinking, shit, she is ready for more killing. She is not done, at all.
She's the lion who tasted man.
Yeah,
to quote Varys.
Yeah. Good one. The Savo man-eaters. You ever hear of the Savo man-eaters?
Are those the lions down in is it Asia or Korea?
No, they were 2 giant male maneless lions that prowled the Salvo Plains in 1898 when they were constructing a railroad down there.
They made a movie about that.
Yeah, Ghost in the Darkness or something.
Yes, something
Val
like
Kilmer,
that.
I think.
Yeah,
it's a crazy story. They have like the two skeletons on exhibit. They're like bigger than normal male lions, but they don't have manes, and they killed like 130 people or something that were trying to build this railroad. Crazy. So she's like, "Will you break the wheel with me?" And everybody's cheering, but Arya appears in the crowd and she looks mad as hell. Like so mad, right?
Oh my God, I totally noted that. Like she looks pissed.
So pissed.
Not having any of it.
And Dany just looks like overwhelmed with the power. Like she's like, her eyes are wide and she's like soaking it in, and you can see like the resolve on her face. And it just sort of reminded me of that scene in Star Wars where Darth Vader is created, and Darth Sidious, he starts zapping Mace Windu, I think, and he's just like, power! And that's all I could think of seeing Dany's face in this scene is Darth Sidious. I was like, oh my God, it's so crazy. And so Tyrion approaches from the back, coming out of the Red Keep, I guess, and there's orchestral hits, as he approaches.
I thought he was just going to like jump up and stab her ass.
I know, right? That would have been so crazy. I was wondering the same thing too. But
they kind of focused on his footsteps, and then the music turned really dark, and we got kind of this camera angle like up over his shoulder, like looking at Dany. And no one was really like looking behind her. They were all kind of looking out.
Nobody was anywhere around her.
If he's going to do this,
it from the hand,
Yeah, if he's going to do it, this is what you do.
So she sees Tyrion approach her right side out of her peripheral vision and turns to him and says, "You freed your brother. You committed treason." And she's furious. And Tyrion is like done. He is over it.
He's like, what the fuck? Yeah, you're right. I freed my brother and you slaughtered a city.
And he did, oh God, slaughtered. Very poignant choice of words. And Dany looks...
And she looks kind of surprised at this.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, she doesn't even realize what she's become.
Them.
Yeah. It's like she doesn't even see the transition that's occurred. And the look of disappointment, of true disappointment across Tyrion's face. Like, he's like ashamed for having had any part in it, And just like Ned Stark quit when Robert wanted to have Dany assassinated. Tyrion quits here, reaches up and just throws the pin down the stairs.
Good Lord. I thought you were a better man. Out, damn you, I'm done with you.
In such like a blatant display of disrespect right in front of her whole army during her victory speech. I was like, oh my God, he's about to be killed on the spot.
I thought she was going to execute him on the spot.
He knows. That means like death. He's like, he's so, this is the most honorable thing Tyrion has really done.
Like
he's just like, you know what? I'd rather die than have to deal with any of this anymore.
Yeah, it's so insane.
So perfect.
Yeah, and a beautiful shot. It cuts to the back behind the two of them looking down over the army as he rips the pin off and lobs it, like hurls it down the stairs, and it clank, clank, clank bounces across a few of the steps and lands right in front of an unsullied guy's foot. And they're all like, doom, 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 stomping their like spear butts down onto the ground, and they all stop at the moment when that pin lands.
Well, it's kind of like slowly too. It's like pum. Oh, okay, pum.
Yeah. Yeah, one guy stops, and then the guy behind him stops, and then the guy behind him stops. And it's so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. The hand of a king pin, hand of the queen.
Oh.
And it's also crazy as because Tyrion looks her in the eyes and maintains his eye contact the whole time that he does it, like just so she knows he's 100% serious. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And the tension is just incredible at this moment. Like I said, a display of contempt and disrespect, and oh my God, it's even the Dothraki go silent, And in High Valyrian, she's just like, take him. And the unsullied approach all around him. And a number of times during this episode, Tyrion, the way he looks, has reminded me of Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi. There's like this sort of grisly looking beard and sullen facial expressions. Just very similar, kind of like defeated characters, you know? And
he looked like he aged a lot.
Yeah, definitely. And so he sort of just like walks away towards the keep, towards the dungeons. And as he passes Jon, he looks up at Jon, seeing like how Jon will be reacting. And Jon looks crushed. He looks so crushed as Tyrion walks by, and he can't look at him, but you see his eyes sort of like blink involuntarily. And he sort of looks down at the side and watches as Tyrion passes. And then he looks back up, and we see Dany glaring at him, and another one of the most intense stare downs of the episode. There's so many. And from what I read on her face, it was disgust and sadness and desire all at once, as she sort of sighs and heads back and away into the Red Keep. And I feel like she was mad at Jon and like disgusted that he seems to be showing sympathy for Tyrion, but mad at him for betraying her, but sad at the same time that he betrayed her and still desiring him. And she like looks away and sighs, and you can tell that like it's bothering her, and she sort of walks off with their unsullied guard. And Jon just like follows his gaze just follows her as she walks away, and he looks ultra conflicted. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Arya's by his side. Like, what? Where did you come from?
What are you doing here? I don't even think he realized that she came down from Winterfell.
Oh yeah, it's possible.
No, he didn't. I don't think he did. He was like,
I mean, she left before him, didn't she, with the Hound?
With the Hound, yeah.
So you'd think that he would have like tried to say bye before he left or something, but maybe they had just already said goodbye.
Well, the whole thing was that they had gone without anyone knowing, and they were there the whole time they were there before they were closing the gates and everything. No one knew they were there.
Right. True.
Right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So I was wondering, like, because she got up to him so like stealthily. I thought maybe she had like put on another face to get up there, like posed as a Dothraki or an Unsullied or something. But maybe not. Maybe she just goes invisible or something. We don't know what she does. So she's
quiet as a cat.
Quiet as a cat, yes. Silent as a shadow. Yeah. Right? So he's like, "What are you doing here?" You know, like, what? Oh, and he sees that she's all injured and like disheveled looking, and he's like, "What happened?" And she tells him point blank, "I came to kill Cersei, but your queen got there first. She's everyone's queen now."
She's like, try telling Sansa that. She'll freaking slap you across the face.
Not having it.
She's like, "You're cute. You're cute."
Yeah. Yeah. And he's like, but he says, "Wait for me outside the city gates. I'll come find you." And she gives him a dire warning here. This is a warning that Ned Stark never got about Cersei. That if he had like knew what she was capable of, maybe he would have acted instead of doing nothing. That fateful night in King's Landing. You know what I mean? She tells him, "Jon, she knows who you are, who you really are. You'll always be a threat to her. And I know a killer when I see one." And I was just like, oh shit, dude. Like she should know a killer at this point. Like spending time with the Hound and with faceless men and stuff like that. It's crazy. It was just so intense. It's just sad that Ned never got a similar warning, you know? It took Arya and Tyrion both to plead with Jon to get him to do what needed to be done. But Renly, his pleading with Ned just wasn't enough, I guess, to spur Ned into action. Unfortunately, he had no idea what Cersei was capable of, like I said.
I'm just glad that Jon didn't get his head lopped off the same way for acting the same way that Ned does.
I know, right?
Just oblivion.
Yeah. Well, at least Jon acted in this case.
Finally.
Yeah. Anything else you guys want to add about this amazingly epic speech scene or anything?
The visuals were just amazing to me. Like,
truly.
I can't even with
Yeah, that's true.
It just felt like you could be there. You could hear every breath. You could see every. It was just amazing to me. They did a great job.
And just all the destruction and devastation in the distance
I love all the
beyond
ash
the troops.
flying everywhere.
Yeah, the ash just dropping everywhere.
Well, and that's the attention to detail, like the banner or the sail just flowing in the wind. And then when Drogon comes up, it flows a little faster when they move. They paid attention to every little detail.
so awesome.
Happy. I'm so happy with it.
Yeah, me too. So good. All right. So what do we got next? We have
telling Jon.
Yeah, Grey Worm says that Tyrion's punishment as Hand of the King isn't enough, and we cut to Tyrion then meeting with Jon in his cell and explaining what happened. Giving you to the Unsullied would start a war. Letting you walk free would start a war. So our new king has chosen to send you to the Night's Watch. And he's just
There's still a Night's Watch?
Yeah, he's like, what?
Which we speculated, Duncan, a couple episodes ago.
We
we're like, what
about
happened
that.
to the Night's Watch?
Somebody pointed out if the main part of the deal was the Unsullied, being pissed off, then the Unsullied leave at the end of this episode. They all go to Noth, right? So, like, what's the point of even, negotiating with them? I mean, I
Maybe
guess
some of them stayed.
Maybe. And I guess Yara, Greyjoy, and other people were still mad that Jon killed Dany. So I guess that was a problem too.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny though. So Jon looks disheveled and rough, like probably the worst we've seen him look at all.
A hot mess.
Yeah, he looks like just weighed down, by guilt.
It looks like he just killed the love of his life.
Yeah, and his eyes are all like swollen, and he just looks fucked, man. It sucks. And
he looks stinky. He looks like he stinks a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And he's like, "There's still a Night's Watch." And Tyrion says, "The world will always need a home for bastards and broken men." And so I guess even if the Night King has been defeated, you never know. Dead shit could pop off again at any moment. I guess, right? So you got to just be ready for it and ever vigilant. But at least now it seems like they'll have plenty of time and word of like ahead of any attack from people that are living beyond the wall now that are friends of the realm. So that's exciting. Its own like whole new safe kingdom now up there. It's pretty cool.
And I love how Tyrion sighs here, and he's like, "You shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children."
He's
and
like, I
Jon's
know
like,
the oath.
"I know
dude."
this."
The Unsullied wanted you ahead, of course, but Grey Worm has accepted the justice of a life sentence. And of course, Sansa and Arya wanted him freed, but they understood the new king needed to make peace. And this is that great line that you mentioned earlier. No one is very happy, which means it's a good compromise, I suppose.
I suppose.
Which is typically, that's actually like a real thing, that it's a good deal when nobody's happy.
Especially in like business.
Yeah, exactly. So this is when you can tell what has Jon so upset as he starts asking Tyrion, "Was it right what I did?" And Tyrion tries to offset some of the guilt by taking some of it onto himself, and he's what we did, and it's not enough to help Jon though. He's like, it doesn't feel right. Which sucks, man. He's really struggling with this. It's got to be such a horrible position. Like when love and duty are both like the desire and responsibility for each is so intense, and you have to choose one at the cost of the other. Like period. You can't salvage both. It's horrible, for sure. So Jon tells Tyrion he's like, I don't expect we'll ever see each other again. But Tyrion's not so sure. He says a few years of hand would make anyone want to piss off the edge of the world. As we know, he loves that. Yeah, great season 1 callback to their initial journey up to the wall together.
There's so many season 1 callbacks in this one closer. They did such a great job.
Oh,
Gotta love it.
The way the Knightsmen like walked him out of there too.
Yeah.
Just, like the way he looked at him like, okay, I know what the fuck this means. We're going.
Yup.
or the way they're dressed. Like the costumes almost look like season 1 costumes. They really took us back and made so much sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's right where we are too. John comes out of the dungeon to the Danny and John theme playing sadly, showing he's carrying the burden with him every step as he walks down the stairs. We see that there's 2 Night's Watch guys, and then there's a bunch of ships with black flags. Do you think they're all sending prisoners up to the Night's Watch?
I thought those were the Unsullied going to Noth.
Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, I was just confused because it must be. Yeah, that's because John and them, they ride north. It could be a
combination of both.
It's just John and the 2 black brothers that arrive at the wall together, though, so it doesn't seem like any of those ships are related, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, must be the Unsullied. But it was interesting. They're black flags. I first thought was, they're going to They're going to sail to White Harbor or whatever, or sail to Eastwatch and then ride along the wall.
What color are Yara's sails?
Good question. I assume they would be black with the golden kraken.
Black and gold. Okay. I got it right here. Black with the golden kraken. I got it behind me right now.
Oh, nice.
Oh, there you go. Your cool flags. I saw that. That was awesome.
I didn't see that.
That was my mom. She's nerdy for me.
Nice. So
yeah, black with the golden kraken.
Perfect. So do you guys know the historical meaning of a black flag?
No.
No.
Pirates would fly black flags because, all different flags have meanings. White flag, for instance, which is the opposite of black. What's a white flag?
It's a surrender.
So, given that black is the opposite of a white flag, what would a black flag mean?
Conquering.
Not exactly. More direct. Just no surrender.
Killing. Pillaging, raping, murder.
Black flag means we will not surrender. Like we will fight to the death, basically.
Oh.
And then when you add the skull and crossbones, it means we take no prisoners. We will not surrender and we will take no prisoners. Add red eyes or a bloody heart, it means we will also will torture you. So interesting.
Oh my God, my son should not be playing a lot of the games that he plays on Roblox then, because I see all those.
Well, the meanings have changed over time. Nobody follows that anymore. But a cool little fun historical fact, right?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
No
that
surrender.
Cool.
Yeah, I love it. So what do we have next? The scene with Brienne filling in Jamie's page in the White Book?
Oh, man. Yeah.
Yes.
Immediately.
I think that's my last note, too.
Nice. Yeah, I think, yeah same here. Immediately, I was super excited because I recognized the room. I was like, oh my God, Brienne's Lord Commander of the King's Guard. It's so cool, right? Which I thought was interesting because you almost would have expected her, like we talked about, to be Sansa's Queen's Guard, right? So she must have sent her to take care of Bran since he was more physically
that's the most logical.
incapable. Yeah, same here. But it's also really fitting for Brienne to be Lord Commander of the King's Guard of the 7 or 6 kingdoms now, because her ancestor, Sir Duncan the Tall, was Aegon V's Lord Commander of his King's Guard.
Well, there you go.
So it's in her genes, it just makes perfect sense and was a great homage.
Totally. I love that connection.
Nice.
I love those stories anyway.
Yeah, so good.
I love that she sat down and gave Jamie kind of the respect that he was due as a fighter and a warrior.
Yeah.
And didn't make it personal. She was very matter of fact with what she had on that page.
Yeah, exactly. Everything that she did, she didn't let it get personal and let their interactions with each other ruin his reputation. She, I think in the end, realized that it was like a heroin addiction with him, like we mentioned, right? With Cersei, just got dragged back into it as much as he was trying to get out of it. And I think on some level, she still respects him and sees him as an honorable person. So
I do too.
So, he went on his whole rant of things that he had confessed to her previously, like when he left Winterfell. And given all that anyway, she still only gives him credit for good stuff here. He was like, I would have killed every man, woman, and child in Riverrun to get back to Cersei, but the first line that she adds, took Riverrun from the Tully rebels without loss of life. It's so awesome the way she spins all this to be really good. lured the
and
unsullied...
sacrificing his childhood home in service to a greater strategy.
Yeah, luring the Unsullied into attacking Casterly Rock. That's so crazy. Outwitting the Targaryen forces to seize Highgarden. Fought at the Battle of the Gold Road bravely, narrowly escaping death by dragonfire. I love how they called it
the Gold Road.
Yeah,
the
pretty
Gold
cool,
Road,
right?
Yeah.
Pledged himself to the forces of men and rode north to join them at Winterfell.
Yes. Amazing.
Alone. Faced the army of the dead and defended the castle against impossible odds until the death of the Night King.
And then he died protecting his queen.
Escaped imprisonment.
Yeah.
And rode south in an attempt to save the capital from destruction. Died protecting his queen.
I loved that last line because it was his queen, but also like the queen of his heart, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And she also
Cersei.
She gave him a little more credit than he really deserved because he didn't necessarily go back to try to save the capital from destruction. Well, I mean, I guess he did. Yeah, we could say he did.
But you think about who his queen was.
Yeah,
it's up for. Yeah.
Yep, Cersei, totally. So she pauses for a second, and we see her like contemplating what she's about to write, and then finally like deciding to do it, and died protecting his queen, and she like,
She has like a little half smile on her face too.
Yeah,
she felt good about. It was almost like a little bit of therapy for her.
Right, like she's upset about everything that happened, but taking the high road, I think, made her feel good and giving him, the dues that he deserved, and not succumbing to anger. I think she was probably proud of herself for overcoming that and doing a good job as Lord Commander and doing the honorable thing and taking the high road, basically.
That shows her growth as a character too.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, she closes the book and has like a look of sadness, but also like a little bit of contentment in there as well.
She'll always be carrying kind of a piece of him with her because she carries Oathkeeper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he knighted her. So
and he knighted her, and he stole her flower.
As long as she's a sir, she carries a piece of him with her.
Yeah.
Very,
very poetic.
Yeah, definitely. So I thought that was a nice scene and appreciated Brienne's honor and everything in there. And so that's pretty much the end of our notes, right?
Yes, I think it's time to go on to Ravens.
Oh, right, yeah. I guess just closing thoughts on the season and the series as a whole. What do you guys think?
Go ahead, Princess Sarah.
I am very happy with it. I mean, the only thing that I could say about the season is it felt fast, but the way that they made up for the quickness was balancing everything out and making sense of a lot of things that, who else would have been able to do that in like 6 episodes?
Yeah.
It made sense to me. It was okay. I think I said before, I was really nervous about it ending. Like I thought I was going to be really upset, really emotionally scarred almost. But when it ended, I was like, no, this is good. This is all good. This is exactly how it was supposed to happen. And it makes sense. So I'm good.
Awesome. How about you, Lady Rachel?
I think from the very beginning of the series to the very end, we had many different types of seasons. They started off a little bit slower to develop the story. I think they started to pick up a little bit, around season 5, 6, and 7, and then season 8. I wish they would have had a little bit more time to develop the ending just because the beginning was so detailed. However, with the time that they did have, I think they did a phenomenal job. And I couldn't have been happier with the ending. I was thinking, like, could I want it a different way? Would I want to see Jon on the throne? Would I want to see Dany on the throne? And the answer is the way they wrapped it up for me personally. They tied in the first episode, the pilot episode, to many aspects of the last episode here that we're talking about today. I think they just did a phenomenal job. And I can't thank the cast and crew enough for giving us something that will be transcendent through time and allow us to rewatch again and speculate and form our own theories about where these characters are now.
Nice.
That's what I say. I say I'm so excited to rewatch it. I can't wait to rewatch it with the knowledge that we have now, and just make so much more sense of it because it's so beautiful, so good.
What about you, Duncan?
Yeah, I think the anticipation was crazy to see what they ended up doing, but from perspective of having carefully dissected this series, I think that they really did justice to a lot of things. And although there were other things that we were left out that we could have gotten, I think that given the time and resources that they had, that they did really well. And I'm just, I'm glad that I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the best way to put it.
Yeah.
I am so glad I enjoyed it.
Yeah, for sure.
Me too.
All right, so we'll be right back, guys, after a short break with Raven's Calls. Make sure to check out the new Game of Thrones rap album, The Iron Throne of Microphones, by Purpose from the rap group Tragic Allies. Just go to tragicallies.bandcamp.com to get the album for free today. This track is called First of His Name.
A wise man once said, the true history of the world is a history of great conversations in elegant rooms.
Who said this?
Me, just now.
And you can quote me, I kneel for no king, with gold rings and I do drink and know things. The oath keeper, disperser of pain, first of his name, preordained, known purpose will reign, yo. And you can quote me, I kneel for no king, with gold rings and I do drink and know things. The oath keeper, disperser of pain, first of his name, preordained, known purpose will reign, yo. From this day until my last day, I'm trying to fight for this life. I paid the iron price, escaping the lion's bite, divide and strike in different places. My men are faceless, leave no traces, poison that is tasteless. Master of the water dances patience, provokes greatness. Foes be hating cause they mostly basic. Kill a soldier and see ghostly traces move through the sky. Man who sees nothing really has no use for his eyes. Stick him with the pointy end till he dies. It's a murderous trend. There are things to even learn from the dead. They said I'm monstrous and even dying inside, but monsters are dangerous and kings are dying like flies. Eye on the prize, be quiet, observe. Some wounds will never truly heal and bleed again. At the slightest of words is cast in doubt. The day will come when you think you're safe and happy and the joy will turn to ash in your mouth. And you can quote me, I kneel for no king, wear gold rings and I do drink and know things. The oath keeper, disperser of pain, first of his name, preordained, known purpose will reign, yo. And you can quote me, I kneel for no king, wear gold rings and I do drink and know things. The oath keeper, disperser of pain, first of his name, preordained, known purpose will reign, yo. I'm tough as grayscale, most fear me and nail. I break the wheel with Valerian steel, mass appeal, no mistake in the face. Women getting naked for a taste of greatness when I'm making the 8. So I spend my time warring and whoring, and when I actually stop, they're begging from dawn to Castle Rock. Capture me not, the dagger's fast crafted with dragon glass, but fear cuts deeper than swords from an assassin slash. Rather that than how they ask trying to plot. Chaos is a ladder, so I had to climb to the top. For the realm I wear my honor like a suit of armor. You must be new to karma if you try pursuing drama. So may the gods forgive me and my soldiers serving me. Power tastes best when it's sweetened by the courtesy. Certainly those who try to murder me are caught and slain. What do we say to the god of death? Not today, walk away. And you can quote me, I kneel for no king, wear gold rings and I do drink and know things. The oath keeper, disperser of pain, first of his name, preordained, known purpose will reign, yo. And you can quote me, I kneel for no king, wear gold rings and I do drink and know things. The oath keeper, disperser of pain, first of his name, preordained, known purpose will reign, yo.
Lady Amberly of House Nicole has Dragon Queen with blades and dead skull, an OK symbol with 100. I think she's happy that the Dragon Queen is dead. All of the emojis. That was nice. Very, very nice. Creative message, Lady Amberly. Thank you.
Sir Thomas of House Ladisa, feeling satisfied, went out gently and tweaked curiosities. Just the end of one story and beginning of others. It's hard sticking to what you want to do in the face of fan criticism.
Yeah, was it George R.R. Martin that said art is not a democracy? Like, I'm not going to write what you want me to write, basically.
Yeah, I love it. Lord Stephen of House Kerndl, he has a meme of Lady Olenna, and she's looking pissed off. And it says, me looking at all the Game of Thrones meme. It's the only joy I can find in all this misery. Damn.
Next is Lord Rhine of House Cortez, who has a gif of a dumpster fire. It says, awful. The writing this season is a dumpster fire. And Lady Catherine of House Napek agrees, saying, yes. Sorry you guys feel that way.
Lady Kelsey of House Carlson. It's over and now I can rest. I definitely was surprised with how they chose to end it, but not at all disappointed. When Sam started talking about democracy, I was like, someone on Game of Microphones predicted this. Oh my God. OMG, OMG. Then it was a tease and I laughed. It felt like this wasn't the end, but just the beginning, and I like that. I really wish my "and then Bran woke up" theory had been right, but I'll take it. Oh, like the Dallas thing?
Yeah.
There was a lot of fan service with the entire council scene. I think we can poke plot holes all day long, but the only one that really bothered me was that Grey Worm didn't kill Jon and Tyrion. Overall, I'm happy with it. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Lord Brian of House Edwards. It was the best ending we could have hoped for. I agree.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty awesome. Lady Kira of House Bergberg says, saw this and wondering the same thing. And it's a picture saying, sure, there's a water bottle, which was underneath Samwell Tarly's seat during the council scene, or maybe under an unknown guy in the middle seat. But why aren't more people asking the real question? Is that Howland Reed? And if so, what the fuck? Hashtag Game of Thrones. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to check the credits or something and see if we can find it. If you can find more info.
Johnny Stitches. Loved it. An epic ending.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Anthony of House Kulam just finished watching it. In all honesty, I feel the same way now as I did watching England in the last World Cup.
Oh, man.
Sad face. I did not watch the World Cup.
I'm assuming they lost.
England lost.
I feel like it was bad.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Lady Holly Rose of House McCready says, I'm left feeling a bit deflated, but reading the feedback from others below, it all makes sense to me now. I didn't like Sam bringing the Song of Ice and Fire book over. It felt too on the nose. But apart from that, I'm not sure I would have changed anything. I really didn't see Robo Bran as an option for the throne, but since he was so impartial and above everything, it's the only wise choice. Also, Starks are ruling in basically all directions. Heck yeah. Yeah, the impartial thing is pretty important there.
Yeah. Lady Lainey of House Mizell, disappointed. From the beginning of season 1, episode 1, I was emotionally connected to the characters. And then from season 8, episode 4 to episode 6, I felt disconnected. If that makes sense.
Sure.
My opinion.
Makes total sense.
I can definitely see that.
Yeah, I'm sorry that's how it played out for you, Lady Lainey. Sucks.
I wish we could fix it.
Yeah, well, maybe we did. Who knows?
Maybe, yeah. Hope you like the episode at least.
Lady Steph K of House Cooper. So who was that? Who was the prince that was promised? And could Drogon have killed Jon with fire? We'll never know.
Yeah, I don't think there was a prince that was promised. I think it was just one of the prophecies that people, get all hyped up about, and then just nothing comes true. It's just a prophecy.
They
That's
talked
it.
about, but like they put all their eggs in too many baskets sometimes.
Yeah, like the prince that was promised is like Nostradamus, the world is ending 2012 type thing.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
Lord Brandon of House Ushry Hill. I wasn't satisfied with the ending. Damn, dude. Sorry to hear that, man. Sucks. Wish I could, change it for you.
Oh, but then Lord Brandon of House Ushry Hill. Absolutely no. He's showing a meme. I will show it to you. Absolutely no one. Nothing. Sansa. Bran's dick doesn't work. And I'll show that
Brandon's
to
like
the
pulling a
camera.
knife, like, what'd you say, bitch? Pulling out the cat's paw dagger. Great still of him.
Lady Sarah of House Larkham. What an ending to an amazing series. Tyrion going through the rubble to say goodbye to his siblings Cersei and Jaime, and Tyrion crying had me crying.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrion trying to convince Jon that Dany was a tyrant like Cersei. Tyrion saying to Jon that his father and Cersei killing all the people that they killed combined wasn't as bad as Dany burning a whole city and murdering the population of King's Landing. Jon was still thinking about all the good that Dany represented. Tyrion knew bringing up Sansa that wouldn't bend the knee to Dany to Jon was the way for Tyrion to convince Jon to kill Dany. Dany had a Darth Maul going on with her outfit. Tyrion realizing that he didn't want to be a part of Dany's tyranny,
typically.
Whatever.
Tyranny, yeah. I was like, what? Dany's tyranny, fuck.
Just commit to one.
You can either be a tyrant or you can commit tyranny.
Tyranny.
There you
go.
Dany's tyranny. Was so awesome. And throwing his hand of the queen pin and the pin dropping at the end of the stairs and the frame closing on the pin at the end of the stairs was magnificent.
Yup.
There was a dark theme playing when Dany was in the throne room and her touching the hilt of the sword, then Jon coming in at the same time was very easy. Dany trying to justify herself to Jon that what she did was right was so wrong. Jon saying that she had killed innocent people and didn't even faze Dany one bit. It reminded me of the scene of Dany looking at all the kids that were killed and hung up when she first arrived at Meereen. And she was so affected by that in season 4. For a second, I thought that Dany had stabbed Jon instead of Jon killing Dany. Drogon melting the throne was in tribute to Dany before the power of the throne corrupted her. Drogon picking up Dany and flying off with her was better than her being burnt, on a funeral pyre like Drogo was. I liked the gathering in the dragon pit. I felt like a callback to season 7, episode 7 meeting at the dragon pit.
Definitely.
Bran saying that he should be the hand of the king as his punishment was fitting because he failed himself to help Dany not to become a worse ruler than her father.
Mm-hmm.
Brienne was the only person that could fill in Jaime's page in the history. It was so sweet and fitting.
Yeah, it's true. Nobody else knew like some of that stuff, probably.
True. Mm-hmm. That's a true fact. Mm-hmm. I think everyone knew that Sam would write the book of Song and Ice and Fire. Mm-hmm. It was actually Maester Ebros that wrote it. He just did the title.
Close, though.
He would be involved.
He was involved.
Yeah.
I love the side-by-side with Sansa, Jon, and Arya because it showed them in their leading roles. Sansa becoming the Queen of the North, Arya setting sail to discover what was out there is a callback to when she told Lady Crane in season 6 that she would like to become the first person to explore what is beyond Westeros. Jon returning and becoming the king beyond the wall. It came full circle for Jon, Arya, and Sansa because Sansa wanted to become queen. It only made clear that she only wanted to be the queen, but I think she wanted to become the queen in Winterfell at the beginning of the series instead of becoming the queen. Sansa's crown was the same as Cersei's, but only with a wolf instead of a lion.
Oh, man.
I loved
didn't notice
Sansa's
that.
dress at her coronation. Yes, her dress was incredible.
Amazing.
I love the whole episode, and it had the perfect ending. Thank you so much, Duncan and Rachel, for covering this series with in-depth analysis. I will be listening to you guys because you both share my geekness for the series. Oh, we love you, Lady Sarah. Thank you for your continued consistent feedback.
Thanks for always being part of the show. We always love your feedback.
Yes, we do.
Lord William of House Steiner. Jon's parentage was meaningless. It was just a plot device to help Dany go mad. Ned plus Ashara equals Jon for the win. But it wasn't meaningless. His parentage was the only reason he was able to get past Drogon there to stab Dany at the end. If he had been anybody else, no way Drogon would have let him pass.
I think that's an underrated little scene there.
Yeah,
that
definitely.
Scene when Drogon wakes up and is like, oh, and like, looks at him. I think people think, oh yeah, maybe that's just cool effects. No, that was very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
He looked at him and said, "You go ahead. You're okay."
Yeah, exactly.
Lord Chris of House Saywell. I've criticized season 8 a fair bit. It's been easy. It was just too rushed. But this ending brought it all in. My liking of the series was telling me to hate it all along with other parts of season 8. My brain told me there wasn't anything to hate about this episode. I laughed when Jon got sent to the wall. But now he gets to go north, where he belongs. I really wanted to see Arya kill at least one other person. Good work.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah, for writing. Lord Chris, always good to hear from you, brother.
Lord Jamo of House Maxwell. Sir Podrick.
With a Scottish flag.
Yes. Personally, I couldn't have asked for much more from the final episode. I love that we've been left with so many questions. What will Arya find? What's Jon's endgame? Where is Drogon? And what did he do with Dany's body? Tyrion's reasoning regarding Bran as king was brilliant. People love a story, and his is the stuff of legend and will inspire people the world over that the human condition can overcome anything.
Nice.
Thanks for all your work. These podcasts have been nothing short of incredible. Now I'm off to start again from season 1, episode 1.
Epic.
You are so welcome. And thank you for being a continued listener. And I too will be starting a rewatch myself.
Yeah. And now your rewatch begins.
I think I've said it a million times to you, Duncan. Like, I can't wait to watch all of this with the knowledge that I have now.
Yeah, totally. It's going to be great. Lord Jamie of House Burns. Well, that's it. That's that. An ending to an amazing series. One of the saddest moments was poor Tyrion going through the rubble only to find Cersei and Jaime had died together. Peter's acting has been superb all through this series. I'm also glad Drogon lived, as that world would be a sad place with no dragons in it. Maybe it will come back for Jon as his new keeper one day. Maybe. Did any think Sam, as the writer of the book of the Song of Ice and Fire, was like Bilbo and his book of the Lord of the Rings? I don't know if I got that far in the series, but yeah, it sounds like a good parallel. But in the end, it was an incredible episode, and it had the perfect ending for each character. But I still wanted Jon on that molten throne. But you can tell they have left it open to be continued in 5 or 10 years from now. My watch has ended.
Nice.
Great feedback, Lord Jamie. Thank you for writing in, brother.
Lord Jez of House El Raimi. It was fine, I guess.
Lord Christopher of House Cavero. So I guess the Night King was a distraction. The Lord of Light brought Jon back to kill the Queen, and Bran the Broken already knew he was going to be king and plotted everything to his advantage.
Damn. So half of the followers of the Lord of Light were convinced that Dany was the savior, but then he brought back Jon to kill Dany. So people are definitely having trouble interpreting his signals, it seems.
Yeah. I also, we've had a lot of speculation whether Bran could see into the future or not.
That flight of Drogon over King's Landing, we now know he did see the vision of the future.
But there's a difference between him being able to see and him being able to understand.
Right. Yeah. Just because he sees something, he doesn't know when it takes place or what the circumstances are or anything like that.
Exactly. So I'm not thoroughly convinced, and this is a great line of open interpretation for how people view it. But for me personally, I'm not sure. Maybe he saw flashes of it, but I'm not sure it was like a plotted out, like I'm going to take the Iron Throne by letting Dany go massacre all of King's Landing.
Well, it could have very well been like Melisandre, like just following what she sees in a vision, and it's either right or wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
He could have been going the wrong direction the whole time.
It's possible. I feel like with him, though, I feel like with his ICE Wi-Fi network, he has like fast forward and rewind capabilities, that are like disabled with other on-demand services like Lord of Light on demand. So I feel like if he saw like King's Landing being exploded, he could probably rewind it for a little bit and then determine based on everything else around it where in history it happened. So I feel like he probably knew exactly what was going to happen and let it all happen. Honestly,
that's good that we have kind of different opinions.
I disagree with that, though. I honestly think that maybe he was just kind of putting it together as he went.
Yeah, I mean, who knows,
happened.
right? Anything's possible.
Yeah, totally. I like it either way, honestly.
That's the best. Lord Ty of House G. So, did Dany break the wheel? At first, I thought she succeeded in breaking the wheel, but at the ultimate cost to herself. However, now it seems it may have just completed another rotation. Dany was the Mad Queen. Jon is the rightful heir who goes north. The North is its own kingdom. Seems like things are nearly the same, like a series reset button, but with a new deserving king instead of Robert. That's funny. I don't know. I feel like it's the wheel is broken to some extent because hereditary monarchy is over, at least in the 6 kingdoms. Who knows what happens in the north, I guess.
Lord Nelson of House Montiero. And it's just a bunch of sick faces.
Oh, man. Sorry, man.
I'm going to show you on the camera. Please explain it to us. What does that mean?
I don't think he liked it.
I know.
Lord LC of House Strick. It's a meme of Tyrion up at the top. It says, who has a better story than Bran? And then there are a number of characters.
Joffrey, Robert, Drogo, Rob, Jaime, Stannis, Peter, Baelish, Jon, Tyrion, Theon, Marjorie, Cersei, Dany, Catelyn, Brienne, Melisandre, Sansa, Ygritte, Shay, and Osha. They all have better stories than Bran.
The thing is, though, is there's only 3 characters on that list that are still alive. That would be Jon, Tyrion, and Sansa.
Good point. And maybe Baelish.
Oh, we didn't get Baelish. What the fuck? I totally forgot to talk about that.
Oh, yeah, right. Well, we can even mention it now if you want.
God damn it. I'm not disappointed in that. I mean, I knew that there were holes to the theory, and I know they only had a short amount of time, and I was hoping for it, but we didn't get it.
I still feel like he may legit be alive out there somewhere.
Could be. Could be.
For sure. Who knows? Spin-off.
Lord Richard of House Davenport. Why would Jon tell the... This is one of the biggest ones that I've seen. Why would Jon tell the Unsullied that he was the one who killed Dany? Or is this one of those rosebud things where they're going to try and sell me on the idea that there was someone standing just off camera who saw the whole thing? More than that, why bother telling them that she was dead at all? She took off with the dragon. Game of Thrones over.
Normally, I would say that would be, that it would make sense, but we know that Jon just does not lie.
Yeah, Jon.
He's more honest than Abe.
He wouldn't do something without knowing how to explain himself ever.
Yeah, like he gave up Cersei's forces and the alliance that they needed just because he wouldn't lie and claim that he didn't support Dany already, so yeah. He's definitely Ned Stark's son after all, like Brian Edwards replied to the comment. But yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen that question a lot.
Oh, interesting. I have not.
Really?
Yeah.
Everyone, a lot of people I've talked to have been like, why didn't he just lie? He could have just said that she just flew off with Drogon.
Because he's Ned Stark's.
Because
he was raised by the Starks.
Sons,
he's Jon Snow. Sir Matthew of House Rep. What a beautifully crafted story. I know the ending is getting a lot of hate due to the fact that neither Dany nor Jon, quote, won the Game of Thrones, or the fact that there isn't even a throne to win anymore. Doesn't it make all the killing and bloodshed pointless if neither of the heroes win? I think that might be exactly the point George R.R. Martin was trying to make. It was nice to see some of our favorites get seem to get happy endings. Sam as the new Grand Maester, Sir Davos as Master of Ships, Bronn moving all the way up in the world as Lord Paramount of the Reach and Master of Coin, Sir Brienne, Lord Commander of the King's Guard, getting to close out Sir Jaime's page in the White Book. Podrick, now a knight, working with his two mentors, Tyrion and Brienne. Good point. That's really cool. Mm-hmm. He's got to be just super stoked, except for that whole vow of chastity thing. Queen Sansa of the North, King Bran of the Six Kingdoms, King Jon beyond the wall, and Arya captaining her own ship to forge her own future. Good luck to the next slaver that tries to come to Noth. Good point. Yeah, they will not have any success at Noth anymore, for sure.
Lord Travis of House Sigler. I loved it. There are a lot of haters on the internet, but I think they wrap things up nicely. They broke the wheel. Jon was freed from something he never had wanted, the throne.
Yep.
Ultimately, it was the throne that killed Dany. Mm-hmm. They say all the Stark Direwolves' names are themed to their owners, and well, I believe the ghost of the wheel, the family name that forced him into the position, now is free where he truly loves, the North. Jon being banished to the Night's Watch for doing what he did, I personally don't see as a banishment, but more of a privilege and the best retirement he could have asked for. And he even got to be reunited with his best bud, who got all the pets that the internet was hating him for.
Yeah.
Totally.
All the pets.
I guessed earlier this season that he might do this and exile himself, so I guess this is a much better alternative. Dany alone by the throne was perfect and totally a callback to her in season 2 in the House of the Undying Dream. Back then, she was there alone and surrounded by snow. Now she is alone surrounded by snow, literally, both the substance and the person.
True.
I thought Arya's conclusion made sense. She's always been an explorer, from the chasing of cats all over Westeros to Braavos and now beyond.
And speaking of like the connections between direwolf names and their connected Starks, Nymeria. I mean, she's basically doesn't get any more on the head than that one.
She's a ruthless killer, but all her enemies are now slain, and her list is concluded. What's next for her? Going and becoming a lady in a castle? Nah. That's not for her. She now feels free to go see what else is out there. Would have been cool for her to see Nymeria again, though. Haha. She did name her wolf after a very famous sailor queen.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. And one could argue she mounted the head of her Nymeria on her ship as she sailed off to explore.
Oh, yeah, with the Direhood prow there. Direwolf prow.
Sansa becoming Queen of the North was a perfect fitting to me, as she got what all the Starks wanted, a free people.
Yes.
Having the Queen in the North and the King of the Six Kingdoms as siblings will make a powerful alliance. Grey Worm retiring to Missandei's Isle is a great retirement for him as well, even though he was being a prick near the end. I'm really bummed that we still didn't get the conclusions to Tyrion's joke. We may never know. Totally called Sam helping with the title of A Song of Ice and Fire. Also, did we finally see Howland Reed at the King's Moot? Perhaps.
It's entirely possible.
Lord Brennan of House Ushery Hill. And we got a cool meme. What's west of Westeros? I don't know. Probably your spin-off show. I'll show it to you.
Nice.
Yeah, good one. Travis adds, a Targaryen alone in the world. It was no accident that upon first joining the Night's Watch, Jon Snow ended up in service of Maester Aemon, who turned out to be a Targaryen who had renounced his claim to the Iron Throne, giving rise to the Mad King. Jon Snow did something similar by refusing to stake a claim above Daenerys. On his deathbed, Aemon had a vision of his brother Egg, a nickname for Aegon, which is also the birth name of Jon Snow, though no one knew it at the time, which also foreshadowed a closer connection between the two characters way back in Season 5. Indeed, this season, Jon Snow echoed Aemon's words during his funeral speech after the Battle of Winterfell, which was another signal that he might ultimately follow in the footsteps of his late great-great-uncle and wind up in Castle Black instead of King's Landing. His chat with Tyrion about being the shield that guards the realms of men was another reminder of that eventuality. Nice one.
Nice.
I've traveled to a bunch of random places and random countries. But as a Midwestern guy, I recently have been falling in love with what the more rugged parts of America have to offer to all of us before they're gone. Team Age Productions and Powers Media House presents Beautiful America, a musical documentary series with all original content. Explore the Southwest of America and indulge in some places you've heard of and plenty more that you certainly have not. Cooking under the stars and below freezing temps of Death Valley. 4K drone footage of one of the most insane monoliths on Earth. Driving in abandoned mines, cliffs, canyons, and wild times. Check it out. Team Age Productions on Facebook and YouTube. That's TEAMAGE Productions. Beautiful America.
Lord Jason R. of House Graham. Longtime listener, first-time writer. Colored me terribly disappointed in the whole season. It's not at all that it was bad. I rather like the end, except for Bran, but it's so disappointing at the lack of storytelling and development. I knew at the beginning of the season I called Jon going north. I even told my wife that would be the final scene. I figured one of two ways to get there. Either Jon kills Dany and abandons the throne and everything and heads north, or he realizes Dany is evil and he abandons her on the throne and goes north. Which, in that case, I foresaw Dany winning but sitting on the throne in an empty chamber, having what she wanted but having sacrificed literally everything to get there. Pretty bittersweet, obviously. I was hoping for an Arya Grey Worm fight to the death. I think that would have been epic. Ooh, yeah, that would have been pretty neat. I'm totally fine with Dany going Mad Queen. What's more germ than turning a character who's rooted for and wanted to win over 7 seasons turn into the bad guy? I would have just liked a slower burn for her. I had major problems with the dragon pit scene. What made Grey Worm all of a sudden get to decide that punishments were not extreme enough? Why was Tyrion brought to the council but not Jon? They both had turned on and betrayed Dany. When Tyrion made his speech, why did Grey Worm just allow him to speak and offer a solution? That made no sense. It also made no sense that Bran was chosen. Who has a better story? How about half the other characters alive have a better story? And a story as the ruler? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And everyone was just so accepting of it? No one put up any other counteroffers? Sansa decides she would be an independent kingdom? What about Yara? She was promised independence by Dany. Why did she just give in? Dany technically did not promise independence. She told her no on that. The random Dornish guy didn't even know Bran. Why would he just eye for Bran? Let's not talk about Bran. He just said he lives mostly in the past. He can't be over House Stark because he's the three-eyed raven. But he can be king now? Makes no sense. Well, maybe he was acclimating over time, as we'll hear from Sir Thomas. If, as he said in the meeting, that's the reason he came all this way, then that means he is the most evil character of them all. He's worse than Joffrey and Ramsay put together, because if he saw himself named king, as it's implied in that line of dialogue, then he knew the battles this season would go like that, and he's allowed the deaths of far more people than Joffrey and Ramsay put together. I suppose now we know where Bran warged to during the Battle of Winterfell. He warged to IKEA to pick out his furniture and decorations for the throne room. Dumb move that made no sense. I got the feeling the writers just checked the Vegas odds to see who was the long shot for the throne and gave it to the guy just to stick it to Vegas. Jon was the rightful ruler. Why was he not at the council? Can't say betrayal because Tyrion also committed betrayal and his admittance to that was public. No one saw Jon kill Dany or have proof of anything. Jon should have been at the council. Why did no one question that? No one suggested Jon? He has the greatest story, born a bastard, but truly a king of all. Lord Commander, king in the north, united the wildlings and north in battle against the whites, died in the process. He should have been named king. In which Jon would have turned it down. He was killed as Lord Commander, questioned as the king in the north, and I think I think it would have been most appropriate, though, to name him king. Then he would have given a speech about how he was not going to take it and give it to the most honorable person there, other than John. The person who was the smartest, most empathetic, his best friend, Sam. That would have been amazing to see him hand everything to Sam. See Sam go from this poor kid getting beaten by the Night's Watch, needing John to protect him, to him being named Protector of the Realm. That would have been made far more sense than Bran. Why was John forced to leave to the Night's Watch when Grey Worm was leaving anyway for Noth? What the fuck? What gave Grey Worm the authority to make demands? He had an army that apparently never lost any soldiers during any of these epic battles, which makes no sense. I think that even though Grey Worm left, Yara and the other people that were mad about John were still around, and I guess that would have created conflict. But I see where you're coming from. I loved Sansa as Queen in the North. Arya sailing off was awesome. Tyrion as Hand is great. I think Bronn was only named Master of Coin as an afterthought. It's like the writers thought, oh fuck, we forgot Bronn. Okay, better write him in here. The show was so amazing, but I'm so disappointed. Not in the ending though, aside from Bran, but everything else was great. But I'm just so disappointed in how rushed it felt. It felt like the whole season was an afterthought. The writers and directors are into other projects, and Game of Thrones is not their priority, and it showed through every scene. Just so sad and disappointing. At least we finally get a Jon and Ghost reunion. That's true. At least we finally got that. Thank you for writing in, Lord Jason. Sorry you were disappointed.
Lady Lori of House Perkins. 8 years ago, while wrapping up True Blood, I saw a preview for a medieval Lord of the Rings looking show that had Sean Bean in it, and I thought, damn, that looks cool. I love nerdy shit like this.
Yes.
At the end of the pilot episode, I was hooked. After the end of season 1, I was totally obsessed. I started reading the books and reading and researching about the different houses and theories. I started talking to friends and convinced a ton of people to watch it with me. Game of Thrones was a television masterpiece from start to finish. The cinematography, the acting, the music. Oh, the music.
That's Rachel
the twists
right
and turns. Yes. The twists and turns, the special effects, the stunts, the love, hatred I felt for those fictional characters, and the pure joy I experienced by watching HBO doing something that had never been done before. That had never before been done. Sorry, there goes my dyslexia. Ever.
That makes sense, though.
Was totally worth it. It's been a wild ride, and I'm so thankful that I was able to be a part of it from day one.
Yeah.
Seasons 7 and 8 were rushed. I believe the last season should have been spread out over the course of 10 to 12 episodes with one really good epilogue. Yes, I couldn't agree more with that.
Cool.
Yep. That is truly my only complaint. We were lucky to have witnessed this epic fantasy translate from paper to screen and done so very well.
Agreed.
If you didn't like the ending, it's okay. There were parts I didn't like either, but I absolutely think that this is the direction that GRRM will be heading if he ever finishes the books. If you are mad at anyone, be mad at him. The showrunners only had so much to work with, and I think besides the pacing issues, they did the best they could. In all my hours of speculating and nerding out and research, I was right about one thing and only, one thing only. That, my friends, is why this show is the best thing we've ever seen on TV. Thanks for the ride, GOT. It was worth every second of it.
Agreed.
What a great post. I love that so much.
Thanks for writing, Lady Lori.
Oh, that made my day.
Lady Stancha C of House Hall. I guess I expected some overly dramatic ending since that's what the show delivered all of these seasons. I'm happy the Stark kids got what they needed because they are my endgame. They all orchestrated their destiny. Bran said, "Why do you think I came all this way?" That was powerful. When Sansa said, "I'm Sansa Stark of Winterfell. This is my home and you can't frighten me." That, to me, was foreshadowing her as Queen of the North. Jon and Arya were destined to explore, and they're both doing what they desired. Game of Thrones definitely reached higher highs than most shows and has better characters overall by far. Of course, people have suggestions of how they would have ended it, but don't we always? I could think of several alternate endings for my favorite shows, Mad Men, Sopranos, Breaking Bad, and that would be a conversation to last for years. People are still talking about The Sopranos, and if you understand advertising, Mad Men has the perfect ending.
Yep.
It was so cool.
Totally.
Yeah.
The Pepsi.
That smile, yeah. Yeah, Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola, sorry. I heard it as soon as I said it. Damn it.
Game of Thrones did what it was supposed to do. Give us a king that's acceptable, but not the king or queen we wanted. Couldn't agree more, Lady Stancha.
Yes. Love it.
Totally. Sir Patrick of Hindsight, gazer of the Mirish rear view. Danny trades her fur clothes for Führer clothes. Ooh, damn, dude, that's too soon, man, too soon. That's really good, though.
But not wrong.
Yeah. I'm glad my allusions to the Targaryen totalitarian dictator were vindicated. Yeah, he's been saying this for a long time. Long time. I thought I was at least being a little hyperbolic. Apparently not. I wish I had referenced the Targ logo similarity to the swastika more often. But I thought people would not take me seriously. Oh, man. In the live show, you were asking what steps she is standing on. Pretty sure that's Nuremberg. Even if her new braids are swastika-esque. This was way over the top. It almost felt like I was watching Sucker Punch, but I loved it anyway. All those children just starting school named Daenerys. It's unreal. The great liberator. With a laughing emoji.
There's been so many of those memes out, like all the parents like that name their kid Khaleesi or Daenerys are like,
dude, you jumped the gun. You named your kids that before the story was over, you know?
Yep.
Dragons are smarter than humans. Tyrion referenced it in season 6. Drogon proves it now. Turns to the throne. You did this! Nature has reclaimed dominion. Bran is king of Westeros. Drogon is king of the world. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, I like that.
Oh, yeah. Stallion that would mount the world. Now that Mel has traveled to Volantis and informed Kinvara about human resurrection, they can go bring back Dany. Now she can be the Day King. Damn. Oh, yeah, because where did Melisandre go? She may have, brought Jon back and gone to tell the Red Priests in Volantis to spread the word about what had happened. Makes sense to me. So now they'll go track down Dany and bring her back. Bran can puppeteer her and bring Essos into harmony too. Seriously, Bran has always loved climbing, and he knows that chaos is a ladder. And now he climbed all the way to the top. Damn, that's great. Not only was Bran the Night King, he's also the Right King. You can be a mass murderer and still be for the realm. Just ask Varys' ashes. Dany finally did eat after Varys was dead. That basilisk venom really did a number on her psyche. Oh man, that would be so funny if Varys trying to poison her was what made her really lose her shit and attack King's Landing. I love that they were covert about Arya stealing Yara's face. Oh. Interesting, because Yara is a sailor who's respected. Arya could cut her throat, steal her face, and take the Ironborn for her mission. I guess, I don't know. I want more elaboration on that, Sir Patrick. Rains plays when Tyrion finds his siblings, suggesting that the Lannister family line has ended. Or maybe it's the Targs, since Jon may fathered no children. Either way, they weren't of the same father. When Bran was creepily staring at Tyrion in episode 1, it was because he's making the mistakes that he will have to pay. Was it because he was making the mistakes he will have to pay for? Or because of the irony of him being referred to as, quote, the cleverest man in the world? Either way, suggests he's a Lannister. A lifetime of repaying debts or being the most related to Lan the Clever. Damn. Great feedback, man. Tyrion tells Jon oblivion is the best he can hope for, and that's exactly what Archmaester Ebros gives him. No record of his sins, nor his accomplishments. Nothing for Tywin's precious legacy, either. The White Book fulfills Tyrion's wish by recording him as the one who killed Joffrey. The White Book, doesn't it?
I don't remember that.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure. Winter came. That one unburnt blonde child amongst the ashen corpses is another secret targ. In the beginning of the episode. Grey Worm giving the Lord's kiss to Missandei exposed him to her microbiome, which spread to the other Unsullied. They are thus immune to the poisonous butterflies that live in Noth. The Dothraki are not dealt with because the show never brought up the part that makes sense as to their obviously ideal destination. Where would their obviously ideal destination be? I won't spoil it for non-book people, but when A Dream of Spring comes out, it will be like a new gift when we read about the destiny of the Horse Lords. Damn, now I'm curious. Ygritte tells Jon a man can own a wife or he can own a knife, but not both. Jon chooses the knife. Damn! Oh, man. Sir Patrick, good call there, dude. That was a long time ago. Wow. Seriously, he's had that knife on his belt for how long? He ditches it before every battle, always replacing the knife. Never do we see him use it. I remember we talked about this for Beyond the Wall. Yeah. Little did we know it was Lightbringer. Yeah, because we were like, oh, looks like there's a dagger on his belt too, because he took off the belt to hand Longclaw to Jorah, and we noticed there was a dagger.
Beyond the Wall.
Yeah, exactly. It may be artistic license, but dragon skin is hot to the touch. Drogon must be laying under ashes, which would make thematic sense, even though snow would be cooler. No pun intended. Yeah, I called that too. It's got to be ash. I didn't make the warm skin connection, the hot skin connection. That's a good one. That's probably also why Dany could sit on Drogon's back so easily, because she's like, she could pick up the hot eggs and everything and never got burned. Grey Worm, Jon can't have a wife or kids. All he can do is guard the realms of men. This is punishment. It's the same as my retirement plan. Due to the protective butterflies, the Unsullied only have to keep watch during the night. They are basically a sword and a shield. Maybe they can work a metaphor for spear into their version of the oath.
Oh my God.
Dany grabbing the pommel of that sword on the throne. Is it really all about cocks in the end? It really is all about cocks in the end.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
It's funny to think that Gurm's version of the throne is the storybook version. That was bold of D&D. Yeah, like a sword made from a throne made from 1,000 swords of the enemies of Aegon. That you had to climb up a mountain of swords. That is the throne in the books, as depicted by Mark Simonetti, the official Game of Thrones throne, according to George R. Martin. So it's funny that they were like, casting it in a storybook light. By the way, Jon could never ride Drogon. It is canon that they can never take another dragon's sloppy seconds. How to make Tyrion seem as smart as he did in season 1. Have him debating logic with Jon. That's hilarious. How to make Sansa seem the smartest person in Westeros. Juxtapose her against Edmure. Yes, sir. Man, Sir Patrick, on point with the feedback this finale. Thanks so much for writing, brother.
You win. That's pretty good.
Lots of good stuff. Love his wit.
Yes, always good to hear from you, Sir Patrick.
Definitely.
Lord Ty of House Gorman. I'm surprised there was no Helen Reed appearance, but Jon's heritage ended up not mattering much, so maybe that's why.
I think it mattered more than people may think. Getting past Drogon, he had to be a Targaryen. That was the key to Dany's downfall.
Tyrion, as he's always been, is absolutely the most relatable character throughout the episode. You can tell how extremely upset he is, and it's because things unfolded in exactly the way he was trying to prevent, and he lost all that he had in the world as a result. Is Tyrion the true main character of the show?
Ooh.
Regardless, hell of an acting job by Peter Dinklage. Drogon nudging dead Dany may have been the single saddest moment in GOT.
I lost it. That moment. Holy shit.
I felt so bad for him, but was very impressed by his intelligence in realizing that it was the damn throne that killed Dany, not Jon.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still confused on Bran's abilities. I don't think he can visit the future as he goes in the past, but I think he receives glimpses.
I think he can see glimpses at the absolute minimum because the Three-Eyed Raven knew he had to wait for 1,000 years for Bran, so he was able to see the future and see Bran in the future. So that indicates that they're, they can see into the future, at least to some extent.
Mm-hmm. He'll make a great king because he lacks human desires. He'll always do what's best for the realm, and his abilities will let him know what that is. He's like Varys with superpowers.
Yeah, that's great. That's awesome.
Overall, I enjoyed the episode. Everything was wrapped up in a way that made sense. My only problem is that in typical GOT fashion, I want more. Yes.
Yeah.
Show me how they rebuild King's Landing, or what Arya discovers, or how the next king election goes. Something. This story could continue forever, and I'd follow it forever.
Yeah. Same here.
Can I at least get a 30-minute epilogue? Something? I was pleased with the season as well. It followed a very natural progression, and outside of wanting more episodes, I don't have many complaints. GOT is a show that you immerse yourself in, so when something goes away I don't like, I view it as legit disappointment in the character as opposed to bad writing or poor plot. You gotta watch how the events unfold instead of trying to write them yourself.
Exactly.
Many fans don't enjoy this season because they just think about the show as a whole. How much time you spend with it, how excited you were every time you found out someone else watched and you had someone new to talk Thrones with. And how when you found out someone didn't watch, you wanted to be the one to convince them to do so because you knew it had changed their life. I don't think there'll ever be another Game of Thrones.
I know.
It gets better every rewatch, and this last rewatch / season with Game of Microphones has been even more enhanced. So thank you, Game of Microphones. I'll be around as long as you are. R.I.P. Game of Thrones. Gonna need those spinoffs ASAP. Lord Ty out.
Lord Ty out.
7 blessings,
yes.
Lord Ty. Thank you so much.
7 blessings, my friend. Thank you.
That was so well put. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
love it.
Excellent feedback. I'm thinking we may need to cover the books next. Because people are going to start rewatching, or going to start reading now that they don't have any more Game of Thrones. I think there's going to be a big surge of book reading, so we should probably jump on that, huh?
Yeah, I think you should get on a kind of a schedule for the books, put something together.
Yeah, I think so. We'll work it out in the next couple weeks.
Okay.
I just wonder what everyone would want to do as listeners.
Yeah, we'll have to put up some posts, getting people's opinions and see what people are into, I guess. Sir Mihai of Math and Science, guardian of the tensors and friend of the lambdas. 7 blessings again, sir and lady of the microphones. It's me again, overall awed by this episode. We hear the saddest ever Reigns of Castamere, which plays while Tyrion uncovers the remains of his siblings. We then see him finally decide to go against Dany, throwing down his hand insignia, same as Ned threw it to Robert when he tried to save Dany in Season 1, and then get imprisoned to pay his debts. More on that later. Dany is introduced with the dragon behind her in a posture which reminisces of Lucifer. Ooh, we just talked about that. There you go. Yeah, I said Angel of Death, but yeah, the fallen angel, Lucifer, fits perfectly with that as well. Dany is perfectly framed by the dragon's wings, and you can spot a little bit of dragon horns on top of her head.
Damn, that's
Dude,
crazy.
I missed that. Ooh. That's great. If that's not a sign that she turned to evil, we have her next few words. You have freed the people of the King's Landing from the grip of a tyrant. Whew. First, she wants to become a tyrant, ruling over the entire known world. And second, how did she liberate these people? By killing them? If she intends to do the same for everyone else, then she'd truly be a queen of the ashes. Fortunately, Jon visits Tyrion and, quote, love is the death of duty, and the reverse are being said. That totally blew my mind. It was so good, especially since we've focused on that theme so much. It's been so central to the story as a whole. I think that I'm really glad they brought it back and solidified it as the most important theme of the show, basically.
Yeah. And from 2 perspectives. They've looked at it from both ends of it.
Yeah, exactly. It was like both like the second half was unveiled, and it became like the overall encompassing theme of the show. It's great. It was because of love that Jaime left Brienne for Cersei and died. Because of love, Tyrion betrayed Varys and pays now with being imprisoned and looking to a future where he gets killed for it. It is for love that Jon still supports Dany until Tyrion brings up Arya and Sansa. Just like Ned decided to give up his honor and, quote, confess in the first season when Varys mentioned the girls, so does Jon now. Whatever happens next, he has to get Dany dead. Brienne finally gets to write the story of Jaime. 2 pages of acts of valor, some of which we might have forgotten about. A very tear-jerking moment. Finally, we have a complete new world. We might say the wheel got broken in a way. Maybe. Bran the Broken, first of his name, King of the Six Kingdoms and other titles with a council where Tyrion is again a hand of the king to do his duty and pay all his mistakes from the past, all his debts. Also in the council, we have Archmaester Sam, Grandmaester, with his A Song of Ice and Fire draft, probably there with more rewrites behind the scenes until we get GRRM's book. Yeah, I wouldn't surprise me if he went through it further with Ebros and helped even, write further drafts of it, since he, totally. with Bran, I imagine, since they have such access to the history network. Kingsguard, Brienne and Pod, a very talkative master of coin and holder of many lands, Bronn, and Sir Davos, master of ships and grammar. So many years with Stannis left their mark. Then, in the north, we have Sansa, the queen in the north. Further north, Jon, the new king beyond the wall. And a very heartwarming reconnection with Ghost. Glad to have my old theory be broken. I can't remember what your theory was, but if you're glad it's broken, I am too. And somewhere in the west, a ship with stark banners, carrying Arya on her new missions. But is the wheel broken? The series started at the Wall and ends at the Wall. It starts with the Starks and ends with them. It started with a throne made of dragonfire and ends with one destroyed by dragonfire. It started with an absent king who was whoring and drinking and ends with an absent king who wargs. At least he won't whore or drink. He'll be a better ruler. Some small details at the end of the episode. Sansa's coat has weirwood leaves on it, beautifully sewn in and reminding us all of the weirwood trees in the past episodes.
Oh my God. I saw that in the sleeves.
I guessed.
Yeah,
God.
you guys noticed that too,
was amazing.
So cool. And when the wildlings go north of the wall, we see a snowdrop getting out of the snow, a sign of upcoming spring. Ooh, a dream of spring, as the last book is supposed to be titled. Finally, before I sign off, I have one metaphor that I want to bring up and one lingering question. First, the metaphor. Even from the end of the first seasons, there were people comparing the dragons with nuclear weapons. Last episode and the scenes at the start of this one, showing a completely devastated King's Landing, are further empowering this metaphor. I think this reflects Grimm's anti-war ideals, his pacifist thoughts. In a world where there are a lot of powerful agents sowing seeds of discord, it is fitting that the end of one of the most watched TV series ends on a note of peace. Even trying to get everyone to accept a democracy. Sam tries to get everyone on board to a direct democracy, but every other lord keeps laughing at him, as that's too much of a change. Though in the end, they decide that from now on, all lords will elect every new king, aka president. That's a representative democracy if you squint a little and assume that tyrannical lords will get overthrown by their small folk. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it here. I don't think so. Going on, the lingering question, what if Bran planned it all? We know he has the power to warg into people, and we haven't really seen him do much warging this season. What if all these unexplained actions in the past episodes, actions which raised a lot of criticisms from the viewers, what if they are just Bran moving things around so that in the end he will become ruler of the kingdoms, and the other Starks will have their own little worlds to rule over too? Oh, it's so bugged out. Thank you for all the podcast episodes you provided. I still have to listen to the rewatch of season 6 and 7. Ooh, those are good ones.
Nice.
Those
They're
are
pretty good.
Yeah, they start getting real good around then. Hopefully, there will be more episodes after this one, either with book-related content or with details/commentaries that span across episodes. Looking forward to all of them. P.S. I can now say that my watch has ended, but there might be a rewatch. But first, now my reread begins.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, we'll definitely be covering books and all kinds of good stuff. And I think we should have some round tables with listeners to just talk about like the series as a whole and stuff like that too.
Yeah, I think we'll do something more stuff with the series first before we dive into the deep ocean that is George R.R. Martin's mind.
Yeah, totally.
I think it would be awesome if you guys got, as a listener, if you got everyone involved. It feels really special when everyone knows what is going on. I like it.
Yeah.
Should we
I love having guests.
Should we do the rewatch? Should we do, I don't know.
I think we do a poll.
I love that.
Sure. Sounds good to me.
Lord Paul of House Walmsley. Fucking beautiful. That's all I've got to say. After the vision in the House of the Undying where she is in the destroyed throne room, she is with Drogo and her unborn child. I'd like to think that's where she is now for her vision. Edmure from House Derp. Yeah.
Lord Brad of House Galloway. I'm okay with where the Game of Thrones ended. At least where it all ended up. No, it's not the way I'd do it, but that doesn't matter. Dany going mad, Cersei and Jaime dying in each other's arms, even Arya killing the Night King, and Bran becoming king. I'm okay with all of those things. It was bittersweet, like Martin said it would be. The real problem with seasons 7 and 8, as it has been pointed out before, is that they were rushed with only 13 episodes between them, and the dialogue wasn't up to par with the earlier seasons. The rushed writing made it so these ending points didn't make sense, however foreshadowed they were. Still, I read that a lot of fans feel like they wasted almost a decade watching the show because the ending was bad. That is an unfair critique, I feel, as we were provided with years of entertainment. Not to mention a fandom community that has brought people together with memes, podcasts, forums, and discussion. As much as any entertainment is time well spent, I feel that Game of Thrones, despite what you may feel about the ending, was time well spent if it brought you happiness. As Gurm,
perfect.
Yeah, so good. As Gurm once said, art is not a democracy. Thank you to Martin, D&D, and the wonderful cast and crew of Game of Thrones for a wonderful show. Best of luck in your future endeavors. Brad Galloway.
Thank you, Brad. That was very well put.
Yes, very eloquently written, really good sir. I love that George R.R. Martin quote. Art is not a democracy.
Mm-hmm.
Mars Lovejoy. Thank you for not being one of those podcasts that spent the bulk of time just bitching about the show. Do people not understand that this show itself is an artistic interpretation by Dan and Dave? A breathtakingly beautiful one at that. They don't owe the audience anything but to be entertaining. That's it. The same way I listen to podcasts to be entertained by perspectives on the show, but if I didn't like the pod, I just wouldn't listen. It's just weird to me how so many Game of Thrones podcasts have turned into such negative places to discuss one of the greatest shows of all time. Meanwhile, I loved it, and I think there are so many interesting angles to explore. Was Sansa the ultimate mastermind of the whole show? Was Bran? Was Jon killing Dany because she was wrong about wanting to recreate the world in her own image? Or did he just kill her because he knew it was the only way to protect his sisters? I mean, there's just so much meat on the bone, and at least you guys are peeping that. Seriously, listen to any Game of Thrones podcast. They're only one Joker push from straight crying like bitches over an amazing show not being as amazing as their imagined mazes. Get the fuck out of here. New York City. Sir Thomas of House Arnold. Hi all, just found you guys after a disappointing survey through the Fairweather fandom. Ooh. Thanks for being so sane and appreciative about the finale and the show as a whole, and congratulations on gaining a new fan. Thanks for listening, brother. One thing I appreciate is the show's use of classical tragedy, when every event happens in just the wrong way to lock in a painfully inevitable outcome. I like how Tyrion had the highest tally of tragic choices, and how the terrible insight that he gains lets him see Bran as the choice for ruler. He thinks his public life is over, but Bran forces him into the role that Tyrion now knows he's not worthy of. But that transformative discovery has made him worthy, which the Solomon-like Bran sees. The Game of Thrones world is so sprawling that it can contain the tragic insight and the new life for the transformed protagonist. The small council scene brilliantly shows the second part. There are so many fully formed protagonists that every kind of arc is covered in the same story. It's so Game of Thrones that the mystic cripple, whose story we assumed would climax with the defeat of the Night King, was preparing for the political world as well. Bran's importance seems seemed a little underwhelming after he didn't do anything dramatic to defeat the Night King. But now the sacrifices of the Reeds and Hodor are so significant. Plus, we had Luwin training Bran to be a little lord when he was younger, right? So it kind of fits. A throwaway moment between Tyrion and Bran in Winterfell was where Tyrion learned Bran's story. No one else was curious enough to ask and really listen. Bran's line to Jon about almost being a man was referencing possible kingship. Bran was socially odd after the Three-Eyed Raven download, but became more integrated every time we saw him, yet so gradually that we wouldn't consider him for king. That's a great point. He does seem to be like that initial download sort of fried him into Robo-Bran mode, but he's normalizing slowly, episode by episode, as we see him smiling and being kind of normal this episode. So it does seem like he's sort of acclimating to the download at this point and becoming more human in like the Three-Eyed Raven was. He was pretty normal, relatively speaking. Bran sits in the symbolic center of the selection council, but it didn't even occur to me until Tyrion's speech when it all fell into place. And he's basically sitting there on a throne already, too, which is so funny. Cheers, Thomas. P.S. I just heard your in-depth on the bells and love the explanation of Dany as unsatisfied with her win and needing more. Really makes sense. The tragedy there is she would have been satisfied if she had just attacked right after arriving in Westeros. I guess the lesson is always trust Diana Rigg. P.P.S. Do we know if Mira is still alive? I think she is. And thank you, Sir Thomas, for the excellent feedback. Great to hear from you, brother, and thanks for finding the show. Glad to have you on board. Thank you so much to everybody who's been participating and listening and sending in your feedback throughout the rewatch and throughout this final season of Game of Thrones. We really appreciate all you guys, and thank you so much for being part of the show. We love giving you guys a platform to get your thoughts out as well.
We are so appreciative of you guys. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. Our community is amazing.
100%.
Oh, I'm the community. Thank you for having me on.
All right, that's our show, episode 120. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Yes, thank you guys so much. We're sad that it's over, but Game of Microphones is not over. We will be continuing our ramblings for years to come.
Definitely. And another mega thank you to Princess Sarah of House Von Daltron for joining us for this amazing finale episode. Great to have you here, Princess Sarah.
I'm so glad you were here,
so
too.
Much. I'm so excited. This was there was so much on this episode. It took like 2 days.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
It took, like pretty much 2 full days of recording.
Yeah. I love it.
And a huge thank you to John Bailey, the epic voice guy from the Emmy-nominated Honest Trailers, for announcing our show. If you'd like to donate or subscribe to support us, now's the perfect time, as we have a backer who's willing to match donations 3 times as incentive for you to support Game of Microphones. If you appreciate the show and would like to donate, you can go to paypal.me/GOMpodcast or patreon.com/GOMpodcast to donate an amount of your choosing. There are links to both at gameofmicrophones.com.
Doing some online shopping? Go to gameofmicrophones.com and click on our link to Amazon. As an Amazon associate, we earn from qualifying purchases.
Any contribution you make helps, and you can help secure the continued existence of Game of Microphones, which will exist continually.
Yes.
I'm so excited about what's going to happen with you guys.
Yeah, we're looking forward to some nice in-depth book coverage, which will be a lot of fun.
Oh, I'm so excited.
A lot of fun. We'd also like to thank our patrons, Sir Matthew of House Rep, Lady Candace of House Twos, Lady Terry of House Theodore, Luke the Low Duke, Lady Lucy of House Roberts, Lord Zach of House Bruce, Lord Jeff of House Allen, Lord John of House Grills, Sirenicide, Lord Jeremiah of House Carpenter, Lord Robert of House Missiaveg, Lady Jen from Tarot Spirit, Lord Corey Eugene of House Coon, Lord Calvin of House Cook, and Lord George of House Howard. We love you guys and appreciate your patronage. Make sure to check out Sirenicide, the serialized horror drama podcast featuring me and Archmaester Stitches. Go to sirenicide.com and download it wherever you get your podcasts. And Rachel, why don't you talk a little bit about your Arbonne situation?
Yes, I'm not sure many of you know that I own a network marketing business with a health and wellness company called Arbonne International.
We should have been talking about it the whole time, honestly, so I apologize. I didn't think to have you mention it. beforehand.
No, it's totally fine. It's a phenomenal company, and actually that's why I was in Las Vegas. I went from Thursday to Sunday to our annual global training conference, and I just got so inspired and excited to share what this company is kind of doing. The company's been around for about 40 years now, and we are really kind of the innovator and the originators of clean and healthy living. So we've always been gluten-free and vegan and certified humane, and we're kosher, we're GMO-free. And Arbonne abides by the EU standards, not FDA standards. So we actually go above and beyond both and ban over 2,400 harmful chemicals and ingredients in all of our products.
Nice.
And I just can't thank this company enough for the financial stability that it's given me, the extra income, the amazing community of women and men, of entrepreneurs, just, whether they want to do it to make it as a career or just do it as a side business like I do personally right now. I just love this company so much. So if you are interested in knowing more about this company, we are just completely on fire. And I love to share my testimony about our 30 Days to Healthy Living program, which actually we just discovered will be clinically tested this year for results. I did the 30 Days to Healthy Living program 3 months in a row and lost over 35 pounds. And that was after I had my son. And I never felt hungry. I never felt like I was going without. And we have health and wellness products that stem from vegan protein powder to pre and post workout to men and women's skincare and cosmetics to baby care products. So please feel free to reach out to me directly via Facebook or Instagram if you are curious to learn more about our products and also about the amazing business opportunity and community that this company offers.
Awesome.
Thanks for letting me share, Duncan.
Of course.
And I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Next episode, we'll be covering the Season 8 documentary, which airs next Sunday at the same time. We also might be popping up for some live shows and maybe another interview with John Fay, who we believe was also in the last scene this week.
Wow! So look forward to that. We're going to reach out to him and see what's going on.
I saw him. He's right behind Jon Snow.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
When they're walking beyond the wall, Jon starts to look back towards the gate and he's right behind him.
Awesome. I was looking for him. I must have just missed him.
If you'd like to call, you can call us at 813-JOFFREY. That's 813-563-3739. And you need more calls.
Yes.
Voicemails.
Send us your voicemails.
I love the voicemails.
Yeah, I don't know if we got any voicemails during Season 8. That's pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah. Send us your voicemails.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when we start covering the books and stuff. We want your messages.
No pressure. And we'll make you sound cool.
We'll try. No promises.
Right.
I'm just kidding. You're all cool. If you'd like to write in, you can always email us at ravens@gameofmicrophones.com.
Check out our Facebook page at facebook.com/GOM podcast.
You can also listen to Game of Microphones on YouTube, BitChute, and Steam It. Just search for Game of Microphones to find our channel. Likes, comments, and shares are so appreciated.
We're also on Twitter, Instagram, Gab, and Minds at GOM Podcast.
And we're on Tumblr too at Game of Microphones.
All right. That's our show.
Thanks for listening.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, we love you. We love you so much.
Thanks for coming.
All hail Bran the Broken, first of his name, King of the Andals and the First Men, Lord of the Six Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm.
All hail Bran the Broken. Oh, God.
She's like going crazy.
Bailey did that one time. She was in her cage overnight and ended up with like diarrhea and must have like spun around in a circle and just like launched turds everywhere.
The turd launcher.
It's not fun. Not fun. You can't get that smell out.
Sie lieben Aachen, schlechten Tagen.
What the fuck?
9. Oh, 9.
You don't recognize that song?
No.
Du
hast.
Du hast mich.
All you had to say is the do. Oh, shit. I almost just pulled my computer off. Whoopsies.
Willst du bis der Tod scheide, trauer sein für alle Tage? 9. 9.
I'm totally having deja vu, you guys. It's really weird.
That is really weird. The cat is like glitching in the corner in the Matrix. Glitch in the Matrix.
So weird. Like, I mean, Sarah, I had no idea that you were coming on today until like this afternoon. And I feel like this whole like past like 5 minutes has been like deja vu.
Like it's already happened. You've never
so
spoken
weird.
to Sarah before, but it feels like you have.
You know,
it's so weird. I'm in the Matrix. Help.
It's because we talk on Facebook all the time.
I think so. It's
I think
just
we were
crazy.
like,
Do you choose the red pill or the blue pill, Rachel?
They went in so many directions with the music just in that one little scene.
I know, it was insane.
Like it was sad to happy to what?
Yeah, and it ends on a happy note. It ended on a happy note. I think that's worth noting.
Ah, farts.
I can't believe they left her alone. Like she has no guards around her at all.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, they're in the Red Keep at this moment. So obviously the Unsullied have been through it here and secured it entirely.
That's true.
So this
That's supposed
area,
to be the safest place.
yeah, this area is secure, and she's got Drogon outside the entrance. Anybody other than Jon would never have been able to get to her, which is why it's so important that he's a Targaryen. The fact that Ned saved him is the only thing that enabled Dany to be stopped here. The fact that he's a Targaryen. Yeah, his blood is what enabled him to prevent his blood from continuing its reign of fire and blood, basically. There's this crazy moment where like she reacts and their kiss breaks and she looks down, and at the moment where she looks down where you realize that she's the one who's been stabbed.
Yeah.
And then she looks back up at him and he kind of winces like you made me do this, you know what I mean? Like and her eyebrows raise in response like, oh my God, like you actually did that. And just like the nuances of this tandem performance.
I'm getting goosebumps.
Yeah, like
I know.
Oh my God!
I think I just did like everything that you just said with my face.
Yeah, it's so intense. Like this.
There you go for the video podcast.
Yeah,
there you go.
Sorry, I lost my spot there. Hit a button and the page jumped.
Any contribution you make helps. And oh my God. Sorry.
That's going in the outtakes too.
I was totally making fun of you guys, and then
what happened there?
As an Amazon associate,
keep that one. That's the one you keep.
That's going to the outtakes for sure. Sounds right to me. I think he's from Scotland as well.
Lord Paul of House Womsey? No, that was so wrong. All right,
Steve Urkel over there.
I know, I do snort.